Hello, 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 my lady. Hello, my darling girl. There we go. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Give me like 2 seconds to get this mic warmed up and get this camera situated, and we can rock and roll. Uh-huh. So, how are you? Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Da-da-da-da.
This information don't want to be held in contempt. Well, then, I'm not answering that question. That's attorney-client privilege information. I am not attorney-client privilege unless you were in my chambers. That's the only way you can figure out. I tell you what. I'm going to give you 5 minutes. If you don't tell me, if you don't tell me who it is, I'm going to put you. I'm going to put you in contempt because that is. Not attorney-client privilege.
Y'all ready? I ain't gonna lie. What was that? Was that last week episode when it had to be last week episode. I normally don't start off with this shot this early, but we got to just because I feel like you hit it spout on the nose with the Nook end up being Keisha's baby father to her son. When of course the way everybody, I'm sure most people, when you were originally watching it, you thought, okay, well, the dude who kidnapped her or whatever the case may be, and she also thought that at first as well, thought that that was going to be who her child father was. But realistically, they did some testing they run because they I guess let me slow it down a little bit. So for people who don't know, if you didn't see the episode, because I do know the shot right now is like one of those things is feel like it's pulling teeth to watch, because some people like, you're really not forcing yourself or you're not into it, you may be skipping it. So of course, last week we talked about Keisha, son was being sick. Her and Emmett went to the hospital to take the son, to get blood work to see what was going on with him. And the doctor had to run some tests, but they needed to get, blood work from both parents. So they did it. So she, whatever DNA, I'm sure whatever the clothes that she had, she still had DNA on those clothes when she murdered him for kidnapping her or whatever the case may be. So of course they got the blood work ran. They did both tests, and they did test for sickle cell. So for people who don't know, I guess the only celebrity that I can kind of tie that to is Prodigy from Mobb Deep. He had sickle cell. He did eventually pass away from sickle cell. So that would be the only person that's the only person that I kind of know that, like, especially celebrity wise, that I know that had it. So when I even said he had it, that was the first thing that I thought about. Like, oh, that's how Prodigy from Mobb Deep passed away. And that's kind of even just when, realistically, for a lot of people, they don't. He lived a long life compared to, of course, this is a baby. So if you comparing the two, he still got a lot of life to live. But she started to cry instantly because she was like, basically, ain't this a death sentence for my kid? And I'm sure 9 times out of 10, in the back of her head, what's going on is like, dang, I had the option that I didn't even have to bring this baby into the world. And that's her before her even knowing that the dude, the kidnapper, wasn't the father. So I'm sure that was going through in her mind, like, dang, I did this to my kid because I didn't have to sit here and bring this kid in the world. So to speed it up a little bit, of course, after they ran the test, whatever case may be, figured out, oh, the kidnapper wasn't the father. So with all that being said, they did a test, and then it was Nook. And realistically, he was kind of off the, like, because he still got that love for Keisha. He's like, bro, I don't even need no blood test. But Emmett wanted her to take the blood test. And just to confirm it, whatever the case may be, so Nook asked Keisha, what you want to do? I don't care what he's talking about, what you want to do. And then she was like, yeah, let's just get the blood work just so everybody can, sleep peacefully and kind of know what's going on. So I do want to give you a shout out for sitting here calling that last week, because I just like, it's no way that could have been it. So for the fact that is what it was just like, dang. So the only reason why I'm bringing this in so early, because I just kind of like, I feel like the regular human being conversation that we can have is kind of like, what would you do if you was Emmett? Because realistically, just even for a backstory for people who don't watch the Chi, towards the end of the last couple episodes of last year's season of the Chi, Keisha and Nook kind of start to flirt with each other. They had I think they had a housewarming party, and they kind of was like rekindling old conversations, like a lot of exes sometimes if you have just an abrupt breakup or y'all kind of just stop communicating and you have untied situations. Like you need that piece of closure, and they were trying to give each other that closure, but you can still see it was a lot of love and emotion still going there. So with that being said, now coming in to find out that he's the father of that kid, bro, I ain't gonna lie, Emmett is a better man than me, because that one just is almost like that. This storyline is just almost set up for him to fail. For not this, it's no way in hell I can see this relationship working, because for one reason, Nook can be a provider and he could be a protector. So that's two things that Keisha is looking for, and Emmett cannot right now at this moment provide. Like she know for a fact if it was a life or death situation, Emmett ain't gonna be able to sit here and save her. And 9 times out of 10, she feel like Nook can. So I just feel like he got the one up on him now, and they actually got a kid together, and they still realistically their relationship stopped because she went through a traumatic thing, and she didn't even give him a chance to kind of fix that up like she gave the little dude who came to her first job that she was dealing with, or run into Emmett. Like she never ran to him. Like she already kind of started, like that stuff happened to her. She moved on with her life and never really reopened that door with Nook until they had the housewarming. So I mean, both of y'all are parents. So I mean, just me personally, just somebody who don't got kids watching that for Emmett, I just felt bad for him. I'm like, bro, there's no way you can win this fight, dog. It's a dub for you.
But it kind of, Emmett they both have kids without each other. So
yeah, but this one is a little bit different because now you're talking about both of them have kids. Well, she only got this one kid. So now this one kid has a active parent where, dog, Emmett, there ain't no other women in Emmett's life right now.
But Emmett don't always have a child. It would be the same role as him picking his sons up, Nuck coming to pick his son up. It wouldn't be no different.
So my question,
might feel some type of way because he knows that Nuck probably still likes her. So he might be insecure that way, but why would you leave?
Because I feel like you know that you ain't gonna be able to, dog. You know that he still like her, so realistically now he kind of got the one up. He still like her, and she still. I don't know if he know that, but we know that she still kind of got some feelings for him.
But we married.
Y'all not married.
They're not married. They just been together for a long time. They're not married.
Remember just on the last episode when he introduced the brother, and he tried to introduce himself and thought Emmett and Keisha was already married, and they're not.
I thought they were too.
No, they ain't married. That's what the mother said, and remember when his mother said that to her. In that episode, she was just like, "You can't be mad at him because most people y'all in here playing the house basically. Y'all live together, and there's kids in here. Most people would think y'all was married." So when the mother said that to Emmett when he was trying to get mad at his brother for that, so it was kind of like, all right. So I just think realistically opening that door, it's just that's a vicious door that I don't necessarily know most men can swim in.
It'll benefit Emmett because the beef between him and Duda, he not gonna let him take it. But so far, Nuck isn't.
But why not? Because
I think that even though he still like her, she might not want nothing to do with him, but she don't like him like that. So out of respect and love for her, I'm gonna make sure that your dude is good.
I don't know. I don't think so. I honestly think because realistically, the end for him will be if, let's just say, God forbid, if something happened to Emmett, Keisha and Emmett don't have no real connection. That's it. They just got each other. They love each other. So if something happened to him, them kids go away, and it's just me and you and my kid. So now if I really want to play a shiesty, I can get rid of you, and me and you got more. I can get rid of Emmett, and now there's no connection to Emmett for you because those, like y'all said, they don't have kids together.
It's still a connection, though.
What's the connection?
Y'all together in a relationship.
Yeah, but cool. If he was to pass away or he was to go to jail, what is the connection?
If who was Emmett was?
Yeah, if Emmett was.
Just the love that they.
They still like it ain't like they don't love.
They came back.
That's why I said I thought they was married.
And it is kind of. I don't see Emmett sticking around. I don't really see him.
It's not because
you feel like he would leave before her.
Yeah. You could just tell by his face that
right, but he's leaving. He would leave off of ego, right? Because he
no, it's not. I don't necessarily want to say it's ego. I just think realistically, you can see that it ain't no like, bro, that's a man. This dude, he want to be a father though. You seen that? You seen the facial expression on him? He was just super excited. He was happy. Like, nah, that excitement in Nook face was just like, you can't. I don't know though. That's gonna be a heavy. That's gonna be a huge hill for you to have to climb.
But that's what I'm saying. So you want to be a father, that's fine. But me and her have a relationship. So that's when I'm that's why I say, when I say the ego is just like, are you gonna be in your feelings because, all right, damn, I do know it is something between y'all? Because if you just there being a father, then why would I have an issue?
Because he know for Nuck, it's more than being a father. Like,
right,
he came and got the baby, and he bought the baby a gift, and he bought Keisha a gift. I'm quite for sure Emmett don't. He don't do that.
Exactly.
So that ego.
That ain't no ego. You keep saying it's an ego. It's not an ego thing because it's just realistically, you're going to be fighting a fight that you damn near cannot win. Especially not with the way your life is right now. His life does not allow him to be able to compete for a woman's heart because though he's still playing behind the 8 ball in real life stuff. This minus Keisha, like him trying to get Smokies back together and all that. Like that's some realistically, sad to say, that should be at the forefront of what's going on in his brain instead of I'm trying to keep Keisha happy. Where it's like that sound crazy, but realistically, if you're actually a business person and your business is kind of going downhill, you should be more focused on your business. Where Nook has the advantage where like, I can be a full-time dad. And you got to think about it. That's one of the complaints that Keisha has consistently is like, I always got these kids or whatever the case may be. I don't never get a break. No, guess what happens? Voila, here goes her break.
But okay, then my question is, if he wasn't with her, do you think he'd still be in the same situation? Because a lot of stuff that he did was because for her, right? For his love for her, to try and show that he loved her. Getting in bed with dude and all that, right?
Yeah, I don't want to put the blame on her. I think that was just him. That's just a dude being a dude where you're trying to go above and beyond and find maybe a faster way to be able to provide a lifestyle that your girl kind of complaining for. And I mean, that was one of the blow-ups that they had. I mean, when they talked about it, what was that? Maybe episode 1 or 2 of this season. So, I mean, like I said, I just don't want to watching that just seemed to me like, I looked at his facial expression. I looked at Nook's facial expression. When that little boy ran to his arms, daddy, and gave him a hug and all that. Like, bro, you imagine you've been playing dad to this little boy for like, let's say the last 2 years. And now here comes the real father who got history with the baby moms. Like, yeah, I just don't. That's a tough one. I'm not going to lie to you. That's a huge hit. It's a difference. Like, it's easy to go against, to compete for that love with your girl when she hates her baby father. But it ain't no hate or no animosity right there. It's a clean slate.
It don't have to be hate. It could just be y'all just ended on good terms. It's no, you know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. It don't have to be like, oh, I'm still in love with you. You could still be cool with your baby father or your baby mother and not want to be with them. It just didn't work. It doesn't always have to turn out into a sexual thing when it comes to baby mother, baby father. You can, but as a like I guess as a dude or even as a female, you could tell if it's something there. And now if it's nothing there, then so you think just this season will end clean? And no, I don't think Emmett's going to stay.
Okay, all right.
I don't think he's going to stay. He's not going to be able to handle it because I think Nuck is going to keep making him feel uncomfortable to the point where he just like he's not going to be able to deal with it.
Making him feel uncomfortable where I can take Keisha from you.
Yeah,
and I can be a better provider
and a protector.
And those are things that Keisha has complained about. So those things matter to her. So it's not like, oh yeah, it just don't matter to me. Like she's been complaining. Like that stuff realistically matters to her. So for that to matter to her, you're gonna have to kind of find a way to step up, dog. And I just don't see him. Me personally, I can't see him stepping up. Not with all the other stuff that he got really going on right now. Like he just got too much. But like I said, that was my only thing I wanted to talk about it. I know we normally don't do TV shows that early. That was just kind of like the standout part that I kind of wanted. And we can revisit the shot a little bit later, but that was just the part I just wanted to get off. And yeah, that was it for real. But I guess my other question is something that I seen over the weekend, and I'm sure most people have seen this video. Of course, it's summertime over Memorial Day. The pool's officially open. So pool parties have already started. So it's a picture going viral of a young lady literally sitting in the middle of the pool by herself. It's everybody else is literally, is she a nice looking girl? This ain't like just some big Joan just jumping in the pool. She's nice looking, nice, like just from what you can see, you can see she got some nice boobs and everything. Like she had a nice looking little swimsuit on and all that. She's literally and this pool is a nice ass pool. This ain't like just somebody's small backyard pool. This pool got some length to it. And everybody just standing around. She literally in the middle of the water by herself. And she even tweeted about it. Like, the pool felt good. The water was cool. Y'all should have got in. So my question for everybody, even everybody listening at home, is when are you just realistically too old for pool parties?
I'm not going to say it's not too old for pool party, but a lot of people can't fucking swim.
You don't have to go to the pool party and get in the pool.
Then what's the point then at that point? Like, you can just go to the regular club.
Right. If you go to the club, I don't drink. I'm just going to the head of music. I'm just going there. I'm not participating in anything else. I'm just there to listen to the music. I'm just trying to catch a vibe. So I get it. A lot of people a lot of people don't even come with swimwear. They come in there fully dressed.
So then then go somewhere else then. It's almost like, to me, going to a pool party and not getting into the water, and or you feel like you too cool to get in the pool, is almost like going to the strip club and not throwing money. Or not even screw throwing money. Because let's just say no, or if you just go to the strip club and don't even get a lap dance. What's the point?
You just looking.
Man,
I'm just here to see.
That's my point. At what age, when you feel like that's where your mindset of going to a pool party, that means you are too old to go to pool parties. And I think realistically, especially for people in their 30s and people knocking on the door of the 40s, bro, we got to start having real adult conversations and holding our friends and family members to a goddamn different level, because that to me is just ridiculous. Literally watching one person in the pool, and it's like, what did y'all come here for? And I'm just saying, cool, if you ain't got the body for it, then you could still get in the pool with a t-shirt. I know a lot of people don't like to get in the pool with the t-shirt thing because it do look nuts, especially if your body is kind of like, especially as a man, you got titties in the stomach, you jump in the water and the shirt start hugging your titties even a little bit more. You do look insane. But dog, what's the point of going to the pool party if you're not going to get in the water? Like, just take a perfect example. It's a difference between when you see people, what's the joint in Vegas? Dreas, dog, everybody be in the water. So that's my point. Like, if you're gonna go, I'm not sitting here saying, but if you feel like you too cool, like I'm going and I'm just here to look, then stay home, dog. That's my point. I think people after a certain age, if we're talking about, let's just say 33 and over, when you get to that part and you feel like you really don't want to participate in wherever you're going or what you're doing, bro, just stay home. Because I know in the back of your mind, you really be like, damn, what am I here for? Because you ain't really enjoying yourself. It ain't even no naked girls half wet or nothing, because this is only one girl in the water. So everybody is there, not even just looking, because there ain't nothing to look at. Because as a dude, I get it. You horny. Shit, I'm trying to go to the pool party, see half naked girls wet, running around, bouncing their cheeks and whatever, but nobody's in the water, dog. That defeat the whole purpose of the pool party.
My only question, what if it was early, though? Now, if you talking about the whole night, if she was the only person in the pool, then that's a different story. But what if it was when that picture was taken, it was early in the pool party just started or whatever, she was the first one in. A lot of people just don't jump straight in the water.
Did you see the picture?
Yeah, I saw the picture.
So, man, that didn't look like no pool party I want to go to. And I do think, again, like I said, I do think people realistically need to start being honest with the conversation on, like, bro, I'm just too old. It's okay for me to stay in the house. And I do think, especially people, I guess if you are an 80s baby or early 90s baby, y'all are fighting the hell out of that fight that you don't want to be washed. That's all it is, dog. Like, y'all are literally going and doing stuff because you don't want to feel washed up. Because I even seen women, I literally over the weekend, of course, y'all know I love, my favorite thing to do is watch people's stories. And I know girls that I personally know, and I'd be like, bro, you might be 40 and you still just like, I want to be half naked on my Insta story. Is just be like, when do you say I'm cool with just like hanging some of the thirst up a little bit? Because I feel like a lot of that is, I don't want to hang the thirst up. I don't want to sit here and say I'm washed.
Is it thirst, or maybe you just confident about your body for your age? Because if you want to be honest, it's a lot of older women that look better than some of these younger women.
I agree with you on that. I'm not disagreeing with you on that, but still, so you feel like just because you look good at a certain age, there should be no, I guess no more, no, not even. I don't want, because if you're gonna cover up, then don't come out the house. I'm cool. Like, if you there, then just show. I'm not saying don't show your body, but I'm talking about even them making the decision to, hey, let me go out to show my body. Because let's be realistic. You look at it's a difference. Like, if you went to, let's just say, if you went to the place like Dre's, or you went somewhere, you going out of town. I'm not talking about people out of town. Like, if you out of town and you on a vacation, go crazy. Show your whole butt naked cheeks. I'm here for it. I support it. Because you out of town, do your thing. Go turn up, go crazy. But I'm talking about if you still literally 37, 38, 40, 41, 42, 45, and you still going to backyard pool parties just to get naked is kind of nuts to me, dog. That's all I'm just saying. I'm not sitting here, like I said, I'm not talking about people on vacation. I'm not talking about people who go to Dre's or none of these other places, or even if it's somewhere locally and you going to a actual pool party, like at somewhere where it's a real vibe. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about literally people who are still paying $10, $20 to go into somebody's backyard and just be naked. Like, yeah, you the bad 40-year-old butt naked in somebody's backyard.
Well, I mean, if you say it like that, okay. But I feel like you're just going out and having a good time.
Bro, maybe just because sometimes the back of my mind be like, thank God my mother and aunts wasn't doing this at 40, dog. That would just be maybe my only thing that I always think about that. I'm like, dog, some of these people are somebody's mom and somebody's aunt or somebody's grandmother at this point.
But I feel like they just you come out like maybe you just lived your whole life like what people think. Oh my God, don't do this. And now you at the point where it's like it is what it is. Like this is it. What am I hiding for? Like you only get one life.
You absolutely. You're right.
And you don't know what people go through. So like I know I talked to somebody and she was she had so much. She had survived breast cancer. Her son was murdered. She was called onto the scene because she was actually the paramedic. So it was like, and she was older. She was older, but like she looked good. And every picture she had, she was just showing her body because you don't know what people have been through to get to where I am today. So what am I hiding for? I think they just
okay. So when you say it like that, I can't. When you break it down like that, it's hard to argue against that. But I just be sometimes.
But what if my body start looking up better the older I get?
And you want to show like why do you have that? Why do you have
milk does a body good?
I'm not disagreeing with y'all on that part. And maybe like, and of course, when you go deeper into that part and you sitting here having, I get it. Of course, y'all know if you've been listening to the show, I can be very judgmental. So cool. But that just opens up for dialogue. Because sometimes me personally, maybe it's just because where you're at. It's not what you're doing. It's just what you're doing and where you're at doing it. So maybe that's just my thing for me. Maybe when I see somebody like, damn, you do look nice for your age, half naked, but you literally in somebody's backyard, dog.
Is it a pool party? Like,
yeah, it's a pool party, but you know that. Let's all be real. Even if that joint, I'm going to use it for the cover. For a difference between like. Again, I keep using dreads because that to me seems like the adult-friendly type of pool party or vibe where you can get good video content, good pictures off of. But you know the difference between a dirty backyard pool party. Come on, like we all know that. Like everybody send those all summer long. We all secretly shared in your group chat or your secret, your Instagram, whatever community or groups you be in, y'all, we all share. Like, let's be for real. We have all seen it. I ain't making just like some hypothetical thing up out of my head. All summer long, we gonna all do it. You're gonna sit here and send these because the quote unquote, the ambiance looks dirty. So it's just like, damn, bro, you 40 years old in this dirty ass ambiance.
I agree. But I agree sometimes it's like that, but it's not always.
Because even your video quality, because it's bad light now, it's gonna come out and look dirty.
They just want to have a good time.
Man, y'all are crazy, dog. I'm not gonna hold y'all. Like, that should be different. Like I be like,
but would you judge somebody who's coming in with the big ring light and I gotta have the special lights? I gotta make it look.
You wouldn't. Guess what you wouldn't. I'm gonna tell you why you wouldn't have to do that. You wouldn't have to do that if you went somewhere appropriate because they will already have the right lighting. And that's why I don't be mad at the girls who go to the restaurants and it got the ambiance because it's made. This restaurant ain't made for the best food. It's made for you to get these videos and these pictures off. And that's why they got the light and that's why they got the background because they know for a fact that you they gonna have the neon lights. They gonna have the little grass stuff or whatever the ambiance is. This popular right there at this time and moment. They gonna have it in those restaurants because they want people to come in there and make videos and make pictures. Even when they do the happy birthday jokes and it's like they spelling it out on the white plates, they doing it because they do it neatly and the plate and the presentation is that way because they know they want you to make videos, make content, and take pictures. But you sit here saying that for, man, it's just like I said, it's just the scenery. That scenery, that dirty backyard, just to me be driving me crazy. And I'd be like, bro, you are too old. Like I ain't even screw even if you was on there fully dressed. Bro, at a certain age, I just want to be somewhere safe. I'm just not willing to just be out here risking my life just to be half naked, dog. Like
it's just like a pool. Like you could have a friend like, hey, we having a pool party in my backyard. Like it's not like, oh my God, like you just going to your friend or family member's pool party. All
right, that's cool. Let's, like I said, we gonna it's a long summer. We can revisit this later because I guarantee y'all, I may sound crazy today because it's early June, but I guarantee you by 4th of July, the week after 4th of July, I'm not gonna sound as crazy as y'all try to make me sound because more people gonna see it, more people gonna start sharing it. You're gonna see more people being judgmental. Just remember that Mikey was judgmental first because I seen it and I was just like, bro, come on, y'all can do better. You a little bit out of pocket. I hear y'all. I see y'all.
So what you saying is it got to be a decent pool. It can't just be, no little,
Yeah, because let's be. I mean, I don't like I said, I don't know. Some of y'all don't care. I would just even still like if I was going to a hookah lounge, I wouldn't just be pulling up to any like random hookah lounge. Like it jump would have to be like just perfect example. You don't sit here and see it's a jump right up this on College Park. You don't see people making videos in that jump smoking hookah. That was like one of the first hookah spots in the DMV area. But guess what? But it doesn't meet up to the ambiance, so you don't see people running there and go in there and blow hookah. What we talk, that's what I'm just saying. It's a different, to me, I'm just looking at like that same behavior that you want to keep up during the wintertime or during the spring, where it's not like, I just wouldn't sit here and change the aesthetics just to be like, I'm going to run because somebody having a backyard pool party. It just, hey, like I said, I could be absolutely wrong. I could be loud and wrong. This won't be my first and it won't be my last time. I'm not. Just, I guess, a quick little side story. What is Uncle Lou, who plays Uncle Lou in, I think his real name is, what is his real name? Malcolm Mays. He plays Uncle Lou on Raising Cain, and he was escorted out of the Power premiere. And I realized, and I think people were trying to say, oh, was somebody from the character one of the characters get him put out of the party? It wasn't. It was somebody who actually worked. I don't know where the building was. It was somewhere in New York City, and police was escorting him out, and he was upset. And then he asked the police officers, like when they finally got him out of the venue, and he was on to the street. He asked me. Of course, he was very aggressive, yelling at him. And he was like, "Do you know me?" He was like, "No." And then he was like, "But you know him, right?" And he was like, "Yeah." And that's the problem. You know him because he's some white dude who work here, and you don't know me. And I'm one of the main actors on this network, and you sitting here putting me out of a jump. It was crazy. And I guess if you've never heard him speak and how highly he kind of speaks when it comes to like just black people and just the acting scene or whatever case, you watch his last Breakfast Club. He literally just did a Breakfast Club interview, and he is a very well-spoken and articulated person when it comes, especially when it comes to like black issues, and it just comes to acting or whatever the case may be. So you can kind of see he took that, because of course there was two white police officers, and the person who was trying to get him escorted out was also a white person. So he kind of he really took offense to that one. So like I said, that's just like a little slight story, so we can kind of get into more topics while we over here. We can get into Young Thug next, because real quick, his lawyer, he kind of stood 10 toes down, and I got my respect for him on that one. Let that part load up. Thugger baby. Like, share, and subscribe.
Suggest you rethink such positions, especially when it comes to you, because marketing matters. It's how you get paid. If you don't know that, you better hear me and hear me good. I am telling you right now, you are going to be underpaid for the rest of what I believe will be an illustrious career, unless you get your mind right about that marketing. It matters. It matters. Janae, you know I'm right.
I hear you.
You know I'm right.
I hear you, Stephen A., but I will not sacrifice my basketball knowledge and my integrity in terms of the game for marketing. My marketing is doing just fine. And if it has to
Team
grow
USA
a little bit slower to hold on.
Team USA has. We've had. I strongly.
Who told you? What I want to know is, why wasn't I there? Why, sir? I'm going to hold you in contempt if you don't tell me who tell me who this information was. I don't want to be held in contempt. Well, then answering that question. That's attorney-client privilege information. I am not attorney-client privilege unless you were in my chambers. That's the only way you can figure out. I tell you what. I'm going to give you 5 minutes. If you don't tell me, if you don't tell me who it is, I'm going to put you. I'm going to put you in contempt, because that is not attorney-client privilege. Attorney work product privilege. I am not. How did you get that information supposedly from my chambers? Did somebody tell you? I'm not. You should have told me. You got 5 minutes. Well, I don't need it. I want to continue. You got 5 minutes? This is what I was told. Mr. Copeland made statements that he admitted to Donovan Thomas and was. Don't take my notes. No. Did you come up?
So for people who don't know who that is or what's going on, Marcus asked a couple weeks ago, is that we haven't heard nothing from the Young Thug case. So for the last couple of days, Young Thug case has picked up tremendously. Today, his lawyer actually got locked up. I don't necessarily know. I mean, he gonna see a real jail cell, but a holding cell, of course, for basically he got some information that took place in the judge's office, and he wouldn't tell because it was supposed to be a private meeting, and he wanted to know, like, hey, why wasn't I in this private meeting? How are you pulling up or having evidence or whatever the case may be being brought up in a private setting where I'm not privy to it? So I can't, it's no realistic. You're trying to put me behind the eight ball, and I can't even have a fair fight for my client because I didn't know about this information. So if somebody didn't leak this information to me, I wouldn't know nothing about it. So the judge is upset trying to figure out who told you this information, because you shouldn't know this information because this was in my private quarters. And the lawyer was like, no, I'm not telling you. You just gonna have to take me away. And the judge stood 10 toes and the lawyer stood 10 toes. So the judge did get him locked up. And real quick, just even to lead into that, in the last week, it's a young man that's on this trial with Young Thug, and I believe his name is YSL Woody. I can't remember which one is, because it's a couple of dudes on this trial with Young Thug, and basically he didn't want to snitch. He already has got immunity, so basically he could tell and it wouldn't be held against him. But he was kind of like, it seemed like, the longer this trial go out and you kind of in jail, people talking to you, people sending notes, sending messages via phone, however these messages getting thrown to you, he kind of like wanted to withdraw his immunity. He kind of was like, I don't want to sit here, I don't want to tell no more. And the judge basically said, well, I'm gonna give you the weekend for you to think about it. So the weekend passed, and of course today came in, and I guess they said they got him. I seen a clip, but he wasn't talking. They were just basically asking him his age and stuff. So I don't necessarily know if he told, because the bigger story today was the attorney getting locked up. So again, like I said, this Young Thug trial is going to continuously drag on for a long time, and you do have these little moments where it hits its peaks and valleys where people kind of get concerned because you see little clips just floating around, and then a lot of times the news forget about it. Like I said, Marcus asked a couple of weeks ago, hey, what's up with the Young Thug trial? And you haven't heard anybody talk or think about it until today. So this did happen. Of course, realistically, over the weekend, Chris Brown had a few viral moments, and shout outs to C Breezy. If that pool party didn't partake, I definitely was going to use Chris Brown picture with him and the women as the cover for this week's artwork. But shout outs to C Breezy, because he giving these women their money's worth. So of course, last year, I believe for the meet and greet prices was $1,000, and he only do a limited joint each city he go to. I believe it's like only 100, but y'all do the math on that. 100 times 1,000. Chris Brown is cleaning up, doing the meet and greets. We're not even talking about just the performance, just off the meet and greets alone, realistically can help people out with generational wealth. So shout out to Chris Brown for upping that price, and he giving these women the first picture that eventually went viral was, I think, him kissing a girl like close to her cheek, like it was close, like her cheeks, but close enough to her lips, where if she was like really on her freaky little girl thing, she could have snuck her tongue in there real quick. So, but then it was two other pictures that was going viral. One Joan, he had the girl picked up the same way like Trey Songz did, and there was another two Jones where he had two girls, like one girl literally like taking a picture and cuffing her butt cheeks. And then the other one was, I want to say he was holding one of the girl's legs up. It might have not, was it a butt cheek or was it? Yeah, no, both of Jones, he was cuffing the girl butt cheek. One he had a whole handful. The other Jones, the girl damn near had like on some booty shorts where you can kind of see her back thigh meat, and the other girl had on like a onesie, and he was cuffing both of them face to face. So like I said, and that started up a conversation where you did get to see some people sitting here saying, Dag, that's crazy. Women don't want to go 50-50 on bills, but you got $1,100 to waste on a Chris Brown picture. So that, like I said, that did start up a whole different conversation. And I'm sure if you are one of those people who like to indulge in those conversations, it do kind of like, it is just funny how you can hear a lot of women say certain, and of course, I don't think most of the time, even when these conversations get picked up, that's not a all woman's type of situation. It is a case by case scenario.
Can I ask you a question? Would you feel some type of way if you paid for that meet and greet and then you saw the pictures?
No, because I feel like if you pay for the meet and greet, you already kind of know how Chris Brown giving it up. So if like, so if you did, you kind of already know. So if that was like, if you was a dude, like let's say if it was your girl birthday, she was like, oh, I want to go see Chris Brown and I want the meet and greet, John, whatever the case may be. If you know, this ain't new. Like this what I'm saying. This happened. These same exact type of pictures happened last year. So if you sit here and said, I'm going to pay for my girl to do the Chris Brown meet and greet, you kind of realistically already know what it is. You can't not be mad. There's no way in hell you could be mad because you already know what it is. So it's just like, realistically, it's no room for you to be mad. So like I said, man, shout out to Chris Brown. Get that bread. Shout out to the women to actually get that experience to me, because that's like, but that's tight, though. Like if a woman, like if Meg Thee Stallion or Glow, like that's probably one of realistically the only way I'm coming out the house. I'm not even gonna hold you, because that right there is worth it. Like if you spent $1,100, You had to treat it like the strip club back in the day. I'm gonna go in with some stupid thin sweatpants on, free balls. She give you 1,100 to take that picture and get that close up on her, nigga. You better make sure your man go rise into the occasion, and hopefully she may want to jump out the window with you. I don't necessarily know what to tell you. But while we speaking about Meg Thee Stallion, oh my God, that pick and roll D-Wade to LeBron James off the glass from Flo Milli to Meg Thee Stallion over Lotto's Sunday Service remix. Shout out to Lotto for putting her ego in the bag. Like, cool, I don't need to sit here and do no goddamn new verse or nothing. I'm gonna let my girls go crazy. And I want to shout out to Lotto because realistically, I feel like Flo Milli needed that look more than anybody on that song. Let's be clear. And when and you know what's up again? Why I sit here?
Best verse on it?
Hell no. I thought she did. Like, if you literally just went off of clips, just the clips, off the clips that did all the blog pages was posting up, you would have thought Flo Milli had the best verse. Because of course, that nighttime, I seen all the clips, whatever, and I didn't listen to it. I was like, I'm gonna wait. I'll listen to it, Friday when I get into the gym. So I didn't listen to it off the rip. And then when I heard like that little first part, like, and that was the part that they was snipping up for Meg. It was like just the first part. It was just like the little first part. She coming, walking into the flow, and it kind of at that point I was like, damn, Flo Milli might have the best verse. And until when Meg picked it up on that second verse, I said, holy Jesus! I took my headphones off, like, oh, Meg is out of her body right now, going absolutely insane. That was one of them, Joseph. You want to put that into NBA verbiage? That was literally vets versus rookies. I'm not gonna lie, like I said, but that still was a good look for Flo Milli. Because let's be clear, Flo Milli went absolutely crazy. I don't necessarily know if there's another female outside of Meg Thee Stallion who would have been able to rap beside Flo Milli and keep up and not get embarrassed. Anybody, any other woman? I mean, of course, excluding Nicki Minaj
and Cardi.
Nah, Cardi wouldn't be able to keep up with that one, dog.
You don't think?
Hell no. She would have.
On the features, Cardi.
I get it. On the features, she go crazy, but that Flo Milli was rapping at a very high elite level. I'm talking about bars, flows, all of that was like top tier. Flo Milli was literally, that was like, if you've been sleeping on Flo Milli, which a lot of people do, because let's be clear, she realistically ain't got that song that people, of course, like leading into her new album, people like when, and she did the remix and all that was cool. But I'm talking about people don't never really put her in that conversation that she should be put in. Realistically, she should be put in more of, and I think sometimes, of course, because I didn't even know, like, even when I seen her, when they was, of course, originally putting up like the behind the scene footage when they was recording the video, and it was Glorilla, Meg and Lotto, and they was twerking, and Lotto was like, nah, you getting this video too, whatever case may be. Nah, come on. I didn't even know that was Flo Milli. Because like sometimes like some of her videos, because they be so animated, you don't really get to see how pretty she actually is. So even seeing her in that joint, I'm like in the backstage, I'm like, damn, Flo Milli actually look good for real. Like she got a nice body, she got a pretty face. Like you couldn't, because sometimes, like I said, you can do a lot. Like when she got a lot of her videos, it'd be like the colorful hair and all that other stuff. It can kind of just like throw you for a loop and you really not paying attention, but you kind of really get to see her. Like she was just dressed down, like she just had like a tank top on or something. And sometimes for women, that can be your best advantage where I'm not doing too much. And you really can just get to see my natural beauty. You got to see Flo Milli. And I was like, damn, she actually looked good. So for her to look good, niggas to get to see her in that form, and her just turning up with the girls. And I think when you in that setting, it makes the fans and everybody else kind of look like, oh, she belongs here. Mm-hmm. She's not an outcast, because you really don't see, when you don't see that type of camaraderie on the regular, because you see that type of camaraderie on the regular from like Meg and Glow, or from Lotto and Glow, or Cardi and Glow, whatever the case may be. So you kind of really don't get to see Flo Milli in that group with those girls. So when you get to see her in that group, and you also actually get to see her execute rapping at a high level, I was like, bro, that's a huge good look for her. But let's be clear, I was happy that Meg didn't just let her wash her up neither, because Meg came in that joint and did exactly what Meg Thee Stallion was supposed to do. When that second flow kicked in, I was like, oh my God, Meg is literally rapping out her body. So if y'all haven't heard Sunday Service, the remix, you got to go listen to it. If you haven't heard it yet, I don't know what you're doing. You got to go listen to it. And then, of course, just like I said, talking about that behind the scene footage, you got to see Glorilla have basically damn near like a dance off with Lotto. And you just got to see the silly side, because it wasn't nothing like Lotto was just twerking, but Glow was doing all the old school Dougies and all of that. Like they were just having a good time. And I think for the female rappers, you kind of almost need to see that type of camaraderie, because you kind of feel like it's always some friendly competition, and you never really, and I'm sure it's all of them
forced. The friendship
don't look forced. It looked like they literally just genuinely in there having a good time, like they having fun. They just kicking. I can't believe I didn't. Matter of fact, because we're here, I do want to lean into that Billboard, and I sometimes you hate talking about lists, but it was kind of just, to me, it was like, it was just out of pocket. I ain't gonna hold you. That, for people who don't know what we're talking about, Billboard put out a top 10s hottest female rapper list. And I do kind of want to get into it just to sit here and give my opinion on, excuse me, I think the 10 was cool. The 10 that was on the list was actually cool. I just think it just realistically, Just the order. That's it. Just the order needed to be moved around just a tad bit. I can't believe I already had this saved, but I didn't. I know for a fact off the top of my head, it was Nicki Minaj was what number one, and which I feel like at this point you kind of cannot argue that one. Nicki being number one, Sexy Red being number two. And of course, remember, we talking about hottest. I don't necessarily know if I can argue that neither, with Sexy Red being number two. I believe Meg Thee Stallion was number three. Give me 1 second so I can read it absolutely off instead of trying to memorize it off the top of my head. Here you go. Nicki Minaj was number one. Sexy Red was number two. Meg Thee Stallion was number three. Doja Cat was number four. Ice Spice was number five. Glorilla was number six. Number 7 was Cardi B. Number 8 was Lotto. Number 9 was JT. And number 10 was Flo Milli. So the only change around for me would have to be after 4. I don't feel like Doja Cat should be number 4 because when you use the word hottest, it's like hottest where? Because let's not act like Doja Cat had like some crazy numbers when she put out her album or whatever the case may be. So that's, to me, I'm not counting that. And then it's just like, really, where is the place you feel like you'll hear a bunch of Doja Cat music being played? Because I feel like Doja Cat kind of more floats around in that white space than she actually floats around. Like, even when we talk about the camaraderie of the other female rappers, like I don't feel like somebody who's saying, just even when you said it last week, somebody listening to Doja Cat going know who Method Man is or something like that. So I do honestly still feel that kind of same way when we talking about Doja Cat hottest rappers list. I'm thinking when you say hottest female rappers, I'm thinking, what do black people listen to? What is the hood listening to? What are people playing on their gym playlist, or what are they playing in the club? Who got the most spins in the club? That case may be. I'm not necessarily sitting here saying, oh, who do concerts, whatever. Like I said, leave Nicki at number 1. I'm cool. I don't never want to argue that one because I feel like Nicki has solidified herself as the queen of rap until proven otherwise, because she do the album sales, she do the she got the song. Every time you watch a NBA during the NBA finals or any of the sporting events with the Gatorade commercial, that literally Gatorade and burnt that goddamn song to the ground. So you can't knock none of that. So Nicki being number 1, cool. We talked about Sexy Red last week doing the WWE stuff. So I do want to give credit to those things. Even being on songs with Chief Keef, Drake, and this, that, and the third, where it's like, all right, cool. Sexy Red is kind of doing her runaround. But I could almost argue, I would put number 3 to me would be Glorilla. I'm not mad if you want to leave Meg right there, but I can honestly sit here and say I can move Meg and put Glow at number 3. And if I put Glow at number 3, I'm going to have to put either Cardi or Lotto at 5, because I'm only going to move Meg down 1. So if I put Glow at 3, I put Meg at 4. I can go Cardi B at number 5, and I can go Lotto at 6, and then I can put Ice Spice at 7.
But can you put Ice Spice over Doja? Because I feel like both of them the same. But I feel like Doja putting out more product and put out recent work. So I can't see that. Ice Spice is still.
To me, to be honest, I feel like Ice Spice is on the decline, realistically. But I'm saying if we're gonna throw in commercials for Nicki, you kind of almost got to throw in the commercials for Ice Spice,
and that's fine. But that's why I say I kind of still want to keep. I would keep Doja in it because at least Doja is putting out music.
So okay, so if you was doing an order, what would you say and say? So you cool with 1 being Nicki, right?
Okay.
2 being Sexy Red.
Okay.
I say 3 Cardi. I mean, not Cardi, but Glorilla.
Okay.
4 I go Meg.
Okay.
5 I will go Cardi.
Right.
6 I will go Lotto. Then 7 you saying Ice Spice. 8 Doja Cat, and then I'm cool with 9. And to be honest, right now, if we keep it up, if we going right now, what is today's date? June 10th? I would go JT before I go Doja Cat and Ice Spice. Because Ice Spice last 2 songs been pure doodle.
See, that's where I will put. If anybody's going to be at the bottom, it will be JT. Ice Spice.
Okay, so we
just talking about hot and irrelevant and all that. Ice Spice is definitely at the bottom of it.
So you see here saying, okay, so let's run it down real quick. So you saying Ice Spice should be number 10. I'm cool with that. If you say Ice Spice should be number 10, so are you saying Doja Cat? So we'll move Flo Milli up to 9 and then have Doja Cat at 8. So we're going number 1 will be Nicki Minaj, number 2 Sexy Red, number 3 Glorilla, number 4 will be Meg, 5 will be Cardi, 6 will be Lotto. And you're saying 7, we said 7 JT, 8 Doja Cat, 9 Flo Milli, and 10 Ice Spice.
Yeah, I still think I'll put Doja over JT. JT just caught a leg with that one song. She did put out the other song. It wasn't. Because that's what I'm saying. Because the Doja Cat is still headline show, you know what I'm saying, festivals and stuff like that. So I feel like she still has.
So
you I can't just keep bumping her down because she still is irrelevant.
Okay.
And she's still doing shows, so I still got to keep her up there. And
so you saying so she should at least still be 8, 9,
8, 7, what
8? So we said Nicki. So let's just real quick, just run it back down one more. Nicki 1, Sexy Red 2, Glorilla 3, Meg 4, Cardi Cardi 5, Lotto 6. So 7 would be Doja Cat. 8 JT, and 9 Flo Milli, and 10 Ice Spice.
Yeah, that's fine.
And you, to be honest, you probably could realistically now after that freestyle, I may be able to over JT. So JT could be 8, Ice Spice at 10, Flo Milli at Flo Milli at 8, and JT at Flo Milli at 8, JT is at 9, and Ice Spice at 10. Yeah, that's cool. That's cool. I'm not mad with that order. I'm not mad at that order at all. Excuse me. What else came out this week? Oh yeah, Tim's. I do want to talk about Tim's real quick. Tim's did put out a strong, solid body of work. My favorite songs off this Tim's project, realistically, is, let me tell you the ones that I like the most. Give me 1 second. It is Wickedness, of course, the Love Me or JJ, or I don't know how you pronounce it because I feel like that's like some African stuff. But of course, that's a single that's out, and then it's the Get Right Jump. That's number 6. So it's my favorite song, my favorite jump will of course be the Love Me jump. That's number 5. My second favorite would be the Get Right. That's number 6. And number 4 would be my third on that one. I like what is it? Unfortunate. I like that one. Don't get it twisted. I feel like after a while, the songs kind of sound the same a little bit. Like it kind of just stayed in that vibe and that pocket that she was in. But the standouts, my 3 standout songs, would of course would be Wickedness, Love Me, and Get Right. And Get Right was my favorite one out of all of them. And then the Love Me, Joan, the Wickedness. Like I said, it's a good project. It's a solid project. But I'm just saying those were the 3 songs that stand out to me. But literally, if you like Tim's and that sound that she brings, it's literally that whole entire album stays in that pocket. Like she don't go too far away from like kind of what's her pocket. Like that's just who she is, that sound. And and I'm not mad at her because I think this is like even one of the interludes on the project, it kind of talked about like you ain't even got a real, full body of workout. So I'm not mad at her for not going too far away from the sound that actually got her popular, because realistically, she's still kind of new. She even, like I said, she even talked about it on the album. Like, yeah, I do got this one huge song that people know me for, but I still don't have a lot of body of work. So it's almost kind of like if we was talking about like The Baby or any of those rappers where they kind of stay in their pocket for the first, like, of course, now The Baby didn't put out endless projects. So it's kind of like, all right, dog, you didn't put out endless projects. You didn't kind of solidified your name. You can kind of get over it. You still hanging on, hanging on to that sound. You don't necessarily need to. But for her, it's still like, I'm still new. Like I got songs that but I don't have a full project, a full body of work that people are familiar with. So like I said, I'm not mad at her for not, keeping it. She got, how many songs on here? It is 18 songs, is 2 interludes, I believe. Mm-hmm. Yeah, 2. So it's basically 16 songs. I like the project. Like I said, from beginning to end, it's a solid project. I don't feel like it's no skips. But like I said, again, after a while, it's almost like Gunna. It's like you sticking to what's working. You're not sitting here like, I'm not going to sit here and get away from what's working. Of course, I think the biggest feature she had on there was J. Cole. And I'm sure probably to a lot of people that's kind of surprising, because I wouldn't have mind seeing like a Drake feature on there, because her and Drake do sound so good together, or her and another jump with Future. And I guess, realistically, if we do believe in any of the backstories that we heard, how they got the song cleared for Wait For You, you probably realistically kind of knew that you wasn't going to get a Future song on there. But like I said, it was a good jump to listen to. Yeah, that was, to me, those was the 2 biggest things that I listened to realistically over the weekend, was that Tim's album and, of course, the Lotto, Meg, and Flo Milli jump. What else? Was there any other news in music? Oh, I believe, I can get into that. Basically, of course, for people who may not know, Gucci Mane's wife has her own podcast she started, basically kind of almost like a YouTube form of show, and she had JT on there, and they basically was talking about the diss song, why she didn't respond to Sexy Red. Oh, and matter of fact, and Sukihana even made a jump while she did Math Alpha project.
She talks?
Yeah, she talks. Sukihana.
What's going on right now?
Honestly, the people were that she had a song that she dropped, which I do love, by the way. But it was a line in it that said a bitch broke her tooth on a crab leg. So the internet kind of went into a frenzy and was trying to figure out who was she talking about, because it was very detailed. And I'm one of the people that proudly went live and said I broke my tooth on a crab leg. Yeah. But then we also had Cardi that broke her tooth on a bagel. So the people were tagging me and Cardi a lot, all in the comments, like the whole song just me and Cardi. Right. So when I came home, I seen it, and I finally said something. The people keep bothering me. It was Suki, this about you, this about you. So I publicly asked her, you feel me? Right. Who is it about? I don't feel like it's about me, but I would appreciate you if you just tell them that it's not about me, so I don't be connected to it. You feel me? Right. But she did it, you know, and
she did what?
She didn't clarify.
She didn't clarify.
Well, she doesn't have to. That's not. She don't have to. Honestly, well, me, if somebody asks me to clarify something, I'm gonna clarify. If it's me, I'm a very directed person. So if I got something for you, it's going straight to you with your name on it in a present, like it's yours. Right. So I personally don't feel no type of way that she didn't say who it was about, but at the end of the day, if the shoe fit for me, I'm wearing it. I take accountability for everything I do. So if it fit my foot, I don't give a fuck who it was for. If it fit my foot, I'm gonna wear it. Right. So that's just how that went. And you know, I didn't really want to do the internet thing because like people know me for roasting people. Mm-hmm. You know, so I feel like I'm a new artist and I got a lot to prove. I'm a big hip hop fan, so I felt like all that back and forth shit, I could roast you right here. But if I roast you right here, then roast you in this song, they gonna say, I already did that online. I already said everything. So I just kept it to myself. I was at Rick Ross's sister birthday party. Right. That's when I found out, like, oh, it's getting real. So I flew straight from the club home, got straight in the studio, just put it in my music, you know, how I felt. And that's it. I just feel like with it.
I mean, of course, her response was taking extremely long, but she basically said she got to it. She basically, of course, I mean, we all kind of know the backstory by now. If you've seen it, I thought I sent myself the clip of that, but I didn't. But like I said, I'm not mad at her response, but I guess the realistically, why before we get out of the women's conversation, it was a video of Scarlett. Scarlett put out a new song, like she was teasing the song, and she was in some booty shorts. I ain't gonna lie, Scarlett kind of dragging that wagon, but that is not, and we talk about this all the time, we're talking about imaging and marketing, and everybody was going crazy and very upset with Scarlett because they was like, bro, this is not who you are. And like people fell in love. The very first song that people know from Scarlett was This Is New York, Get the Fuck Out of My Face. This is New York, Don't Say Good Morning to Me, or whatever. It was a very aggressive, strong, masculine sounding song from a woman. And y'all know for me, like I get excited when you hear, that's why I like Asian Doll, because she is a pretty girl, but she rap extremely gangster. Asian Doll might rap more gangster than a lot of dudes. So even to hear that same aggressiveness from Scarlett, and people was comparing her to DMX. Though we talked about that, what was that, last year when Swiss Beats put out that little EP project, and we was like, no, she had one of the best verses on the EP. Outside of Lil Durk verse, her verse was one of the best verses on that EP. So and I understand, and I maybe talk about it some most of the time. We talk about podcasting or something, like you can listen to what I'm saying. You can go for what's hot on the algorithm and what's the clickbait thing, but most people can see this is not who you are, and that's what everybody in the comments was saying about her. It's like, dog, people know you can rap, and people like you for that. It may not get you to where you want to go faster, but if you stay consistent in that lane, the people who like you for that are going to like you for that. But people can see when you're trying to force something else that nobody else don't like, dog. It just looked crazy, like, because that's just not her swag. So she didn't even know how to twerk. Like, she looked so bad, it almost looked like a white girl trying to twerk. That's how bad it looked like. And don't get it twisted, she is fat. Like I said, I did not know that she had that much ass back there. Like, she had some cheeks hanging out them shorts, but it just looked crazy. Like, bro, she had some big stupid Air Force Ones on. She was trying to twerk, and it just looked super cringy. And it was just like, and the song was wild aggressive. Like, bro, this song is too aggressive for you to even be trying to twerk to. Like, this is stupid. This don't even make sense. And then she sampled like what she sampled? What was that? It was like was it Whoop That Trick? Yeah. Like, how do you sample Whoop That Trick and no got Glorilla on it? That's a Memphis thing. You should not touch Whoop That Trick without a Memphis rapper on it with you, especially not with Glorilla being the hottest thing coming out of Memphis right now. So all of that kind of, it's just like, yo, your team set you up for failure. And I think a lot of people be having too many yes men around you, or too many people just trying to pull you in too many directions, and you don't have no real identity. Like, that was one of the only times I go into some of them comment sections and I be like, I agree with every woman on here on a hip hop topic, because this was the God honest truth. It was like, bro, this is not her. Why are you doing this? And you can see her keep, like, if you follow, I follow her on TikTok, and you can see her always consistently trying to find something to stick, but sometimes you try too hard. Like, what worked for you was rapping aggressive. Just keep rapping aggressive. Even if you just got to constantly just keep putting out freestyles. Like, bro, that's one of the easiest things to do is to just rap, dog. If you are a rapper, rap. Something is going to eventually catch. People going to like something, or people going to notice it. Like, dog, Lady London don't do. Let's be clear. Lady London is way more feminine than Scarlett. Like, she's a sexy lady. She has sex appeal. She don't have to oversell it. But dog, she just rap. She don't get it twisted. She put out a lot of beautiful pictures, know how to do all the thirst trap shit too, but that shit comes effortless to her. When people see that, you just see a pretty girl just being a pretty girl. You don't sit here and look at Lady London and be like, oh, she's trying to force something. No, she's just a genuinely, just a beautiful woman on social media, but she can rap her ass off, and people be super excited. Like, oh no, this super pretty girl who don't do, like, she just do like what most women do. Like, I'm in my regular, everyday, regular clothes, and okay, maybe I'll perform on vacation. I'm gonna give you a little thirst trap. I know how to squeeze my boobs together, and because they're not too crazy. Like, I know how to play the algorithm game, but I'm not about to over sexualize myself where you don't respect my bars. And I think even when we talk about just tying that into Sukihana as well, it's like, if Sukihana really want people to take her serious, because that was basically, I can't find the JT jump, but that was basically what JT said in her interview on Keisha Kior podcast. She was just like, bro, I don't take this girl serious as a rapper. How many songs do she got that people actually know? So why would I put my real effort into battle rapping somebody that people know for reality TV, or somebody being a clown on social media? I kind of already gave it too much energy. And that's when and Keisha was like, no, that's why I respect you putting the extended version out on OK. If I want to respond to you in any form, let me get paid off of this. And I'm not really sitting here, I'm not about to drag it out and make a whole new song for it. I'm just going, my song is already charting, my song is already hot. I'm going to address it like that. But I do think a lot of people fumble the ball because you just realistically, you don't know your identity. And to see Scarlett do that, I'm not gonna lie, that kind of hurt my feelings, because it was just like, we talk about that all the time when he is like, bro, it's okay to just be like, wait your time and stand firm in what you believe in your style that you actually are comfortable with doing. Because when you do stuff that you're comfortable with doing it, you can do it effortless instead of sitting here doing something to make yourself look like a fool. So I hopefully can find a way that this can go on Scarlett, because I'm sure if she read the comment section, she already know the vibes, because they killed her in the comments. Like I said, I be in the comment section, and be a lot, especially when it comes to music. I don't agree with nobody on the neighborhood talk comments 90% of the time, but I'm gonna say 87% of the comments in that junk, I totally agree with it. So Scarlett, I hope you tighten it up, because that one you went out sad. I hope you don't even put that video in that song out, because that was bad. Let that junk load up. Oh. Appreciate you in the YouTube comments, and you've been listening since SoundCloud. I definitely appreciate that. Thank you very much. I want to get in them hot, and I want to get in the microwave. Johnny Method Man. I need to piss real quick though. Jesus Louise. Oh my man, Dr. Umar smoked them. Yeah, we got a lot of things to get into. Give me 1 second. Like, share, and subscribe. Give me 1 second. If you're new to the YouTube channel, I just need 1 second to finish letting the episode load up on the podcast app, and we're going to get right back to you. Give me literally like 2 minutes, if that. For people who probably thought I was crazy last week when we was talking about Stephen A. and maybe like, oh, Mikey, you just dragging it because you love Angel Reese. Well, guess what? I'm cool with you feeling that way, but I want to know the conversation. Do you feel that same way about Stephen A. Smith after he told y'all that the black people wanted an apology from Will Smith for smacking Chris Rock? Because, and realistically, I mean, men lie, numbers lie. I mean, well, women lie, men lie, but numbers don't lie. I'm sure black people didn't care or was not waiting for an apology from Will Smith to go see Bad Boys 2. But that was basically Stephen A.'s horrible hot take. And I'm not gonna lie, I told y'all how I felt about Stephen A. last week. So I kind of realistically don't even have to double down on it. But I'm sure most people, if you didn't hear, maybe they didn't post, maybe the what's name didn't post that one. I thought they did. I thought everybody posted it, to be honest. But maybe they did not. I'm trying to look for the Stephen A. Smith clip. But Stephen A. basically sit here and said that he was like, dog, I don't want to watch the Will Smith movie. Oh, here you go. Matter of fact, I ain't even got to say it. I'm going to play it for you anyway. Here you go.
When we use the word forgivable or forgiveness, that's for Chris Rock to deal with. It's his call. He could have had the man arrested that night and insisted to the LAPD that not be the case. Could have pressed charges thereafter and insisted on not doing that to Will Smith. Not making the incident any bigger than what it was. Yes, he came out with his own flip for next fix, got about $20 million for it. After tax, he probably walked home with about $6 million. But Chris Rock is damaged. In the day and age of mental illness or traumatic incidences that affects one's mind and psyche, when we use the word forgivable, or forgiveness.
Like I said, long story, I don't want to play because he got long-winded with it for real. But realistically, long story short, Stephen A. basically said Will Smith was doing a press run with a bunch of white people running around, whatever the case may be. The black community needs an apology from Will Smith before he can go see Bad Boys 4. Stephen A. Smith, let me tell you something. I don't necessarily, again, and I said this last week, bro, Stephen A. just has a good job. His opinion, the more and more he talks, the more credibility he loses from his opinion, bro. And he just proves some people just got good jobs. And I think, of course, we talked about it last week. A lot of black people, we just fall in love with the job. Oh, he got this great job, or whatever the case may be. And you get enamored by the job he has. So you feel like you hold his opinion higher. But I feel like if you of a certain age and you got 2 ears and you can listen, you can see the more Stephen A. Smith speaks, he's very detached from the rest of the world, especially the black community, because he thought I know when he said this, I know he thought he ate in the voice of all the females. He thought 4 + 4 = 8. And I'm sorry, Stephen A. Smith, you literally dropped your whole entire plate, my brother, because that did not work. Nobody cares about Will Smith smacking Chris Rock. Nobody cares, dog. No, I forgot about it. That happened 2 years ago. When I'm seeing the clips for Bad Boys and I wanted to go see it, but y'all know me, I don't like being around people, so I can wait a week. I'm going to see it by next week, and I'm not a fan. Spoiler alerts. I learned that, I guess, when we was recording with Bella, and people used to be like, hey, y'all come in talking about BMF so early. And that's why I even started to push TV reviews back into later in the episode. So if people who didn't get to certain stuff, I wouldn't come in here this week and sit here and spoil about Bad Boys. But guess what, men? Again, like I said, men lie, women lie, but the numbers don't. What was the box office numbers for this Bad Boy movie? I believe it was $104 million. It took $100 million to make it. So after the first weekend, they have already in the positive $4 million. That's just after first weeks. And you got to think about it. For most people, again, when we talked about learning how to break bad habits and stuff because you're so used to, especially after the pandemic. And Marcus even asked that last week, was like, dang, do people still run out to the movie theaters like that? Because, of course, after the pandemic, so many people have got used to just sitting in the house. So, like I said, with that being said, I do think realistically, a lot of people still probably was dragging their feet because you're just not used to rushing out to going to see movies the first day they come out. But like I said, again, with this Bad Boys, I've heard nothing but great reviews. Everybody that's seen it, if you're on social media, and I do respect people who would just be like, hey, you should see it, this movie was great, and they not giving spoiler alerts. Like, just tell me, like, oh, no, the movie is fire, and don't do the spoiler alerts. I feel like you're giving out spoiler alerts to a movie, especially a movie with a franchise is corny. So I do respect people not doing that and just sitting here saying, hey, if you haven't seen it, you should go see it. So for Stephen A. Smith, again, with a horrible take, bro, he is the king of horrible takes right now. 2024 for Stephen A. Smith, I know you're trying to keep up with Shannon Sharp, bro. Your takes are horrible, and you are very untouched with the black community. We never even talked about the whole Donald Trump thing when I was cool on that, because I know that's not your bag, and you just trying to keep up with Charlamagne on that part. You're like, if I can give him some politics, I'm gonna give it. And I do think realistically, one thing I paid attention to, and I'm not, like I told you, I'm not saying that girl name, but that one thing I'm gonna tell you what people do, and which I just pay attention. People who can't, because you feel like you black, so you can't say nothing about Trump. You can't highlight Trump. Y'all new thing is how I can get the Trump audiences. Let me talk about that girl. Because her fan base and his fan base is the same exact fan base. So I don't seem cooned out. I'm going to sit here and big this girl up or sit here and call the U.S. Olympics out or whatever the case may be for not putting her on, because they got the same audience. The middle of America whites who normally may not sit here and have nothing else to agree with black people with. Oh, this, I can agree with this. I can keep bigging this girl up. So guess what's going to happen? And for people, if you think, oh, it's just Mikey, you just talking crazy again. I'm gonna let one of y'all go tell it for y'all, because y'all may think sometimes I'm just talking out of pocket, and I do know how most people brain work. Y'all kind of on the sheep mentality. So a person got to have millions of followers for you to agree with what they saying. So here you go.
Gotta say this, in all honesty, so far in 2024, dark-skinned black men are guilty of cooning more than any other black men. I don't want to hear nothing about the light-skinned brothers for the rest of the year. I don't want to hear nothing about the mixed-race brothers for the rest of the year. So far in 2024, dark-skinned brothers, my complexion and darker, have been doing more cooning and participating in more bunny hopping and more racial betrayal than all the light-skinned men in black America put together. Leave the light-skinned brothers alone. Leave the mixed-race brothers alone. Dark-skinned men are cooning out of control so far in 2024. Gotta say this.
Oh, that's crazy. That's not even, I apologize to all the dark-skinned brothers is listening, because I didn't even, that's not the clip from Dr. Umar I was trying to play. I absolutely apologize, because I was trying to sit here and play him say something completely different. Don't worry, I got it bookmarked. Here we go.
LeBron James is now a spokesperson for Black America. Charles Snow Bunny Barkley is a spokesperson for Black America. Shannon Snow Bunny Sharp is a spokesperson for Black America. Negroes who have no vested interest in the best interest of African people are now the spokespersons, and they are not doing a good job at all. To see these black men throw Angel Reese under the bus, and let me not forget Emmanuel Ocho, my Nigerian brother who has a tendency to coon out every once in a while. Emmanuel Ocho, after Angel Reese lost to Caitlin Clark in the national semifinals a few months ago, he gets on television and he basically shames Angel Reese for the fact that she's receiving death threats. How do you shame a 22-year-old child? My daughter is 22 years old. How do you shame a 22-year-old girl who's crying in the post-game interview because she lost and under the pressure of being vilified by white America, under the pressure of racial remarks and slanderous messages being sent her way every day, all day? She cries as a child does. And what does Emmanuel Ocho do? He gets on TV, shames and blames Angel Reese, and basically tells her, if you want to play the villain, then you have to suck it up when it comes your way. Look at this now. Angel Reese is being treated like an animal by these black male sportscasters. She's being treated like an animal by these black male sportscasters, while at the same time, they upholding the privileged white girl, Caitlin Clark. It ain't nothing but good old-fashioned racism. And I stand in solidarity with Angel Reese. I stand in solidarity with Kennedy Carter. I stand in solidarity with Asia Wilson and Aaliyah Boston and all those beautiful black women who are helping to make the WNBA what it is right now. Asia Wilson is probably going to end up being the greatest female basketball player of all time. That 35, 10, and 5, she out there running that thing. Sold out games every night. Why isn't Stephen A. Smith talking about the Asia Wilson effect? And Gayle King, don't you ever in your life break breath to ask a black coach what were they thinking when they went up against a white student in a national championship game. Gayle King, you owe Coach Dawn Staley an apology. How dare you tell a black woman that you was rooting against her for a white team and a white player at a white university that has less than 3% black children on campus? What the hell do you mean?
And that was brought to you by the great Dr. Umar. So, ladies and gentlemen, like I said, sometimes if I sound like I'm crazy, well, guess what? It only take a week later and I can find somebody with 1 million followers to repeat everything that I told y'all. So, hey, knock yourself out. I know how this world works. So, guess what? That him saying that, preach Dr. Umar. Nigga, I said the same shit last week, but you did. It is what it is. Who we got going on? Oh, yeah. Matter of fact, Michael Rainey Jr., for people who didn't see it, I'm sure you may have seen clips right now. I'm not going to lie to you, dog. He was on stream with some dude from New York. He may be popular in New York because even I'm listening to him call out the numbers. And he had like 50,000 people watching him while he was on live stream with Michael Rainey and Chinese Kitty. I swear to God, bro, they was in a goddamn shoebox. I'm not going to lie to you. Shout outs to Mike. Power would you have to pay me 100 times more to go on a press run in that goddamn sweatbox. He is insane for doing that off the rip. I'm not even gonna hold you. And shout outs to Chinese Kitty. I understand. And that's what I mean. I respect when you sit here trying to build up a brand. Because Chinese Kitty, I don't care how we feel about her music. That is a beautiful goddamn woman. And for her to go in that goddamn hot box too, shout outs to both of them. Because there ain't nowhere in hell you would have had me going in there. Because you can tell that room was small as hell when they was in there. And everybody was in there. And that literally on a live stream like sardines. So, like I said, long story short, they on live stream, whatever the case may be. The dude talking to everybody in the room. He talking to his people on the chat. And his sister lean in and kind of like New York people are very aggressive, and she pressing Michael Rainey out and grab his junk. And the crazy thing is, it's like 3 little girls in front of Michael Rainey. So they in there talking to the dude. I guess all of these is his sisters. So the younger sisters is in front, like closer to the camera, closer to the brother. Michael Rainey in the back a little bit, and the other sister come, and you can see like you can't hear what she's saying, but you can listen. Like she literally in his ear talking aggressive, and you can see her hands slip and grab this man by his meat. And you just see his whole facial expression changing. He kind of like laugh it off, kiki, like, oh, she crazy. And then he tell her, his man see it, and his man come over, boom, 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 and they kind of, leave out of the situation, whatever the case may be. And people was dragging them. And then you see most people, and let's be clear, I'm with 50 Cent on this one. This is like, bro, I understand like the words that people want to take the stance where it's like, oh, you gotta respect when men get harassed or sexually harassed too. And I'm with 50, right? Bro, let's be serious. This is a man. This ain't sexual harassment. This is just an aggressive New York woman being an aggressive New York woman, basically shooting her shot. She wanted to grab your meat, see what it was hitting on. Just, it's cool. Like, let's be clear. Like, don't sit here and make this out something else. And then 50 Cent, like, bro, he's not pressing charges. That's not going to happen. And I respect 50. Like, he the OG taking.
I was about to ask, did he even say that he was?
No, he didn't say it, but people in the comment section were saying it. Because I feel like he didn't even need, realistically, I'm sure he didn't probably even want to make a response to it, but he did. He wrote, his Instagram story, and he just tried to bring light to it. Like, I see everybody in the outrage, whatever the case may be. Because you kind of don't want to downplay it because, again, we're in the times we in, especially, and we got to kind of get into that in a few, like with all of these sexual allegations flying around for The Dream and for Kanye West, all these people. So you kind of don't want to sit here and make it seem like men ain't supposed to have no voice at all. I'm sure as men, we feel like, nigga, be serious. But still, it's kind of like the precedent we in right now. You kind of can't just act like we didn't see it neither. So I get like where people upset about it because it's like, you can't sit here and act like we didn't see this because it's a man and then expect for men to have the same type of remorse for women. But we know it's double standards. That's just, it's America we live in. We understand the double standards on how it go. But still at the same time, it's kind of like, bro, let's be serious. Like, you can't press charges. Like, come on, dog. Like, let's be so you can't sue. You can't press charges. It is what it is. Now, what the sad thing is, what I seen is though,
you still got, because you got to. I hear what you're saying, but then it's like if the shoe was on the other foot and that was you with a woman, she say, "Oh,
no, of course." But that's double standards, though. It's endless double standards. It's things that men can do that women can't do. It's endless things that women can do men can't do.
But that don't mean it's okay then.
It's not okay.
Because the way that she was like, no, she was groping this nigga with them little kids right there. She was just,
that to me probably was the wildest part because the little girls was right there. Like, dog, these little girls is literally like right in front of him. Why are you trying to grab this man and do a meat check while these little girls is right in front of him? I'm with you. To me, that was
a scene. I ain't trying to make it all, you know what I'm saying? Like, he just like, all right, like, chill out, shorty. And like, she was just like hot and ready. Like, come on, let me see it, daddy. Pull it out. Like, that's wild.
I hear y'all, but it's still just like, bro, you a dude. Like, come on, dog.
You can't say because you a dude, because it's at the end of the day, then you just saying it's like it's okay for you to do it.
It's a double standard, and I guess if he was to go and press charges, it would make him look some type of way. But that still don't mean that it was right. He has the right to press charges. Would he take it that far? He don't have to.
Yeah, because but as a man, like, just be serious. Like, just think about it. If that was like, as a man, me personally, I'm not want to waste no goddamn. Because even if you want to press charges or whatever, you're gonna have to still get a lawyer. I'm not paying no lawyer because some girl grabbed my junk. Like, come on, dog.
No. I get that part, but it's
because lawyers ain't free. A lawyer, you gonna have to pay a lawyer to take this to court.
But that's why I just you can't just like, just because you're a man, just suck it up and just keep on. Because if it was the other way around and he just came up and hey, sure, like, oh, he sexually harassed me, and now you're trying to end his career.
No, of course.
So I feel like you still got to stand on like that shit was not okay. Just like that video with the baby when that lady when I think he was like a gas station or whatever, and she came in and felt on his shit, and he was like, damn, that was just like it was somebody auntie or whatever. It was she was wild for it. Like, oh, let me see what it's working with. You know what I'm saying? Like, then no, you can't say no. That's it's cool because I'm a man. You can do it. No.
I mean, I hear y'all. I mean, I just like I said, you're a dude. So my only thing is, and I guess you could tie this into Tommy Lee. People who I'm sure most people. I mean, well, if you watch some of these shows, you may know who Tommy Lee is. Tommy Lee is popular for Love and Hip Hop Atlanta, but basically, a man pressed charges on her. I believe they was in Miami. So they were in Miami, and a man, he called domestic violence charges, or what is it, assault and battery charges. He pressed charges on her for assault and battery, so she was locked up. So I guess the reason why I wanted to tie this in with the Michael Rainey Jr. thing is because me personally reading that is like, how bad would a woman have to hit me for me to want to call the police on a woman?
But look who it is.
Yeah, she is very aggressive and very crazy.
I'm saying, but he can get money out of it. Now you might not do it for a random female that don't have. I'm not saying she got a lot of money, but she got something.
Yo, she got some money. I mean, she got enough money and enough clout to make this a story. But my question is, okay, well, you're a woman. Would you judge a man? Let's say just a close friend, a homeboy of yours, and he told you his girl was beating him up. Would you judge him if he said he called the police on her?
No. Why? Because he supposed to hit her back?
Nah, but are you supposed to call the police?
Well, I mean, why? Why? It's still domestic violence. And you, I guess you assume because it's a female, like how bad could it really be? But it can get bad. It looks weird. Like that's going back to what society looks at and what they might say. It looks like, damn, you a man, like what you just man up, like push her out, shake her or whatever. But
I mean, realistically, for a man, I wouldn't even because if you're too big of a man, I don't think realistically you can shake a woman either, because then she can press charges on you if you even kind of even just shake her. So it's kind of like you damn if you do, you damn if you don't, because you like realistically, okay, if I don't want to put my hands on her, I ain't trying to really raise my voice, I need to just call the police. I don't know. Sometimes I just think about it. I've been in enough situations. I'm not even gonna say enough. I've been in a few situations where a woman raised her voice. I just be quiet. I'm like, all right, cool. Knock yourself out. You want can you lower your tone a little bit? Because
that's not okay.
Some people don't.
That's not okay.
What's not okay?
You just being quiet. That makes it even worse.
Because I'm not gonna get. If I get into a yelling match with you and I'm paying the rent here, guess what? If somebody gonna call the police, because if I don't live in a bad neighborhood, this ain't happening every day in this neighborhood. So you get to yelling and y'all screaming at the top of y'all lungs. Somebody call the police, even if they not calling it on some domestic violence stuff. They just saying y'all disturbing the police. It's late at night. I mean, I'm trying to go to sleep. Then what you do? So it's kind of like, nah, dog. I don't necessarily know. That situation for me is like, the best thing you could do is either leave, or you kind of just gotta you have to be the lesser of the aggressive, and you gotta kind of try to lower the tone again. Like your tone can't match her aggressive.
But they wasn't dealing, right?
Oh, him and his girl? I don't think so. It might have been somebody like at a bar, right? I don't know necessarily. No, there's not no real backstory to it. It's just the headline.
You did the right thing though. Now, if you was in a relationship with her or whatever the case may be, then I kind of get it. But if you talking about this is just a random and she start spazzing, no, you did the right thing, because I know you got the money. So I'm gonna call police, press charges.
So basically, y'all just saying just do it for the money.
No, I'm saying that's probably why
he the right thing. That's the right thing
with her, because he's a nobody. She got some money. I can get some money out of her. That's why I'm saying for this particular case, why he could have done it.
And me personally, I feel like that's the smart thing to do. If you can't just walk away from the situation, then you got to put the people involved with it, because like I said, it could just be an ongoing thing. I guess she could just keep doing the shit. Like I said, we don't know the backstory behind it.
But if it's a random, like I've seen her on these shows, like she don't stop.
Oh, no. Listen to what I'm saying. That's why I'm not I just brought it in just to tie it in with the stories. I'm not mad at him because I've seen her turn up. She be piping up on people. It ain't never normally a man. It's normally another woman. But when she turn up, she ain't no turning down. The only way you won't turn her down is you kind of like seem like you got to knock her out to pipe her down.
Yeah, no, I seen her on the show the other day, and she was literally trying to fight a bodyguard. He was a dude.
And that was the joint when they was on the beach, right? I think that's what
it was a show after that. Yeah, she was trying to fight the bodyguard, like they couldn't control her. So in a situation like that, because I'm gonna put my hands on you, then you gonna call the police on me.
Yeah, of course. Yeah. So I mean, I'm with y'all on that. I can't disagree with it. Like I said, two other stories are kind of why we can just stay in this vein and then we can get off of these type of topics. Jeannie Mai is trying to sit here and say that Jeezy is trying to tamper and I guess water down her claims in their situation. And I do think realistically, people love Jeezy, and I think that's one of the biggest things. I think takeaways you kind of learn from a lot of these conversations on where people will take him. And again, when I always sit here and say, even when we kind of always talk about like Future and how he show up as a dad or whatever the case may be, people only kind of judge off the character you done put out. And I think Jeezy has put in enough character equity with his community and his fan base where people are really giving him the benefit of the doubt. And it's kind of like with black women kind of just didn't want to never see Jeezy with a woman that wasn't black in the first place. So it's kind of like they kind of turned their blind on that. But I believe you're trying to destroy my truth, whatever the case may be. The nanny and an ex-girlfriend of Jeezy's basically sit here and said they have never seen Jeezy get aggressive. They've never seen Jeezy show traits of beating a woman or whatever the case may be. And I can kind of tie that in with another stuff.
If she do have the hard evidence to show that, will it damage his career?
Of course, for sure.
Okay,
if it's as crazy, again, I think because people, I'm just watching even how people try to drag their feet with with Kanye, people kind of just made a joke about it. With the Dream, it read a little bit more crazy, so people kind of was just like, all right, but they just don't, because some of these people, because the Dream comes off as such a nice, soft-spoken guy, like it's hard to kind of believe some of these things. But when you read the details into that paperwork, it's kind of like, you could be maybe just soft in the public and niggas may just look at you crazy. With Jeezy, I just like, it may be a little different because he just built his career off of just being a gangster rap. And I think his audience isn't as sensitive as if you were an R&B singer. And that's sad, but it's just kind of realistically, that's the audience he built. Like if you build your audience on negative shit and you build your audience from the mud and like mud type of people, and some of your people still may be in the mud, it may take a lot more to get them to be
hard evidence.
Yeah, you'll damn near almost need one of them Diddy videos. And that's sad. It shouldn't be like that. But I do think the more you see those stories, it's like, even just like I said, tying it into the Dream, it was kind of just like, I seen people kind of like they was just dragging their feet with it. Like I don't see as many people outraged. And then it was like I said with the Kanye situation, people literally was just making a joke about it. And then people probably because they looked at the girl with Kanye and it was kind of like
okay. When you talk about that scenario and what Kanye did, it's just like, I'm sorry, it's Kanye being Kanye kind of like, because I just feel like with him, you don't know what you get.
Okay, and just real quick, just a backstory, just for people who don't know what we're talking about. I did want to, matter of fact, let's hold on real quick on the Kanye thing, because I do want to tie into Kim Porter's, and that's, of course, Diddy's, his kids' moms, basically to his, I almost want to say his older kids, his older daughters, and then what is that, what's the boy name? Christian Combs, his mom as well. So her dad came out and basically said something, and then, but the way he said it was, he was basically sitting here and said, he was disgusted when he seen the video of Cassie, and then he kind of said he's seen things of Diddy and Kim, but it wasn't to that extreme. And then people was like, what you mean not to that extreme? Where it's like, and that's again, when the original conversation, when I was talking about Diddy, before the Cassie video even came out, when we were talking about just the people raiding his house or any of those things, it's like, it's crazy that you sit here and say not to that extent. So it's basically like you was turning a blind eye as a man because of money. And that was the question I asked, like, what is people's principles and morals? Where are your money? Like, do you sit here and put money or stuff? Because I can't imagine me having a daughter and then I'm sitting here saying, like, nigga, you need to be an angel around me when it comes to my daughter or any woman that I'm related to. And you sitting here talking about not to that extent. Like, what you mean? Like, what are you putting up with? What are you tolerating as a man to your daughter? Like, when he said that to, like, I haven't seen nothing to that extent, that means you seen something that may have put a red flag up and you allowed that to go. And I feel like realistically, the only reason why you allowed that to go is because he's Diddy. He got money. He's taking care of your daughter, whatever the case may be. And that's, to me, is one of the maybe the sadder things to see so many people turn a blind eye. Because I don't think he thought about what he was saying. But when he said to its extent, everybody in the comment section said, like, what you mean by to not to that extent? So you seen something, but you seen something to the point where it was like, I don't want to maybe mess it up or step in for my daughter because I know that this man is providing an extravagant lifestyle for her and my grandkids. Still, as a man, again, you basically sitting here saying your morals are for sale.
But no, he could have seen it and said something to her or whatever. That could have been a time like when maybe they broke up.
Mm-hmm.
So where is he going to come out and say something about it for? We don't even know who he is. So it doesn't necessarily mean that he saw it and just let it happen. It could have just been like he had a conversation with her, or maybe she would talk to him, but it was after they broke up.
Yeah, I mean,
the way he worded it would make you think that, okay,
You
saw
seen
something.
you seen
that.
something, but
Right,
you just didn't see something that crazy.
Right, but he could have addressed it though. He could have addressed it at that time that it happened, and it just never came out that it was addressed.
Or I could have seen something. I know that my daughter can't deal with her. You know what I'm saying? Like she know how to handle herself, so it's not that big of an issue. It didn't raise that much of a flag. Like it could have been just, oh, y'all just going back and forth, fussing at each other. But then to see that,
No,
it's just like,
if he's seen something, then he's seen something. But like maybe he addressed it at the moment, and maybe that could be. I'm not gonna say that's why they broke up, but maybe he did address it. He just never came out and spoke about it because maybe she told him not to.
I mean, you got a point. Nobody knows the real backstory on, I guess, what her tolerance level was, what she was putting up with. But just, I guess, realistically, for most people, that kind of red flag. And like I said, while we in that vein, I do kind of just want. I didn't read all the details, but the details that I did read and hear people speak on with the dream. And like I said, I even just seen how people kind of just like it came out. For people who don't know, just a backstory. It was a young lady who basically sit here filing she filing basically sexual harassment suits, and I want to say she used the R word in there and said that happened as well. But basically, she sit here and said the dream. She was a up and coming artist. She wanted to work with the dream, and he basically, she probably was a beautiful woman, gassed her up and said, "Oh yeah, I could turn you into like Beyonce or Rihanna." And for people who don't know, Dream has wrote a lot of songs for Rihanna. I mean, for Rihanna and especially for Beyonce. Him and Beyonce are hands on. Like he damn near work on every Beyonce project, even to modern day songs right now off of even the Cowboy Carter jump. So her like the show. Realistically, if you were a new artist and you feel like, oh, well, I know his pen really work. I know of course. You can write songs for Beyonce, but that don't mean you can turn somebody into Beyonce. But I understand how somebody can lead with that, where it's like, oh, boom, 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 oh yeah. And so you basically was giving them some cheeks. I don't necessarily know when it went left or when it went, like when she kind of felt like it was out of pocket because it wasn't like he wasn't living up to his end of the bargain. Like I'm doing all these sexual favors for you. You still ain't even wrote me a hit record yet. You ain't even give me no good features or whatever the case may be. And then maybe when you started to pull back, I don't necessarily know what the dynamic was, but I'm just watching how people realistically aren't as loud about it. And that's the sad thing is like, of course, because we never know what is true and what's not, but I just pay attention to is like, y'all kind of doing this again, where it's almost like what people did to Cassie, or when you did to these first couple people who were starting to call out Diddy, and you kind of just looking like, because you put these people in a box, you kind of need to see more. It's like, why do we need to see more? I mean, I guess it's a tricky that line. It get real blurry because it's like,
I'm accusing you of something that I didn't even know if you did, and it's not something that you can just erase or clean off. If I'm sitting here accusing you of that and you doing this and all that, that's not something you can just be like, oh, well, no, yeah, she was lying. She didn't do it. Like, that's some serious allegations to be put on your name. So I kind of, like I said, I do get what people kind of like, all right, I'm not going to pull it. You know what I'm saying? I'm not going to say, all right, cancel him, blah, blah, blah. You know what I'm saying? Until we actually see something go through with it. Because yes, she could say, and shit not going away. So that's why she is saying it. You don't want to doubt nobody.
Yeah, you don't want to doubt nobody, but then it's just like, all right, dude, okay, you don't want to doubt nobody, but then at the same time, it's like, then if you are a reporter or you're a journalist or you whatever, are you covering this with kid clubs, or you kind of just being as loud, get ahead of it and be loud with it, like people probably feel now, like with the Diddy thing, but they didn't do. So it's like, you kind of like, I don't necessarily know, like I'm not gonna lie, these conversations get tricky, and I do kind of like, sometimes I'd be like, damn, if you a blog, that's where you kind of get to play it the safest place. You just report the story and they kind of don't give your opinion. Where it's like, people, if you're building your platform on an opinion, it's like, especially if you're a man, I get it, because if you too voicious and too loud about some of these situations, you don't want to open Pandora's box and then somebody get you and then they just be absolutely lying. So I do understand how some men kind of be like scared to like sit here and kick people back in, because you realistically, if you're in the back of your mind, you thinking this can't be true. And you be scared, like, okay, if you make this normal, then somebody do this to you, then people gonna look at you kind of crazy. But then again, I think it all goes with people gonna kind of judge the character that you portray. If you come off not like that type of person, I think people may give you, I don't know. I honestly don't know.
Do you think also people are starting to play kind of caution with this whole, delivering these stories? Because If it's not true, then damn, now I'm about to get hit with a lawsuit. For
well, I can't get hit with no lawsuit because you already got hit with a lawsuit. This ain't me just pulling something out of the thin air. Like this not some Tasha K, Cardi B. No, like somebody has literally filed a lawsuit against you. So this has actually already been in the court. This not me just like reporting a bogus story or breaking no story. No, I'm reading something verbatim. Hey, this lawsuit has been filed against you. This paperwork, like you have already, like this is in the courts. This not me just pulling something out of thin air. Yeah, let that load up. YouTube, give me a second. Let it load up, and we're going to still get right to it. Look through some of these topics real quick. Talk Doctor about this transgender, Chris Brown, Bad Boys. We're going to talk about Adrian Brown. Oh, Bumpy. Let me find this Bumpy clip.
Is now the man charged with robbing Bun B, and his wife Queenie has been sentenced.
She can't communicate.
Metro Boomin.
About the top five, when they name the top female rappers, your name sometimes is not included. Does that bother you sometimes?
No.
No.
No, you know what? I feel like
More breaking news now. The man charged with robbing Bun B and his wife Queenie has been sentenced.
We just learned that DeMonte Jackson received 40 years in prison for each charge. Those sentences will be served concurrently. Jackson pleading guilty to felony charges related to the 2019 home invasion. During the robbery, he held Queenie at gunpoint. He was shot during a gunfight with Bun B. Today, we heard from Jackson's grandmother, along with prosecutors. They called witnesses who performed Jackson's psychological analysis. It took 5 years to get to this point. Lawyers for Jackson say he has been undergoing mental health treatment.
She can't communicate. And I get so angry all again because she didn't deserve it. She didn't ask for this. She didn't ask for this. The next morning, she got out of bed and went down to the kitchen, and I heard her scream, and I went down to see what was wrong, and she had her back turned, and she was crying, and I was like, what's wrong? What's wrong? She was like, I can't. She was just shaking furiously. I can't. I was like, well, you can't. She's like, I can't look at those stairs. And it was from that point where we realized like she couldn't even be in that house. It is because, there are times where she gets closed off. She can't communicate.
So of course, the huge, and it should have been huge, and it kind of sometimes remind me where it's like, I'd be just on Twitter just trying to get topics and stuff. I don't really want to communicate with people on Twitter because there were and it's crazy how large of a comment space it was where people were trying to call Bun B a rat. Like, oh, you ain't supposed to get on no stand and sit here and testify on nobody. You should have just killed that man when you had the opportunity. And realistically, because I'm old, but I ain't that old. I'm not old enough to grow up on UGK's music. Like, to me, maybe the first time was like I really got hip to UGK, of course, like most people that live on the East Coast, was Big Pimpin'. Big Pimpin' featuring Jay-Z. Maybe after Big Pimpin', the next time I really kind of even paid attention to a UGK song, maybe like a feature with like Mike Jones or Paul Wall or somebody. And then after that was the Jeezy jump. And then even, of course, Pimp C having his back and forth with Jeezy before. So that was kind of like really it. I'm not a huge UGK fan, so I kind of realistically got more familiar with Bun B the older he got. He was doing interviews on the Breakfast Club, or he was doing interviews here and there. I wasn't really a huge Bun B fan, or maybe what was another big song that I kind of like from UGK. It was all, to me, it was always features on artists that I like. It was T.I. off the King album. But in any case, with all that being said, I don't look at him, and he's a way older man. I'm sure he's in his late 50s or mid 50s. I'm not looking at him like he's some young rapper. Like, this ain't NBA Youngboy. It's not Lil Baby or 21 Savage or somebody. I'm not holding him to some street code where it's like he should not be able to get on a stand and testify and put this man away for 40 years. Like, to me, that just didn't make no sense. I'm with some people. Yeah, you should have probably just killed him right then and there. But I'm sure realistically, he probably in his mind, that would just been too much extra work. I would have had to pay a lawyer way too much more money for me to now have to beat a goddamn murder charge. And that's because the boy got out the house and ran. And if he would have probably got to him while he was in the house, that's a different story. But if you chase somebody down, you know, look at Slim. There was when the girl, the ex-football player, and the girl damn near almost threw his whole entire life away when he said, because he chased people down. That when they get out the house and you do the chase down thing, you chase them down to murder them. It's a different type of ball game. Those charges completely change because the police, I forgot what the law is, but you could just let them get away. So basically, Bun B just shot him to the point where, okay, you're gonna bleed out. I'm gonna call the police. If they don't get here in time, you're gonna die. Same thing, the baby did that same thing. Somebody tried to break into the baby house, and he even used it for a skit on his jump. Reusing the 911 call. Where he sit here and shot somebody, climbed into his yard. He shot him, and he was calling the police like, hey, this person in my backyard, they bleeding out. The baby got a 911 call. I can't even remember what out, because the baby do put out a lot of projects. I can't even remember what project that was on, but he literally used that as a goddamn a skit on his goddamn album.
I don't even think it was it an album or it was just a song.
No, it was an album. I just can't remember what it might have been. I can't remember because it was a minute ago. But still, my whole point is to see people, and that's why I said with Twitter, some things is just like, bro, I'm never going to sit on social media and argue street politics with people on social media, bro. This is social media. This ain't the streets. So I'm not having street conversations with people on the internet. It's absolutely crazy. But I do, again, you see so many people wanting to feel like I'm right. Even just when it comes to just that girl and her audience, black people. Let me speak to just black people real quick. No, you do not have to have white validation. And I think a lot of y'all go out your way to sit here and argue with that group of people because you want white people to see basketball the way you see it. You don't have to prove that to them, bro, because you're only arguing with them. Nobody this black is sitting here saying that girl is better than Asia Wilson. And I don't like that y'all keep using Asia Wilson. Bro, you watching the games, you can stand firm on our girl. We can bang Angel Reese. You don't even have to me, because I feel like that's the cheat code. You're running to the Angel Wilson thing because that's the easier conversation that nobody can debate with you. I'm going to stand firm on my girl because I'm watching the games. I'm looking at the numbers. Even right now, she told y'all she didn't make the U.S. team. She shit the bed again today. She told y'all they was going to wake up a monster. Well, I guess the fucking Connecticut Sun is the Ghostbusters then. What the fuck are we talking about, dog? And shout outs to Big Deja. Stop, man. I swear to God, I can't wait to get home to do a goddamn video for my girl. The baddest motherfucker on the goddamn WNBA. But anyway, going back to Bun B. He did what he's supposed to. This is a 50-something-year-old man. What the fuck did you want him to do? I'm not about to sit here and be like, you're never gonna win on the internet. I'm not winning on the internet with a bunch of egg pages and sitting here trying to debate what's gangster, what's not. Bro, I don't care. He put out music 30-some years ago. You holding this man to whatever songs he put out 30 years ago. Like, when did Big Pimpin' come out? I feel like Big Pimpin' damn near came out 30 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
So you sitting here saying a man to put out because, he made some gangster music 30 years ago, he's supposed to still live by a gangster code now? Like, bro, stop it. Like, you can't, y'all, sometimes there's certain things that just ain't, y'all don't be serious. Y'all be just sitting here saying whatever because it's the internet and you can just say whatever and people don't know who you are. You're just literally just trolling. But again,
20 came out 2000.
2000 even?
Yeah.
So 24 years ago? That's a long time ago. No, that's a long time. So you literally trying to, and you got to think about it. He was rapping more. That wasn't even a gangster song, but they was rapping probably. So let's, like I said, 25, 30 years ago. Like, bro, stop. Cut it out. Y'all got to be serious sometimes. What's some other adult news that we can kind of talk about? Walmart. I guess I'm sure most people, if you on, of course, social media, you seen there were stories that was kind of circulating that Walmart may be going back to 24 hours. I'm sure for most people, you probably got excited, but no, Walmart shut it down and said that's not true. Shit. Like I said, for most people, that to me makes more sense. And it's kind of just like, that is one thing that I hate after the pandemic. I'm sure most businesses seen what worked for them, like things that they were able to get away with, cutting back on hours, cutting back on employees, and you kind of stand firm on those hours. I hate that Walmart did that. Like, that to me was like, because to me, like I said, I don't necessarily know if they look at I'm sure it got to be some numbers they looking at, but to me, it's like, I'm sure y'all were still getting endless sales at that time. Because I don't think I've ever, even if off the late night, I still have never been in a Walmart and it was empty.
Mm-hmm.
Because so many people, you do live in America, and there's so many people who work those 16, 12-hour shifts. So you be needing Walmart to be open at 2:00 in the morning. Let me just run in here real quick and get what I need. But I've literally, like, I'm sure people, if you can remember, and I'm sure it's a couple of years now, it's been like, because the pandemic been so damn long ago now. You're talking about maybe 5 years ago, you can probably go back in your mind. I'm sure you've been in a Walmart at 2, 3:00 in the morning just because, okay, my schedule kind of be messed up, or I need to get in there early. So that little window that they leaving you open now is like, yeah, I wish they would go back to 24 hours. And while we talking about some adulting too, Walgreens is sitting here saying now they're going to cut down on 13 prices. And I don't like the fact when these stores keep saying that they're doing it for the customers. You're not doing it for the customers. You're doing it for you, because business is slow and you're watching your stuff that you normally used to sell, couldn't keep on the shelves. Now you are willing to see those things are starting to stay on the shelf. And I'm proud of myself. Even the last maybe 2 weeks, I probably only been to Sylvester's like one time. I'm kind of like, I'm one of those people that I'm going to continuously tell y'all on this microphone, you cannot just keep complaining about pricing on things and still spending your money. If you're going to complain about the price, then stop spending the money. So I be kind of looking up like, damn, it's been 2 weeks. I ain't had Sylvester's. I be proud of myself because I'm like, they had me literally in a chokehold where I'm sure they could have put my whatever down as a bill. I'm coming in here. Okay, you spending $70 a week. You do that, do the math. You're talking about what I'm at, almost like $220, $240, whatever a month. That's a bill somewhere. That's something that say a bill you can pay on something that somebody coming to eat in your junk. But from there, you going from that to maybe, okay, if I maybe spend $20 in there, that's a huge difference from you. And it's kind of like, and you hate to do it to smaller businesses because you kind of like, you want to always support the small business. But no, if you are price gouging and gassing up the prices with inflation, like, nah, bro, I have the option of, okay, well, it's going to be a little bit more salads and it's going to be chicken and rice. And for your health purposes, it's probably better for you to eat more salads and chicken and rice anyway. So, I mean, it is what it is. Like I said, Walgreens will drop prices on 1,300 of their items. But I just hate that they try to make it seem like you're not helping the customer, you're helping you, dog. What else is going on? Oh, Martin Lawrence basically told y'all to stop playing with him. I'm not gonna lie to you, Martin. I hear you, but I got 2 eyes too, homeboy. I hear you, but I got 2 eyes as well. And Martin, what I'm looking at, it just kind of don't. I hear you, but it don't add up. Where is this Martin Lawrence? Here we go, Marty Mark.
For saying that we look good and that I look good, because there's a rumor out there that I had a stroke, man. Man. That's totally not true. So I just want to clear that up. But I thank everybody for the concern and the love, and just thank you. But Marty's all good.
Marty's all right.
Oh, there's also a rumor, and I wasn't gonna bring it up, that you're a clone. That was the one that I heard. That was a clone.
Well, that's AI.
Yeah.
So Martin and Will has definitely been on a huge press run for the Bad Boys movie. And of course, I mean, when we talked about it last week, I still seen what I seen. I hear what he's saying, but I still can't unsee that video I saw. You literally look like you was like 80 years old and Will was like pushing his grandpa around to do press. So I don't necessarily know what it is. Like, he do look, I mean, the couple interviews that I've seen, the clips that I've seen, I think he did Ebro in the morning. And that was like the first joint he went on there and said something. But I mean, I hear him, but I seen that video too, dog. So I mean, I hear what you're saying, but I don't necessarily know how much I agree with what you're saying. We talked about the pool party. We talked about. Oh well, let's get into let's get back into Kanye then. We was about to talk about Kanye West, and Kanye West has an allegation on him as well, where the woman is trying to sue him because basically she was saying that Kanye was paying her, well, I want to say like $3 million a year. That one, to pay somebody $3 million a year to be an assistant is insane. I don't care how much money you're making. That just seemed crazy. But backstory on this woman, I believe she was a OnlyFans content creator as well. But basically, Kanye, a beautiful woman. The picture that they're using to post these about these allegations or whatever the case may be, this woman is gorgeous, big titties and all that. She is a beautiful woman. So I mean, I can see where Kanye horny would start at, but just that price point is crazy. And I believe he fired the woman, and the woman was just like, you owe me back pay. Like, you sit here, you know, basically, like, even if you got fired from a job, sometimes they normally give you severance pay. And it seems like this woman basically just wants her severance pay. But on my way to trying to get my severance pay, I'm going to sit here and tell y'all that Kanye is a freaky, nasty man who sit here and literally used to text me and talk about, is my dick racist and this, that, and the third. I'm about to watch these white porns and beat myself to these white girls with black fat butts. Like, it was just like dragged out, just wild conversations. Or he'll be asking her like, "Oh, the dude you having sex with, what's the size of his penis and this, that, and the third? Is mine bigger than his?" Like Kanye just seemed like a very freaky dude. Like he just seemed like Kendrick Lamar should have made this song about Kanye West. Cause he seemed like a freaky ass nigga, like a 69 god. Like Kanye is just a horny dude, dog. And he just don't realistically have no he ain't got no chill. And he just seemed overly horny, and and his price point was extremely too high. And this woman was basically like, "No, just pay me what you owe me. But I'm going to expose you until you pay me what you owe me."
Go ahead, pay that.
Yeah, he should have paid it before he even got to the news. But then Kanye was basically saying here, he wrote his own or filed his own lawsuit as well, going back and forth with this woman and basically saying, no, she was just a sex worker. And I had her on payroll, and now she's just mad because I don't want to fuck her no more. And she still just want the money. So he's basically countersuing her, saying that she used to sit here and try to sleep with him. Like she was trying to give him some coochie for his birthday or whatever the case may be. And he was like, "Nah, I'm cool." She'll be sending him nudes and sending him videos. So it seemed like both of them got counter arguments, and they may be leaving now. If you read in between the lines, it seemed like he was paying the hit. And after he got tired of paying the hit, he just cut her off. And she basically got, probably started to get used to the lifestyle, the type of money he was spending on or whatever case may be. And she like, "Dog, you just can't cut me off like this." And especially not if he tried to dress it up and hide it as like she was an employee so he could pay taxes on paying for box. Like he just tried to find a clever way to see and call her an employee. Now that's where you're going to mess up at, is you sitting here trying to dress it up as an employee, tricking off behind being an employee. Then that's when she can sit here, and that's when that's just basically like almost like the Me Too movement. So she's going to find her way to believe she gonna get paid off of you. I don't know what to tell you, buddy. You're gonna be in a long U-Haul for that one. And other news, Adrian Broner. I'm sure people have seen by now. You had to see one of these videos of Adrian Broner, and it was crazy because it was literally like all of this just happened in the course of a week. Ooh. So it was just like, really couldn't even keep up with it. Like it was so much. And it started realistically, I guess, with the Adrian Broner situation. Adrian Broner was in a fight. Where's the John originally started? Let's start.
Don't play no games, because my got guns with them, bro. And I'm dead serious, bro. And all I got to do is point, and they gonna blow. And I'm dead serious, bro. And me and my we done already beat bodies, and they still looking for me. And every charge been acquitted, So don't come up here playing. Don't make no false moves. I'm not playing. I'm not playing. I will smack the shit out you, man. For real. I'm not playing. I'm not here to play. Don't play no games, because my got guns with them, bro.
So for people who don't know what that was, Adrian Broner had a fight over the weekend. Some dude, I don't necessarily know who he is. I'm cool if y'all call me a casual because I don't watch Adrian Broner, so I'm definitely not keeping up with who he fighting. But he was fighting some dude, and the dude seemed like and of course I know you're not supposed to say, because it is Pride Month, you're not supposed to say somebody seems like they're gay. But the guy he was doing the press for the fight, he did sound feminine. And even Adrian Broner was like, "I'm gonna knock the fingernail polish off of you," whatever the case may be. And the dude was like, "Oh, you big mad, you big mad." Like he was literally saying it in that tone of voice. So with all that being said, I thought the dude might be a little bit on the fence with it. He may be celebrating Pride Month, and he celebrated Pride Month with knocking Adrian Broner smack out, knocking his tooth out. He literally I'm talking about, dog, he put this man to sleep. I cannot believe it. You talked all that crazy. I don't know why you doing a boxing press conference and you talking gun talk. That don't make no sense. But for you to be talking all crazy, tough guy, boom, 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 out catching bodies and this, that, and the third, you talking crazy to this dude, wild aggressive. You literally got knocked out by somebody who was celebrating Pride this month. On Pride Month, you got knocked out by somebody celebrating Pride. It's insane, dog. But this man literally knocked your tooth out, dog.
And fucked your shoulder up because you landed on your shit. Fractured your.
Damn, Adrian Broner. Like you went up.
When was the last time he even won anything? That's my only thing. It's like, damn, why the fuck are we still talking about somebody who keep fucking losing? He can get knocked out.
I get what you. But I guess because we live in a day and age where it's almost like it's social media, so he always know how to make. He know how to keep people attention. Like, perfect example, you get knocked out. Like I ain't gonna lie to you. I respect for him. He was even to show the tooth. Yeah. Like, bro, I'm not coming on social media to show my tooth after I got knocked out. He even showed him laying in the bed. His girl was right there by his side. Like, bro, I was no way he got knocked out, bro. I would not been on social media until Christmas.
I was just like, God damn, nigga, when do you win a fight?
He ain't won in a long time. But some people just know how to keep people's attention, and most people feel like I'm a lean into
caught up in that rope shit when they was like he was looking like Martin. I don't remember him winning no fights.
Nah, he ain't want no fight in the brick, but it's just still, it's just like I said. I mean, sometimes people be addicted to attention. They look at it like all attention is good attention. You said your favorite line is they playing into the algorithm. And that's all he doing. He just literally he's continuously plays into the algorithm. So I cannot be necessarily, I can't be mad at him. I'm not going to support it, but I can't be mad at him either. A real fight is coming up in 2 weeks. I believe Tank fight. When is Tank fight? I believe his fight is it this weekend or is it next weekend? Let me Google it real quick just because Tank Davis. I believe it is. When his fight coming up? He got a fight.
Somebody good or just fine?
Oh no, it's a good dude. He fighting. How was that dude? Frank something. I forgot. When's Tank Davis next fight? Oh, it's June 15th. Yeah, this weekend coming up. Tank will be fighting. So of course, I mean that will be a big fight. Hopefully Tank will put on a show for people who are Tank fans and you can kind of keep rooting for him. It's something I cannot believe I was about to skip. Almost forgot. Kendrick Lamar. Kendrick Lamar will be performing in California at the Forum on Juneteenth. And it is called Ken and Friends. So, I mean, of course, everybody is super excited. People are sitting here saying, oh, who are going to be the friends? This, that, and the third. And I do think of course, people do Juneteenth stuff all over the United States in certain cities. You know, everybody got their own little pocket of stuff that they do. I do think realistically, this probably is the biggest so far since Juneteenth has even became a federal government holiday. I believe maybe this may be the biggest and the most anticipated event that I've heard of. And I'm not talking about for the super woke people. I'm talking about for the borderline of it feels like a Juneteenth event that people may even fly out to go to. Like I said, everybody had one in their city. I'm sure, of course, we live in the DMV area, so they do stuff at the White House and all this other stuff. They do stuff down by the Memorial. I'm sure it's other cities like Philadelphia. They have like big in Texas been celebrating Juneteenth before the rest of the USA have. So of course other places have had it, but I do feel like this Kendrick Lamar, Ken and Friends thing is probably going to be the biggest of the time. And it's looking rough for Drake. Now Drake put out some other little crazy song. I don't even know what I thought it was fake. I didn't even think it was real. Shout outs to Juicy DM. He's like, man, you heard Drake, John? I'm like, bro, is this even real? Like, I swear to God, that song sounds so crazy. It was just like, this can't be real, dog. Like, you gotta stop. Like, come on, dog. I try to defend you with the BBL Drizzy Jones with Sexy Red. I'm getting it because, like, and the crazy thing is, like I said,
what about the outfit?
I never look at this nigga as no dressing nigga anyway, so I don't care what he wear. Like, that's just that ain't. If Drake has never been, he ain't Lil Wayne, he ain't Dipset, like he ain't Fab or Davies or none of these or Wale or none of these niggas. Like, when you ever looked at Drake and be like, oh yeah, he put that fit on. Or Drake be putting. I never in my life ever thought Drake could dress, so I don't necessarily think that people care about the outfits. I feel like he's just trolling, but I still don't feel like that is not, to me, is not no conversation like how bad that song was he put out. Like, that song was egregious as hell. Like, dog, there's no way you put out that song. But again, like I told y'all a couple weeks ago, I told y'all that Sexy Red song was gonna work. If you are a Sexy Red fan, or if you follow enough women, y'all know me. I watch the Insta stories. I see a lot of women using that song as a joke. Like, that's crazy to me. But like I said, I told y'all, I don't feel, especially as a man, you have to know you don't dictate what Sexy Red is going to do and what it's going to be hot between her and her audience. The women dictate that. Some things you got to take a back seat to and allow them to dictate what is going to be hot and what's not going to be hot. And guess what? They told you. And they making it hot. They are making that song a thing. So I hate to tell you that. I mean, so I don't necessarily know. But that other song that he just recently put out, that Delilah or whatever, yeah, that song was trash. I ain't gonna hold you. Drake could have kept that one. That was no good. Not at all, dog. I'm sorry. That one wasn't gonna work for me. A girl sit here and try to write the baby and kind of troll him a little bit and sit here and say, oh, it's crazy how you can sit here and shout out your homeboys for their birthday, but you don't never shout out your kids. And his clapback was, my kids don't got no social media page.
Oh, that shit don't make sense. It don't make sense.
What you mean? What don't make sense? What part don't make sense to you?
Because of that, I mean, how you try to use that just because I don't, how do you know I don't? I do it, but just because I don't put it on social media.
I think, realistically, for most people, you look at it like, it depends on how much you post. If you post everything else, people are going to always judge what you don't post. If you don't post nothing at all, then people won't ever care. So that's my thing. So it's kind of just like, if you never post at all, people won't never judge you. But if you post everything, people are going to judge what you don't post. And if you're in a relationship with somebody, you're dealing with somebody, that's what they're going to look at. Like, oh, well, you post everything else. You post when you're taking the shit. You post you smoking a cigarette. You post this and the third, but you never post me. So that's what they always going to look at. So that, I mean, that's kind of like, I mean, I don't know. I don't follow the baby, so I don't know how often or what he posts. So I can't really could just see his response to the woman via social media. So I don't necessarily know. I'm not like, I don't follow him, so I don't necessarily know. I can't really give you no real feedback on that, but I do understand how some people could feel or where it could be drawing a line a little bit real. Oh my God, I can't believe I waited this long to even talk about this. Man, shout outs to James Harden, dog. James Harden, I'm gonna tell you something, dog. You just need to stay in the house or stay in the gym working out, because you're never going to beat the allegations that you like the money from playing basketball, but you don't actually like basketball, because during the summertime you get caught doing everything besides working on your goddamn game. So for people who don't know what I'm talking about, James Harden was at a wedding over the weekend. And of course, what's that? When they throw the bouquet, so I guess him and his girlfriend was there together. So they threw the bouquet and his girlfriend caught the bouquet. And then, how, I mean, if y'all have ever been to a wedding, if the person that you with catch it, that's supposed to be the person who's going to get married next. So when his girlfriend caught that bouquet, this nigga face went extremely viral. And everybody in their mother had the jokes for like, this is the face he always make when it's time for him to get a ring. Bro, they was having it up on James Harden because that face was just priceless. And people was like, this is not the first time he makes that crazy face, because James Harden beard is so full and he let it go out so much, it's almost like somebody's hiding behind a mask. So it's literally just the beard and then his eyes expression. So his eye expression is so ridiculous. People was just like, bro, you are crazy. Like, just stay in the house, dog. Because it's always just some wild, random stuff that happened during the summertime, and that will for people. And the crazy thing is, where it's like, because you just had that post where you were sitting here saying you want to be remembered as a winner. And I think that sometimes where it's like, of course, it's during the summertime, and people like, oh, they allow them to live their life or whatever the case may be. You can live your life, but you got to find out a way, dog. I'm sure Steph Curry ain't in the gym 24/7, but it's some, or even like when we talked about Dame Lillard, like, it's some people they just know how to stay off of social media when it's their off season. I'm sure none of these niggas is just in the house all summer long, but they ain't copping up on the blogs. They not out in a bunch of places for people to record them. They keep it low. James Harden do not know how to keep it low. That's just not who he is. Like, he literally just like, I mean, shout out to the girl. She is the design. I seen a couple of her jeans. She make them Jones low key fire. If that's what you into right now, like the super big, crazy, blown out jeans at the bottom. Like, she has some tough Jones. They look official. So I kind of get, like, for her, it's a good look for her. He wearing her stuff. People know James Harden for dressing. So that, I mean, I ain't mad at her. For her, this is a complete come up. This whole little, her dating him is a good look because she putting the clothes on him. Everybody know, they look at James Harden for dressing. All right, boom, now this go viral. I ain't mad because I didn't know who this woman was until this video. So this for her is a good look. For James Harden, it's horrible. But for her, shit, bingo. She got the look that she needed. I'm not gonna lie to you, because I absolutely did not know who this woman was. Didn't know nothing about her. But after that video went viral, I absolutely know exactly who this woman is now. And I know she makes some jeans that if you are into the big jeans, them Jones fire. Not gonna hold you. She did a great job at making those jeans. But like I said, James Harden, stay in the house, though. I'm telling you, stay in the house or go places where it costs too much money so people don't even care who you are. That's it. That's how you really stay out of. That's how you stay low key and stay out the way. Go places where nobody else want to record you because they feel like they just as important as you are. Let that load up. Give me 1 second. Go through some of these topics. Shout out to Camila Cardoza. Bro, she is so funny on her Instagram live, dog. It is crazy how hilarious. She be on her Instagram live with just some random girl. I don't necessarily know where she know this girl from, but this little girl, I ain't gonna say little because the girl may be in her 20s too, but she just look young as hell. Bro, they be on Instagram live. I be dying laughing. I'm like, bro, why are you just on this Instagram live with this random ass girl? And they be on that joint literally for hours. Oh, I gotta see what they talking about on Threads real quick. I swear to God, I'm addicted to Threads. Threads is my stuff.
Y'all was kicking it at the beginning. Nobody.
Yeah, because at the beginning, because they didn't have like hashtags or no explore page. So now, let me tell you, the only thing that do blow you is if you go down to, of course, if you start talking too much about the WNBA, you're gonna be like, oh my God, like, bro, can y'all, like, I seen girls like I had somebody show me like, how can you mute Caitlin Clark name off the goddamn timeline? Like, so somebody showed me how to do it, but it was like, bro, they be on this junk. So I'm just trying to see what people are talking about.
switched. And like when I was growing up, I used to want to be like Felicia Rashad because I looked up to women that were older. But at this point, older women want to be younger.
Yep.
Right. So you have 40-year-old women and 46-year-old women trying to look like and act like the 23-year-old. Then how do you know? Because when you're young, you don't think there's consequences, right?
Yeah.
The only way you know there's consequences is someone, like you said, the OG pulls you to the side and is like, look, but really the culture is chasing youth. So it's like backwards. The older women want to be young. That's the only thing. Like, there are women, and I'm not, this is no disrespect, but no women in their 60s getting BBLs. Like,
That's crazy.
what is
right?
happening? What are we doing? So how can a woman who's 23 trust your leadership if you're trying to look like her? Felicia Rashad wasn't trying to look like, I was trying to be like her. But if she was culture switched and stage with, her butt out and trying to look like me, then I wouldn't have respected her. So I feel like of course people don't believe there's consequences because the older people are lying. They're lying. They're lying. They're chasing the same thing. So you have rappers in their 40s and 50s getting into beef with Kodak Black. Like that makes no sense. There should be, like, in order to lead, you have to lead by example.
Yeah.
And to me, everybody is chasing the youth, the younger culture, which makes them disrespect. Why would I look at you? You want to be like me. Hey guys.
So of course, I mean, realistically, I'm a little slow. I didn't pay attention. I should have realistically started the episode with that when we was talking about the pool party, and that's my feelings. That is my thought of it. When sometimes when I see older people, it's like, when do you start to mature with your behavior the older you get? And I have that conversation just even with myself. It's just like certain things where it's just like I won't even talk about some stuff because it's just like it's not necessary. Or if you're going to talk about it, you have to know the audience. Like I know for a fact, me getting on my timeline talking about NBA YoungBoy on Instagram, it won't do me no justice because I know 90% of my audience on Instagram is too old for that conversation. So can I take it to TikTok? Absolutely, because their algorithm is totally different. Can I take it to YouTube? Absolutely, because their algorithm is totally different. But Instagram is kind of like, and your built-in audience, unless you probably talking about sports, it may be a little bit different. But if your built-in audience kind of don't care, it's kind of like you shooting at a just for a ridiculous pace. So it's just like when you see women in there, like she said, in their 40s and their 50s, and you're trying to keep up and compete with the younger girls, it just be seeming kind of nuts because it seems like, damn, dog, we the same age. Why are you like? Because you would look at me, and I think this is where I guess where we kind of mixed the conversation up a little bit because we talked about it with New. But just imagine sometimes, like, if I'm sitting here now, I'm posting videos of pictures with like holding up a gun, doing the money ear to my thing, and my pants sagging. Like our younger brother sent it in a drone yesterday. Gilbert Arenas was at a LA Sparks game, and he had the purple label tag hanging off his jeans, and he was just like, bro, somebody tell Gilbert Arenas he too rich for that. Like you too rich and you too old. You don't have to show the tag to the purple label jeans. That's stuff the kids do in the projects. Because you want to show like, hey, I got these expensive jeans on. Like, bro, you're Gilbert Arenas. You people know you a trick. It don't matter what kind of you can have jeans on from Walmart and women still know you're gonna trick that bag. So what do you need to leave that tag on for? So I think sometimes I had to bring it right there because I didn't do a good job earlier when we was even having that conversation. Because you do, as a man, I can only imagine if I'm literally just imagine right now, I sit here and say I'm going on Instagram Live and I'm just sitting here put up some guns, do some money, and I'm gonna sit here and try to recreate videos that the 20-year-olds is doing. You would look at me like, bro, how old are you? But for women, they kind of get to hide behind it because it's like, oh, I'm just still sexy because I'm old. Or I look good for my age. But it's like for a young nigga, like, imagine if I dye my hair pink right now. Y'all gonna be like, nigga, are you having a midlife crisis? What's wrong with you? Are you okay?
But that's different, like dyeing your hair pink and just somebody out here just.
Okay, so what's the difference? So what's the difference between me dyeing my hair pink and if a woman sit here and show you her camel toe at 42 years old? You wouldn't think both of us was out of pocket?
If you say that, yes. Now I would thought you was talking about I'm just right, in my bathing suit. But yeah, I mean, it would be just I get it. It's the same thing. It's the same thing.
But to what? Okay, so I think what her was like with the BBLs and all that, right? What she was saying, like how?
Yeah.
So
I don't see a lot of older women getting BBLs.
But then that's what I'm kind of like.
Yeah, because I think a lot of older women kind of messed their body up and they did the butt shots anyway. So it's kind of like it's already you already done it. It's too like you ain't unless you really got some real bread to fix it. You done already kind of did when the think about it. If a woman in her let's say if a woman is in her 40s, let's say if you 40 on the nose, 9 times out of 10, I don't think most of women, if you ever wanted to kind of do something to your butt, you probably did it early when all the stripper girls was going to get butt shots. You didn't even wait for the BBL run. Now, if you just run into some money now and you in your 40s and you go get a BBL, then I think all of that is still kind of just like, it's seeking for that attention that you kind of looking for a different type of attention. That's the same way, like if I'm literally sitting here going on social media and uploading a gun video and holding stacks of money listening to NBA YoungBoy, you're going to look at me like, bro, this grown man is literally acting like my goddamn 20-year-old son. He needs to grow the fuck up. Why are you sitting here acting like a kid?
Okay, but then is it the same as you got to grow up if you sitting there getting the head shit in your head? Like if you know what I'm saying, like you know how some people starting to, I'm getting old, so I'm putting the head plant.
Bless you.
I'm putting the head plants and shit in my head. Like, is that the same thing?
No, because that's an insecurity. So if you sitting here saying I'm gonna go get a hair implant because I don't want to go bald because I look crazy with a bald head, I'm not mad at that because that would be like me coming on here saying, oh, women shouldn't get wigs at 40 years old. We're not talking about that. We're talking about the way you're trying to behave and betray yourself on social media or out in public because you're trying to keep up with the 20-year-olds. Like I'm in my 40s and I'm still trying to date the girls that a 21-year-old or somebody who just graduated out of college trying to date. Like that's crazy. But that would just be like literally sitting here saying like, nah, dog. Like I don't know. You kind of just do got to draw the line somewhere. It's even just like even one kind of tied into sports. Like it's like, and you can even use it. If we gonna keep it on women, like look at the WNBA women, the coaches compared to the players. Like they not doing the arrival fits and all of that. Like imagine if the coach was sitting here trying to do the same sexy pitches and stuff as the goddamn players. Like, bro, no, how they even gonna respect you as a coach or as an elder because you still trying to get the same picks off that we trying to get off. So it's just like, I mean, I don't know. I kind of wish I would have played it earlier, but it's just still just be like, what's the cut? Like, what's the age cutoff? When do we sit here and say we need to act our age, or is it more the older we get, we kind of want to push? I ain't getting old, I ain't washed. Do you think that's the bigger thing? Like nobody wants to just wave the white flag, like, hey, I'm washed.
I think some people do, but then I think like it's like maybe when you was younger, you didn't have the opportunity to do everything that you might be doing now because you had a family.
Mm-hmm.
So now that I still have the responsibility, but my kids are older, I'm gonna go out and have a good time. What's wrong with that?
I don't think it's nothing wrong. Do you think it? Okay, so I guess do you think? Would you still go? Let's say do you think it's where you go? Would you still go somewhere where you know for a fact that there's somebody who may be the same age as your kids are going to?
No, I wouldn't feel comfortable. I wouldn't feel. If I'm gonna go out, I'm gonna go out with somebody, a crowd that I'm comfortable. I'm not gonna go out to no 20-year-old club and try. I'm not doing that. No.
Oh, so you know what we could tie this into? It's cool. It was a store. I believe this restaurant. Is it in Houston? I believe it may be in Houston. It's even.
No, it was in
Or was it in Louisiana?
Yeah.
Oh, it was in Louisiana. So it is a restaurant in Louisiana. I believe it's called Jazz's. I believe. I can't. If I'm screwing it up a little bit, I apologize. I don't think did I bookmark that one. I did. Okay, I got it right here. I got it right here. In St. Louis. It's a new restaurant in St. Louis called Bliss, and they are going viral because they put an age restriction on the policies. You must be 30 years old to get in if you're a woman, and you must be 35 years old if you are a man to enter after 6 p.m. And they home after. Oh, you can talk. I can hear
Marvin
you.
can't stop chattering to Bliss. 2 weeks ago, 36-year-old Marvin can't stop chattering about the age restrictions at Bliss. Women must be at least 30 years old and men 35 to enter the business.
It's just something for the older people to come to and have a happy hour, come get some good food, and not have to worry about some of the young folks that bring some of that drama.
And of course, we have been getting a little backlash, but that's okay because we're sticking to our code.
Everyone who enters the restaurant will have to show their ID to a hostess or a St. Louis County police officer after 7 to Bliss.
So after 7 p.m. So that's what I'm saying. So for something like that, I'm with that, dog. So that's my point. Where it's just like I don't want to sit here and say I don't want people to feel like, hey, because I'm 30 or I'm 35, I got to just go out in the pasture and just die off and wait for my time to leave Earth. Now, I'm not saying that, but I do think realistically, we have to act our age and kind of be able to separate the two. Like, and that's my only thing where you kind of just want to be able to separate. Because I do think that all trickles down into like last week when we was talking about how people raise their kids, because it's like those things bleed in. Like, they're so hard for it not to bleed in. Because, perfect example, Marcus sent me a picture of a joint that was going viral of like, it was like 4 or 5 different boys and they was graduating and they all had graduating with the Poosh Ices on. Because it's like, you know why? Because their parents allowed that trickle down to from, hey, I'm still trying to be young and youthful. I'm not going to police my kids. I'm going to let them vibe out because And I think all of that, when we talk about socially, all of that kind of trickles down. Because I wouldn't mind going to somewhere and saying, hey, it's 30 and over. Because I think sometimes realistically, the older you get, some of the stuff they sit here, and matter of fact, over the weekend, my younger cousin was graduating, and my mom was like, "Oh yeah, they having the graduation where the Mystics play right there in Southeast in the joint." And then she was just literally like, "Oh, after the graduation, oh, guess what happened in the graduation?" I'm like, "What happened?" She was like, "Oh, you know, they got the fighting in the parents, not the kids." Parents got to fighting at a graduation. But she was like, "Oh, you knew it was in Southeast. What else did you expect?" But my point of it is just like, bro, when do you separate? Because if we don't make it, if as older we get, we don't shame other older people for not acting their age, it's going to just continuously, it's going to get worse and worse. And we'll be 50 and you'll be looking at fucking 50-year-old women trying to still bust it open to fucking whatever the new sexy red is. Because it's just like, when do we sit here and separate? Like, when do we start to make things like, okay, let's make this age appropriate? When can we sit here and do age appropriate things? So like I said, they had that somewhere. I would be more, you probably have to put it somewhere differently. Like, I wouldn't go to DC if they had, but this was like 35 and over, and it was like in Annapolis or something. Or not even Bethesda, because Bethesda parking just as bad as DC parking. But if you did it somewhere like Annapolis or somewhere maybe a little bit further, like Reston, Virginia or something, somewhere where people got to drive, so you kind of, because one thing I do like, and I think especially back in the DMV, something I can kind of make a little bit more relatable to everybody here. Just think about the behavior when you had to go to Waldorf to go party, compared to when you was just in the city or you was in PG County, the way you behaved at the CFE. It, like, don't get it twisted. I'm not saying everybody was on their best behavior at the Icons, but niggas thought twice about acting crazy out at the Icons than you did at the CFE. You know why? Because Waldorf wasn't going to play with you. So that's my only thing we sitting here saying how it's just like, bro, you got to grow up at some point and got to put some age limit on some of this stuff, because it's just like, when do we actually get to enjoy being old? If you constantly still in the back of your mind trying to compete with a 20-year-old, like, when can I be like, all right, cool, this the old head function, I can go here and I can just feel a little bit more relaxed?
But is it okay? Are you really competing with the 20-year-olds, or you just still want to? I don't want to feel old. Like I'm saying, I'm not trying to sit here and hand dance. I still want to feel the young vibe. You know what I'm saying? I don't want to be a 20-year-old, but I don't want to old myself out where I'm sitting there playing bingo. You know what I'm saying? Like, I still want to feel like, all right, I got it.
So do you think, I agree with what you're saying. So I guess realistically, I guess you have to advocate for more places like this Bliss place in St. Louis to be, it's like, we still want to listen to, like, of course, y'all know I come here. I just literally came on this same episode and talked about Lotto and Flo Milli, and we literally had a discourse on what's the hottest female. And most of these women are still young and make young music, even for somebody old as Nicki. So I'm not sitting here saying, yeah, I don't want to go off and be old either. I still want to find somewhere to listen to. But for me, I listen to the music in the gym, because you're absolutely right. There is no real place for older people to sit here and say, well, I still like the new music, but I don't want to be around in the club with a bunch of 20-year-olds. Because we all know realistically at 20 years old, you think about when you were 20, you don't respect and value life the same way you do when you in your 30s or you get close to 40. Like, you value life completely different the older you get. Your responsibilities hit a little bit different, but the older you get, like I say this all the time, you get to see more people die. You get to see other older family members start to pass away. You see older family members start to get sick, even if you tie that into Martin Lawrence. Like, you get to see old age. So it's like, realistically, I do want to I want to go out and do stuff, but I want to kind of be like, I don't want to be in the midst of 20-year-olds. I don't even want to attract 20-year-olds. That's why I'm kind of like even okay with just keep banging the grades, because I don't even want to fool you right now. Like, maybe one day I might just wake up and say, all right, cool, I'm tired of looking like somebody old. Let me start to go get a haircut and start to sit here and put some Beijing back in your head. But for right now, it's kind of like, I don't want to attract that type of attention. You kind of just want to set the tone where it's like, oh, I'm okay with like falling into my old age. Because let's be clear, the older men who figure out how to do that silver fox stuff, nigga, them niggas be smoking it. Don't ever get it twisted. For any dude listening, if you can figure out how to fully go gray, pause, no homo, go into some of them old men who be going viral with the fully grays. Go into them niggas comment section. Nigga, they be in them jokes throwing them panties at them niggas like 90 going north. So I ain't necessarily saying you ain't even gotta, because there's so many people who are scared to go gray. People celebrate them people a lot harder who fully commit to going that silver fox look. That's just free game for people out here who just may not don't know what's going on. But
what is your definition of falling into the oldness? Like, what is your definition of that? Because you are older, you 40 or 35 or whatever, you supposed to let yourself go.
Oh hell no. Physically, y'all know I'm gonna push to take your ass to the gym all the time. I'm going, especially right now, the days are getting longer, so y'all don't have no excuse why you can't walk. Even if you get off of work at 7:30, you now, but by the time this come out, shit, you probably got damn near until like 9:15 to go outside and get you a walk.
Not physically, but just self-care. Like, we supposed not let yourself go physically, because you just said, okay, well, I don't want to attract the 20-year-old, so I ain't worried about getting a haircut. But that's a part of self-care. So because you're older, the self-care is supposed to stop?
No, but how you gotta kind of just, I don't know, just for me, I only can speak for me. I can't, everybody else, of course, is gonna be a little bit different. But like I said before, sometimes you get that haircut, now you get that temptation of, I want to show off this haircut. Now what comes with that temptation of like, damn, now I gotta start fucking again. Just me personally, I know for a fact it's some demons that I have not fully have literally tied down or don't know how to balance the two. So it's kind of like, if I can borderline the homeless look, like literally my younger cousin had a graduation and they tied my birthday into it with it. And my little cousin running, why you out here? It's your birthday. Why you look homeless? My little brother said it to me. I'm like, bro, because I'm literally, y'all know, you know me. I don't really want to be here. So I'm literally just here, damn near feel like Marshawn Lynch. So I don't fucking get fined. And always in the back of my head, I just fucking keep playing Marcus' voice. You're getting older, people are dying. You got to sit with your family. So cool. I just show up because I'm just here, just because I keep hearing Marcus in the back of my fucking mind every time I don't feel like doing some family shit. So I'm here. Yes, I literally just came from the gym, so I don't give a fuck of what I got on. But you're absolutely right. Me personally, I'm okay with the homeless look because I just know I haven't killed that horny demon right now. So the easiest way for me to do that is to try to keep myself to not look appealing to women, because like, all right, you get the haircut and you sitting here trying to be cute, put clothes on. It's just like, I can't cut that demon off right now. I'm still fighting it. That's a demon that I know that I can honestly be like, I ain't completely killed it yet. I'm trying to figure it out how to kind of balance it. But until you figure out that way to kill it, me personally, I look at so many women that I've dealt with and I just be like, damn, you still single. And you're trying though. Like, it's a difference between you being single and not trying. And then it's a difference between being single and trying to be seen. And we all know the difference. You know the difference. Okay, I know somebody who's single. They just really don't care. They're not dating or whatever the case may be. Then you know the person who's single. And every time you look at their social media, they look like they want some attention.
But even if you still getting the haircuts and all that, you just don't post it. Like I get.
But then now you just wasting money. What the fuck you get a haircut for? You ain't gonna post it.
But that's what I'm saying. But still, just the self-care. Like, I still want to feel good. Still want to look, presentable. I don't have to post a picture or
like,
whatever.
Where's the self-control? Like, where's the?
Because that's the crazy thing. Is like, well, I'm gonna just look bummy, but then really deep down inside, I do want to put my shit on.
I mean, don't get me wrong, but let's be clear. That's a conversation that I even had with myself sometimes, because you do kind of look, especially when you're not used to rocking the gray, and that shit just started coming more aggressive, and you be like, damn, dog, you kind of like wilding right now. But then I still just know, like, I know how crazy my DMs look when I get a haircut. And me personally, bro, I'm cheap. I can't imagine me paying $40 to get a haircut and not posting it. Hell, it's no way. Because I'm like, I just wasted $40. Who the fuck am I posting? I got a haircut for who?
For yourself.
For you. That's part of self-care.
I guess maybe my cheat code for me is I feel like I can still get attention with using my voice. Like, I can sit here and say, like, I know I done got a haircut before and I ain't got no fucking 600,000 fucking views on no goddamn video, but I didn't sit here and woofed it like a dog, and I can literally close my eyes and damn near almost piss 20,000. So I'm just like, I think that's that, and that could be just me and God having like a funny conversation where it was like, you felt like I said, and just, I'm sure I'm rehashing the conversation, but just kind of even fleshing it out a little bit more from last week. It was like, I wouldn't even want to make videos if I didn't get a haircut, but now it's to the point where it's like, I've got so used to it, like, I'm like, all right, well, maybe I can thug it out for a year. It's been since October. It's June now. I only got a couple more months. You can make it to a year. Didn't get a haircut. Don't care. But my biggest response on my social media platform has been the last couple of months with no haircut, no nothing, just woofing it like a goddamn dog.
But that's social media, though. We don't live in the social media world.
But and that's what you saying. Like, when you say people do stuff for social media and attention, then that's just like that's kind of putting you in the same boxes. It's like, all right, well, damn, if I look rough, I'ma still get attention. People gonna still look at me. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm trying to. But if at the end of the day, that's not how you want to look, you can still get your haircut and do what you want to do for your. That don't mean that I need the attention. I'm just doing it because I'm tired of looking like a homeless person.
No, I get, but you still might want the attention a little bit. I'm not gonna lie, like I still wouldn't want it.
You want the attention, you just don't want the headache to come with it.
No, I want the attention, but I don't want the work to come with it. I don't want to call it a headache. I don't want to put the work to come with it.
You don't have to.
You don't
That's
have
your
to.
choice. You don't have to feed into it.
That's a hard temptation. I ain't gonna lie to you. That's just being honest, and that's why I think sometimes it's easy for me to be judgmental because I can be on the upper side of it. I know sometimes what that demon that you're trying to kind of feed a little bit, and you could just tell, like, bro, I feel like you can still look nice, and I wouldn't have to. If I'm a woman, I don't have to show my titties.
You can. You definitely can.
So when I see women who do it, I'm kind of like, you still looking for that attention, and you getting old. You just getting old just as I'm getting old, and you still looking for that attention. So sometimes as a man, and I guess because as a man, you kind of almost want to look at women having more self-esteem or discipline when it comes to men with that one. And for me, it kind of seemed like I know more dudes my age who just don't even do nothing on social media, where I'm looking at women my age where it's like, damn, you got to post every fucking day. And it's the difference between posting, hey, do you guys see me content? Or it's just, I'm posting content. Like, did you see me today? Did you see I just got my lashes done? Did you see I just got my hair done? You see I just got my eyebrows done? Did you see, hey, guess what? I'm showing you guys I'm going to a wax. Like, when women do shit like that, like, what do you know what type of attention you're looking for? When you showing people you going into the European Wax Center, now what are you doing that for?
But see, I think in this society, I think we now know that we trying to get some content. We trying to just get
no. It's a difference. Listen, to be clear, dog. You know people you follow who create content, and you know motherfuckers who just posting just to be posting. It's a difference. Like, let's not blur the lines.
But everybody do that. Oh, hey, well, today, I'm going to get my wax, and I'm going to such and such.
Man, fuck that,
everybody's
dog.
doing those videos now,
nigga. Listen to what I'm telling you. If I'm not out here having sex, nigga, I'm hairy as a fucking werewolf. The same way I got gray hair, nigga, I got hair on my chest. I hate that shit. But I'm not having sex, so I guess what that's for me to sit here and say, no, you're fucking sitting here, you putting yourself in fucking timeout to get your fucking shit in order. You don't out in here need to be fucking shaving nothing. For women to sit here and show they're getting the fuck going to the wax thing, you know for a fact niggas are horny. If I see a woman get fucking waxed, you're gonna sit here and send her some. Especially if y'all already got some type of rapport, or if you just some wild thirsty nigga, you're going to DM this woman to say something. You even gonna send an emoji or whatever the case may be. If you one of these super trick niggas, oh, how much is it gonna cost you, girl? Let me send you your cash app. Like, bro, y'all be motherfuckers know it. Like, come on, let's be serious. You know what the fuck going on. Or we just acting like people you just cutting that off as, oh, they just creating content. I'm showing you that I'm going to the wax center. Why? Because you want motherfuckers to know that pussy is freshly bald. Who want to come and get a taste? Like, come on, dog. Let's be serious, dog. Like, y'all got to come on. Let's cut this shit. We got to call a spade a spade. Some people are out here, they cannot help how fucking horny and thirsty they are. You sitting here showing people you going to the wax center, that's horny, dog. Just imagine if you seen me literally making a video of me shaving my fucking hair off and shaving. I'm like, come on, dog. You like, nigga, get this freak ass nigga out of here.
I wouldn't say get the freak nigga out here, but it's just like, I think when you look at it too, like, all right, you just went and had a whack. Like, I don't think it, like, some people might pay more attention. I not get it. Like, that might be an easy little layup. Oh, damn, you going to get waxed. Damn, I want what you doing after it. Can I, see it? I get that part. But it's just like some people like, okay, I want to take care of myself. I'm still getting my toes done. I'm still, So,
but listen to what I'm saying. You can do all of that, but do you have to post it?
In this society, they do.
Yeah, because what else are you posting? If I don't do nothing else, and that's the thing. So what if I don't go nowhere else? But this is my little, hey, I'm going to get whacked, but I'm not doing nothing else. I'm not going out partying, but I'm still taking care of my cat.
All right.
And it's not to say they not all thirst. Like, but some of them, they just post just to post.
If y'all say, I'm cool. If that is the line of defense that y'all gonna use, some people just post just because they want to post. Then cool. I'm not gonna argue it down. This is just a random old conversation, and I'm not gonna shy one real quick because we did bounce away from this shot real quick. I'm not gonna lie. I felt Duda on that birthday shit because it was just like, and I kind of tired. I was trying to like flush my thoughts out with this before. I was just like, I think sometimes, and I can just be speaking for myself. Like when you're younger, you don't have no expectations for yourself. So birthdays to me are, I think they're more easy to celebrate when you're young because, like, okay, especially if you come from the hood, you live to see 21, everybody turn up, and especially if you're in your 30s or fucking if you're in your 40s now, when you turned 21, you just got a bottle. You didn't care what the name of the bottle was. You just wanted to get drunk. You was happy, or you went to the club and bought a bottle. Of course, the prices of bottles wasn't as expensive, but you didn't have no expectations for your life or where you should be at 21. You just wanted to celebrate that you turned 21. You can go to the club and turn up. And they probably even the same way for 25 or whatever case may be. The 30, you may have started to kind of look at it, but you may not have realized it yet neither. So you probably still even celebrate 30 a little bit louder. But I do think the older you get, the higher the expectations you have for yourself. So I don't know if it's as easy to celebrate those birthdays or those victories like they should be as much the older you get. So I kind of always thought about that. So when I seen him have it literally, and it was just like, damn, it's crazy that this is how the Shy going right now. Cause he was kind of like, I mean, he Duda. You look at him like, nigga, he kind of like, he him. Like on this show, he is the guy, nigga, he is the cream of the crop, but he still kind of was in that funk. And I do be thinking sometimes a lot of people be in that funk. Like a homegirl of mine, she like literally cussed me out like, oh, why didn't you post about your, I'm like, bro, I don't really be in, I'm not a super, I kind of rather people celebrate me for my opinions than just for some bullshit. Like that to me is just like, and of course, I'm not one of those people where you don't like. Of course, I probably pray like 4 or 5 times a day that day on your birthday. You're thankful to be like, oh yeah, I got to see another day where I'm healthy. I can go out and work out. I can do all those things. That's cool. But I'm talking about just the random Texas and all that, man. I don't want that shit because I don't even know how to accept it. I'm like literally in the group chat and there's a bunch of, I'm like, all right, bro, y'all know me. Let's wrap this up. Niggas could just like this one post of somebody saying, like, we ain't about to sit here all day long and 20 different niggas telling me happy birthday because I ain't about to say thank you to all 20 of you niggas. This shit's getting gay. And that's just that could be just me, just my fucking masculinity, just weird. But it's just sometimes with that shit, I just don't like it. Like even when I even told people, and when they was tag, like on Instagram, people tag you and they want you to repost it. I'm like, no disrespect, but I ain't reposting this shit because I don't want the other random motherfuckers who don't know me to just be, oh, happy birthday. Nah, that shit just be annoying. Like when Instagram was Instagram, I used to, of course, you used to like that stuff, but then it was just kind of like, I kind of
But
just
it's still
need
just appreciation though.
yeah, but I don't. But you got to understand, maybe to the point where it's now because, and this is just like because where I'm get with social media now, where I can just randomly on a regular fucking day have a good post and there's fucking thousands of people in your comment section. You kind of just you be over I ain't looking for that celebration no more. Like when Instagram was Instagram and you was just happy to get fucking 50, 100 comments. Oh, like yeah, that shit used to be a big deal. I don't care about that shit no more because it's like it's normal now. So the birthday thing is kind of like it just make it annoying. Because it just
like it's like people giving you your flowers, so to speak. Why wait till they can't tell you? You know what I'm saying? They can't show you that appreciation. So you should look at it maybe from that aspect.
No, of course you're right on that point. But then you can I kind of can look at it like if we're real, if you actually like, because I feel like sometimes, of course, and let's be clear, people, the older you get, niggas forget shit, so you don't remember everybody's birthday. But I feel like if people know you, then you don't have to post none of that shit, and people gonna people who know, they just gonna already text you. They're gonna be like, oh, happy birthday, if you already have that real relationship with people. But the extra power, because all it would have had to take me is one time to repost it, and then you just would have opened a whole Pandora's box. Because I even seen certain people like, I know niggas who personally, I know only reason why you say happy birthday to me because you seen a girl post it. And me and you follow this mutual girl. So I didn't never repost this shit, but you seen the girl post it. So now you seen, I'm like, me personally, I just be like, cool. I don't really want to partake in it. I kind of just, let me have this weekend to just actually even just take in content. Let me just watch the games. Let me just sit here and not really just, I don't know. Sometimes you be needing to decompress because sometimes that, I'm not going to lie to you, you be wanting that social media shit. And sometimes you be like, bro, I'm just tired of y'all niggas talking. And I'm tired of you talking to me. So let give myself a fucking break. So again, like I said, that was my old man rant. I feel like that was just like our normal because we've been hot topic. This was the kind of like, I feel like sometimes you need that little substance to separate yourself from other people. Let that load up though. No fucking way.
Difference, but you got information that you shouldn't have had. And then you can't, and then you turn around and say, well, I did something, the court did something wrong and that we should be in.
Hey, we gotta talk about your man too.
Oh,
last week when you tried blaming on that damn the dude the license. He ain't never had
he did. Damn, I'm glad you said that. What you? Damn, I ain't.
We talked about it last week.
I don't even know where the hell that clip. Where that clip at?
Secretary. And the judge came on to me. He ain't never had a license.
Oh, I'm glad you just reminded me about that. I would have forgot all about that shit. I literally would have forgot about that. You ready?
That doesn't make a difference, but you got information that you shouldn't have had. And then you can't, and then you turn around and you say, well, the court did something wrong and that we should be entitled to have the transcript. You all have contorted and perverted that particular process. You really have.
What I said was it is a material part of the trial.
It's not, well.
Has a right to be at, and I'd like to exercise.
It would be just like if you all in the past have had ex parte conversations with the court. And I won't say about for what. You and Mr. Adams and others. That is your right. And that little period or that little conclave of discussion with the court protects you and protects the system. It's recorded and taken down. So if it needs to be reviewed later, it gets reviewed. But you have that doesn't make a difference, but you.
Time on. Now, this is crazy. So Young Thug's lawyer, the judge has sentenced Young Thug's lawyer to 10 weekends in jail because of the outburst that he had or because he wouldn't give the information in court today. I'm not going to lie to you, bro. This Young Thug trial is absolutely crazy. And to me, that's ridiculous. Like, bro, how... I guess if you Young Thug, you kind of cool because this is you feel like, man, my lawyer just rocking and roll for me. He's standing 10 toes, but I ain't gonna lie to you, bro. This would give me a headache, dog. Like, dog, you're literally in court literally fighting for your life. Your lawyer has literally just got sentenced to 10 weekends, dog. Do you know how crazy that sounds? Like I said, it depends on where your brain go. Because if you Young Thug and you feel like, damn, my lawyer a gangster, he holding it down. But still, to me, I ain't gonna lie to you, bro. Like, this ain't no goddamn TV show. This ain't an episode of Power. I'm gonna be cool on this one. This one will absolutely blow the hell out of me. But just in other news, because I forgot to sit here and talk about it, and Marcus did just remind me. And we talked about the dude last week in Michigan who basically he went to court twice in this, and I told y'all, and it's so funny because of course y'all know I listen to the Breakfast Club. So Charlamagne gave him donkey of the day originally for the driving, whatever the case may be, pulling up on the Jones. Then he took his donkey of the day back because he thought the dude really didn't, he was supposed to get his license expunged. For backstory for people. So the guy in Michigan, literally, the original video was him going to traffic court live on a Zoom, and he was in the car he was driving. The judge told him he had to come turn himself in today. Then he went on the news, whatever the case may be, the Michigan news, and sitting here complaining like, oh, I'm a guy in the church, whatever the case may be. They missed the screw my situation. So long story short, all of this came back. The judge was like, bro, he ain't never had no license nowhere. And I don't know what the mission, because everybody was saying, like, how did he get a suspended license if he never had a driver's license? So I don't know.
That's why it's suspended. Your driving privileges.
But he ain't have a license at all. Right. So how you gonna get suspended for something you ain't got?
But I'm suspended that you can't get one. That's what they suspended it, that you even can apply for it. Because they said it was something like I think it's one place where I think he probably could have gotten it. But like I said, they suspended it where he can't, he can't drive at all.
I mean, yeah, that's kind of crazy. I'm not gonna lie to you. That story realistically gave me a headache. That's why I probably almost damn near try to forget about it, and absolutely damn near try my hardest to forget about it. But what's my man name for the Miami Dolphins? This nigga's a crazy dude. I ain't gonna lie to you. He is just
Xavien.
Yeah, what is this? Xavien Howard. I think we talked about Xavien Howard probably, I'm sure, like sometime early in the year. Probably it was like right before the football season. So for people who don't know who Xavien Howard is, he plays for the Miami Dolphins, and basically he's I think he's getting in trouble for sending a little boy some exclusive photos of his mom, basically sexual photos of his mom. His mom was nude or doing something sexual, sending it to the little boy because his mother didn't want to get an abortion. And I'm sure, and the reason why, again, when we talk about your way, your image and where your character is betrayed, Xavien Howard got a lot of baby moms. He'd have had different stories with having kids with other players' wives or girlfriends or whatever the case may be. So he's a wild boy. So this story does not seem too far-fetched. This don't seem like it's out of the loop. So it's kind of just like, all right, it is what it is. Like I said, so I don't necessarily know but Xavien Howard, that's again my biggest thing. Even while bringing this story up is be careful on the image and the way you portray yourself out into the world, not just social media, but even to them, especially if you're a sports athlete or whatever case may be. Just even the way you present yourself in media in general, because bro, people going to judge you off your previous behavior, the way you present yourself. That's all people know. I don't know how you are behind closed doors. I only can judge you from the headlines and the stories, or when you get on your social media page, the way you carry yourself via social media or the media if you are a public figure. So like I said, I can't give Xavier.
You think he's wrong for that?
For sending somebody, hell yeah, dog, you out of pocket. I don't care if she won't get an abortion. I'm not sending somebody's mom. I'm not sending somebody's son naked pictures of his mother. Like, bro, that's out of pocket. Like, come on, dog. What the hell are you doing? Like, have some decency. That's what I'm talking about. Acting your age. Like, bro, you're acting like a kid. That's some shit a little kid would do. Or I'm gonna send you pictures of your mom sucking dick. Like, come on, dog. Like, you send that and that's how you know you're doing it to a little boy, because you do that to a grown man, somebody gonna want to kill you. Like, let's be serious. Like, you can't play with somebody's mother like that. Like, yeah, you doing that to a little boy. You trying, like, come on, dog. Like, you're bullying a kid. Like, that's some hoe shit. Like, let's call a spade a spade. I'm definitely never gonna be a fan of some grown man sitting here doing some horse shit. Well, we're talking about horse shit, but this is kind of like stand up. It depends on how you feel. Howard is not rekindling. They are taking away Diddy's honorary degree. So, of course, like people do the little doctor degrees, these different colleges, especially if you donate a certain amount of money, because Charlamagne did it. I think he did it with South Carolina. Well, Diddy donated, of course, $1 million to Howard University, and Howard University was like, hey, you are a trifling human being. We'll give you back this $1 million, and we taking back our honorary doctorate degree. So some people were on the fence.
They give money back? I thought they just taking away.
No, they taking away the degree and they giving them $1 million back.
Oh, I didn't know they was giving the money back.
Yeah, so some people
been putting money in them for a while, right? It wasn't.
At one point in time, they said he was just bluffing. He owed them some money, like some money he said that he was going to get him. He never gave them. So this time he actually took the check. That was like over the time, like right before the album came out. That's when, remember, he was giving everybody back their publishing. And then that's the time around that same time, he also gave them a check. So some people were on the fence like, damn, that's not fair, because you kind of punishing the kids as well, because you making the kids kind of pay for Diddy's mess ups. So I kind of feel people on that one where it's kind of just like,
you got to stand on something.
Yeah, you kind of do. But I guess. Because do you really want to take money from? Yeah, I guess. You got to stand on something. So in other news, we've been dragging it for a minute. We haven't got to sports, but we got to get into just one of the bigger stories. And of course, y'all know I'm going to highlight my girl anyway, but this is one of the bigger stories over the weekend. People were making a big deal about old girl not making the U.S. team. And of course, I say, if you actually are engaging in WNBA games for real, like you actually are watching, and shout out to Leak, because I do be seeing Leak on the threads, and he be kind of, I don't know if he just be messing with it on my page because it is on my junk, or he kind of really engaging with the other, especially as a lot of women on threads put hashtag WNBA threads, and you will see is a lot of women talking about basketball. So of course, I'm gonna play this clip from Stephen A going back and forth with Andrea Carter, and she is one of the women they call them the big three on ESPN, who talks about women's basketball. And I guess she basically sitting here felt like she don't care about the market. And a lot of people, and I guess let me give a backstory to lead into this, playing this clip. A lot of people are sitting here saying, don't leave this girl off of the U.S. team because you can use it for marketing purposes. But realistically,
bullshit. They don't need no marketing for the USA team. They haven't lost a game in God knows how long. They don't need her.
So listen to what I'm saying. Of course, for a fact, I agree with you. That ain't even an argument that we gotta have. I totally agree with you. But people are trying to, and I can even play a clip of Gilbert Arenas as well, because a lot of people trying to use, like, that y'all gonna win. So would it hurt you to just add her for the marketing purpose? But again, when I said, who are you marketing the Olympics to? People who are gonna watch the Olympics, they're gonna watch it regardless.
And their run in the Olympics has been ridiculous. Is no challenge in there. It is a challenge, but it's not like they run away. There's worse than
they're way worse than the men. Yeah. Nigga, they be blowing people out by damn near 50 every time. It don't matter.
Say, hey, we need her. You don't need her. So for you to have her on the team, now maybe the 3-on-3 one, then cool. That's fine. But for the team, they don't need her.
Yeah, and again, I think just for let's be clear, even just, and if we keep it in a buck, though, we know for a fact, y'all know I talk about just the time. I look at times on stuff. I know when they not targeting, the target audience ain't for black people. Guess what the Olympics ain't? So this is kind of almost a conversation I almost want to mind my business because this is a white people's conversation because, dog, the Olympics come on in the middle of the day when most of us got to go to work. The Olympics ain't no drawn out joint to be coming on. Like, look, I'm not saying that some of those games do go on at nighttime, but the good stuff be coming on in the middle of the day when you got to be at work. So I'm kind of like, I can be honest, I'm a diehard NBA basketball fan. I cannot tell you how, I can't even count one because guess what? At one point in time when we talking about the Olympics, the men's basketball team was actually good. Guess what? Them games didn't even come on TV. You know how I seen Olympic games? Like when the times passed and they started to put the 96 stuff on DVDs or Netflix, like literally Netflix did a whole documentary on it. You know why they did a documentary on that Redeem team? Because they know realistically how many people didn't never watch that stuff because it wasn't on TV. You had to pay for that. You had to probably have like satellite dish. I'm sure most people listening to my voice, you ain't grow up with a satellite in your goddamn yard. So like, well, let's be serious. How many people actually, you could love basketball, but you ain't never watched no Olympics, nothing, because they pick and choose what they want to show you. So if you ain't got like now in this day and age, where of course, where we can stream certain games or whatever the case may be, or it's more channels picking certain up. But when you talk about Olympics only used to be on NBC, so they was flopping between track and swimming and this, that, and the third. Like, nigga, them games didn't even come on TV. You didn't even see them. So anyway, like I said, I'm gonna play this clip of Stephen A. Smith and Adria Carter, and I just love when some things black women ain't gonna fold on, and I like her stance.
I strongly suggest you rethink such positions, especially when it comes to you, because marketing matters. It's how you get paid. If you don't know that, you better hear me and hear me good. I am telling you right now, you are going to be underpaid for the rest of what I believe will be an illustrious career, unless you get your mind right about that marketing. It matters. It matters. Janae, you know I'm right.
I hear you.
You know I'm right.
I hear you, Stephen A., but I will not sacrifice my basketball knowledge and my integrity in terms of the game for marketing. My marketing is doing just fine. And if it has to grow a little bit slower to hold on.
Team USA has. We've had
the basketball
perspective in the past. Andrea, I strongly.
If you thinking about that marathon, then don't be holding people accountable for not promoting the sport more. Oh, don't do that. Can't have it both ways. If you're thinking about the marathon, we gotta slow walk it, right? We gotta crawl before we walk, right? We got incremental steps and improvement, right?
All right.
You can't sit up there. Let's be careful now. Because without being
Stephen A., what'd you just say last week when we were on the show together? What'd you just say about Asia Wilson? What were your words about Asia Wilson? That she was the most marketable player in the sport. You said that.
I think she's the GOAT standard.
You said that. So when this Olympics comes up, we should have first take segments. We should have first take segments on what Asia Wilson does in the Olympics. And then people will watch because you say it. Because you already said that about Asia. So we're already going to talk about the Olympics.
No, that's not how TV works. That's not how TV works. That's not how TV works.
So again, I mean, of course, this is kind of almost them just doubling back on the same stuff that I was upset with last week. Real quick, I'm gonna play Gilbert Arenas because he kind of doubled down on his sentiments, the same exact sentiments, but his was a little bit more clear, so you can hear it a little bit better.
Women bring stuff that's not tangible to the relationship.
Oh, I'm tripping. That was the wrong Gilbert Arenas show. I apologize. But Gilbert Arenas said the same thing. I thought I sent it to you, Marcus, but maybe I didn't send it, so I'm not gonna go look for it. But anyway, just long story short, just real quick, I guess of course, I told y'all, I just want to put it right here for just my WNBA take for the week. One, Asia Wilson is literally LeBron James of like 2012, 2013. Whatever your favorite version or whatever your most dominant version of LeBron James is, close your eyes and just think about it. D-Wade throwing the ball off the glass to LeBron James. LeBron James actually playing defense at that time, putting nigga shit on the glass. Whatever form of LeBron that you can imagine right now with a Miami Heat jersey on, that is Asia Wilson for the Las Vegas Aces right now. She is literally playing out her goddamn mind. She's literally, if you try to go bet on, when I like to tie this into gambling, if you go on FanDuel, you cannot get Asia Wilson bet under 25 points. You have to start her at 25. Asia Wilson is literally goddamn pissing a 30 ball every goddamn night with like 15 rebounds. again, when we talk about, and that's why I just sit here and say, sometimes you actually have to watch the games and you kind of can't just get caught up in the headlines, because that's what the women are basically saying. Why are we still talking about somebody and they just lost today by goddamn, what was the goddamn score? They lost, what was this? 89-72 to the Connecticut Sun. That girl had 10 points. Y'all know who I talk, the baddest motherfucking beautiful woman, eyeball, Deja Currington, had 22. That's who was checking her, and that's who she was checking. Plus, minus, guess who the best rookie is? And I told y'all should have bet with me when don't tell you. Mikey be right. Stop listening to ESPN. You would have got paid this summer. When the summer about to end and the fall about to come over, guess who gonna get paid? Mikey gonna get paid. You know why? Because I bet with Angel Reese. Who got, y'all niggas like to look at percentages and all that. Guess who got the best player win share? A plus 21. Angel fucking Reese. She done got 2 games back-to-back with a double-double and 5 steals, 2 games back-to-back. No, we talk, y'all niggas can we stop? And I keep telling people this when we talk about WNBA. Stop acting like you never watch basketball and you only judging off of fucking Trae Young. That's who that girl is. Trae Young, Dame Leonard. Guess what them niggas is at home right? I guarantee you right now, because we're going to tie this into the NBA Finals. I bet you my bottom fucking dollar that the Milwaukee Bucks wish they had Drew Holiday right now and not fucking Damian Leonard. Because if you just gonna celebrate a motherfucker who only can shoot 3-pointers, guess where the fuck you gonna be at? With the Milwaukee Bucks and Atlanta Hawks. And I apologize to myself for keep cussing, but guess where they at? At home. Guess where Drew Holiday is? If Drew Holiday had 2 more games or a game and a half like this, Drew Holiday literally may be the finals MVP. And you know why? Because he plays all around basketball. Stop having conversations with people about talking about basketball and you only talking about somebody who can literally only shoot 3 points. Me and Marcus was watching the game together the other day when they was playing the Mystics, and this girl had to keep getting took out in the 4th quarter because she cannot play no defense. So if you have a bad scoring game and you can't play no defense, you are dog food and you are dog S-H-I-T. Let's stop talking about this girl. And that's where the women are getting frustrated at. And shout out to her teammate. Her teammate, the girl.
She had 30 that game.
She had 30 that game, but she had 10 tonight. I mean, she played the Mystics, dog. Like, listen, come on. Like, they literally put in it. Let's be clear. One thing I will get that girl shout out. If she see another white girl in front of her, it's gonna be white on white crime all night long. Her best games is literally when it's another white person checking her. But when she got to play the majority of that league, it's they black women. Some of them are lesbian women. And that's one of the things that the women keep complaining about. Like, bro, it's just this is why the girl is the Trump girl. She's literally just going to, if y'all think I'll be tripping, all you gotta do is go on Twitter, put in her name, and go look at the picture. People who talk about her, I guarantee you, because y'all know me, if I see a conversation going back and forth, I'm gonna go look at this person be talking about Trump all day long too. That's what it is. That's who the people, they're the people who they gonna argue for on. So just go on Twitter. That's all you gotta do. Go on Twitter, put that girl name in, go look at somebody who got a viral tweet of talking about her. I 100% positive. I will bet you $20 right now. That person also has a Trump tweet probably the same day, if not the same week. So that's who they are. So that's where you kind of split in the audiences. And that's why I say I'm paying attention to a lot of sports media people. It's like, oh, I can't get a Trump fan base by talking about Trump, because then most people will probably kill me if I try that one. But I can try to engage with this girl and let me talk about that. But even just having a 30-point game and then the next game you have a 10-point game, is like, and the game you just literally told me you was gonna wake up a monster. Oh, they left me off the US team. They just woke up a monster. The very next game you had 10 points, dog. What are we talking about? But again, like I said, y'all start judging basketball off a 3-point shooting, so knock yourself out. If that's the bar we looking at, hey, guess what? Hey, Lizzo, I know you listening. You love Luka. That white bitch don't play no defense neither. And guess what? His ass about to go home 4-0. He may. If Boston want to be nice, well, I know Boston people ain't nice. If Boston want to be nice, they may let them win one game so they can win the championship at home. That's if they nice. If they want to celebrate on their own home court, they may let it go back. They may go game 5. But again, a nigga who's dog food, I don't celebrate dog food niggas. If you cannot play come on, dog. If you are 30 years old, you hear my voice, you grew up, and you actually got to see Michael Jordan at least play one adult game in your life, bro, come on, stop acting stupid out here. If you was in the pandemic, you watched The Last Dance, like, stop acting dumb, dog. Like, come on, we ain't start watching basketball when it came to Steph Curry. Let's clean this shit up. That girl got left off the Olympic team, and if you think that was a destiny, just Google Arike. I can't never say her last name, but she played for the Dallas Wing. That girl, Google her highlights and you tell me that she better. That girl is better than her. It's not. I'm sorry, I hate to tell y'all that. But like I said, the Dallas Mavericks, I thought y'all was going to have a fight. We all was rooting for Kyrie, wanted to see Kyrie win. Kyrie shit in the bed right now. Kyrie is absolutely wet in the bed. I hate to tell you that he's going home, dog. Kyrie is out there looking like boo-boo. I wanted to, like, I came on this mic, I said, damn, I wouldn't mind seeing Kyrie beat the allegations. Kyrie look like he can get it done. He can't. He's shit in the bed right now. He can't check a soul, and Jaylen Brown is D'ing this nigga up. And that to me, that's when we talk about, if you sit here, especially if you got kids and your kids want to play basketball, you should be sitting here showing them Jaylen Brown and Drew Holiday. Them two niggas is getting it done on both ends of the floor. Even Jason Tatum at least still, he not showing up on the offensive end, but he's still getting his teammates in it. He's still getting assists. He's still drawing the double team, kicking the ball out, and he's still playing defense. But Jaylen Brown, that nigga is literally checking Kyrie up at the goddamn half. He picking that nigga up at half court. Him and Drew Holiday and Derek White, them niggas is literally picking Kyrie or Luka, whoever they switching it up. Them three niggas is playing defense on all of them niggas and picking them up at half court. Drew Holiday get him a bucket. He picking niggas up at 94 feet. I was watching Drew Holiday like, damn, this nigga might almost had 30. This Drew Holiday, he ain't shooting a bunch of threes. He going to the basket, getting three the hard way, or he getting him a steal, going to the lane. Like, come on, dog. Like, let's please act like we didn't watch the basketball game before, and let's stop acting delusional. And especially if you ain't getting paid by ESPN, don't just be on here just talking stupid for no reason. But again, shout outs to Mean Mug and Reese. I'm not gonna lie. That be the stuff that, again, when I talk about not wanting to get ahead, Kettle don't care. I like those moments when I can come up with a fucking fire nickname and that shit start trending on social media and people start liking it by the thousands. I like that shit more. Mean Mug and Reese, bro, oh my God, shout out to the missus for getting cooked, because that goddamn Mean Mug and Reese did me justice the other day. Man, shout out to Angel Reese, bro. You got it fanning me forever, because I'm not gonna lie, you a content gold for me. I don't know, other motherfuckers missed the boat, but I am not missing that boat. That girl is a goddamn life changer for me on social media. I want to get into my girl Ari.
Well, I talked to some of the girlies earlier, Sherelle, Rosado. They were telling me what they do to keep their man happy. Sex. You need yeah, that part. Good answer.
Girl, you can't keep these niggas happy.
No, you can fuck anybody.
You're right.
Okay, thank you. Give me a little bit more. What do you do to keep your man happy?
So first of all, I cook every single day. Every day home cooked meal. I make sure I cook, I clean. You know, we pray together. Still. I feel like you gotta like listen, stop being so naggy. Understand that people go through things and everything is not about you. Be supportive.
Ari, that was good. Ari, wait a minute. Ari, that was good. That was real good. That was good.
Okay. Seriously. Because I used to always feel like if you having a bad day, like, oh, I feel offended, or I feel like a hit, like you hit me, you did something to me. And it's just like, bitch, everything is not about you. So I had to take a step back and like understand that just how you go through things, your partner do too. Like, relax. Be there to comfort and stop being so aggressive.
I'm gonna have to talk to you about getting me a man.
Now you want to ask me?
All right, smoke that. Shout out to Ari. I'm not gonna lie, Ari, that may have been one of your best moments in front of a microphone, in front of a camera in a long time. Like, I'm not gonna lie, y'all, Ari, we all know, we all got two eyes. Ari got a motherfucking dragon wagon, but her talk game kind of be getting her in trouble a lot. Of course, I'm sure for people who don't remember, she lost her Fenty deals, all the crazy shit she'd say out of her mouth, because Ari is a real live Chicago native. But anyway, I do shout outs. And matter of fact, I forgot to say that was another song that I did like over on Friday too, is Moneybag Yo. I forgot that. I don't know how I forgot that one. That Moneybag Yo joint. I was like, damn, I like that Moneybag Yo. That joint was kind of hard. I'm not gonna hold you. And you know what's so crazy? I did not know that when I said it, I said if you be on TikTok, I didn't know that Glorilla didn't put that song out. That song is not out. That fucking 95 degrees. I ain't got no nigga, ain't no nigga got me. That song ain't even out yet. So that's again why when we made that list, well, we did say Glorilla should be in the top 4 anyway. So yeah, shout outs to Glorilla, because I didn't even know that song wasn't out. I literally, just because, you know, I kept seeing it on TikTok, I literally thought the song was already out. I thought that was off the project. That song is not even out yet. And people is like super geeking for that jump. So again, shout outs to Glorilla, shout outs to Ari. I guess my question would be, I'm not even gonna lie to you. I'm trying to think about it. Would I put a home cooked meal over sex? And I honestly, maybe, if I'm keeping it a buck, especially if it's like a home cooked meal and you can kind of like do the vegetables like fire, like, and make vegetables kind of taste good where it don't feel like it's a chore eating vegetables. Yeah, I may put a home cooked meal in front of the sex.
All the time.
A home cooked meal over sex all the time?
Yeah.
Yeah, you probably gonna have to sprinkle some sex in there, but the home cooked meal.
No, but
yeah.
I'm saying, I feel like the home cooked meal is the icing on the cake. Anybody can get
I ain't even gonna say the
sex.
icing on the cake. The home cooked meal, especially if you can cook for real, the home cooked meal may be ahead of the sex. Like, I could like if we keep it in a buck, like I could tolerate the sex being on a 5 if you can cook. Like, if the sex is just mid, but you can cook crazy, Like I'm talking about, you make vegetables feel like I'm eating pasta. Like if you can make vegetables like that fucking fire, I could tolerate on a scale of 1 to 10, the sex could be a 6. Like the sex could be wild mid and the food is like OD fire, and it's not like, yeah, I'm cool with that. I could go with a home cooked meal over some fire sex. If you can give me, I can go for that one. So that was I like all right for that one. I can go with that opinion. Real quick, I guess we can sit here. I can play this clip of Metro Boomin's sister felt some type of way about Metro Boomin not defending their mother.
Something. This nigga Drake say, shut the fuck up and make some drums, right? This nigga gets so out of his body and bothered by what he said, he go above and beyond to respond with a song. This nigga Soldier Boy say he sacrificed our mama, and what this bitch say? Not a motherfucking thing. This nigga went quiet. This nigga didn't say nothing, so that's something you allowing people to think about you, but you get out your body when a nigga call you a hoe and tell you to make some drums, that bothers you, but when a nigga speaking on your mama, your bitch ass don't say shit, and I'm the crazy one? Yeah, okay. Listen, I thought about something.
And again, so, this is what I'm talking about sometimes, about what you post on social media, how you respond, how you portray yourself. Now, we had that conversation, and I kind of was like, I don't know, because, I haven't lost my mom yet, so I don't necessarily, knock on wood, God forbid, so I don't know how that would trigger somebody. But this is his sister. They got the same mother. So she kind of felt the way, like, I gave him a pass on it, but I originally felt that way. It's kind of like, damn, I don't necessarily know if I'm gonna let somebody play with my mother's name like that and not crash out. And I get what she's saying. Like, nigga, you went above and beyond to keep making diss songs and respond to Drake over something stupid, but a nigga disrespecting our mother and you did not saying nothing. Like, that's crazy. Like, I don't give that a pass. How can I give you a pass on that one? This man is literal live disrespecting our mother and you didn't say nothing. You went quiet.
But do you give it a pass if, okay, I didn't deal with it publicly, you don't know about it, but how it might have happened, whatever, behind closed doors, and how
I feel like if you get public disrespect, people want a public apology. If you disrespect me publicly, I want you to apologize publicly. So I feel her on that one. So it's like, because I don't even want to leave.
Give a public apology, right?
Yeah, that half-ass apology. Yeah, I get it. He did, but it's still like, I get what she's saying. Like, nigga, that's my mother. And I'm sure, and I seen people in the comment, well, why you didn't do that? I'm sure she's not rich. She's not in the same spaces as Soulja Boy. She don't got money like Metro Boomin do. She can just go up and push up on Soulja Boy if she wants to. I'm sure by the way she felt and the way she kind of looked, I'm sure she had the opportunity to push up on Soulja Boy. I'm 100% positive she would. But it's just a difference between somebody who can financially move around and kind of bump into people if they need to, and somebody who can't. And I just feel like realistically, financially, she probably can't just bump into Soulja Boy, but I'm sure she could. I guarantee she'll pop off on Soulja Boy before Metro Boomin will. And to me, that's crazy. I'm not mad. Like, I'm not mad at her for calling him out. And when I'm talking about people on social media, it's just weird. Like, that's weird. So, I mean, like I said, shout out to Metro Boomin sister. I'm not mad at her for what she said. And real quick, my last take, because I meant to, and I apologize for doing this. Shout out to I believe her name is Raquel Jackson. She plays for the LA Sparks. She's also a rookie, and she used to play for Tennessee. She get busy, dog. For people who, if you have not seen the LA Sparks, I watched the Sparks game after the Mavs in Boston last night because they was beating the Aces. The Aces is, of course, the defending back-to-back champs. Of course, the conversation is the three-peat. Nigga, the Aces was making a pushback. Matter of fact, I think they even went back up by 1. Nigga, the rookie said, give me the rock. And she put that shit and went smack at Asia Wilson and got the bucket and the and one. I swear to God, I said, that was another moment I caught that. Sorry, Miss Jackson. Oh my gosh, she went to the hoop, dog. But shout out to Raquel Jackson. I'm not gonna lie to you. A lot of people do kind of try to give Cameron Brink. I haven't seen a good Cameron Brink. I know she had that one good game where she had 21, but and she was blocking for a minute. But since that, kind of people were trying to give her that hype, she kind of been having, like, she done went quiet. Like, her game ain't really consistent. She do get in a lot of foul trouble. But Raquel Jackson is the real deal. I'm not gonna hold y'all. So if you haven't seen the LA Sparks game, and if you do see one come up, watch that, especially right now while she's in the starting lineup. And so, I mean, that is one thing that I forgot to say and say. So shout out to Raquel Jackson. She definitely got a bucket, and she got one on H. Wilson, and the Sparks beat the Aces. I think the Aces might be on like a 2-game losing streak right now. Let that load up.
She still tries to make you believe.
Come here with this sexy red Jermaine Dupri.
if you know, if you're a hot artist and you got a single, that selling albums don't matter, right? And I'm only selling albums don't matter. Yeah, I'm only bringing this up because I seen like academics posted today something about Sexy Red album only doing 28,000 copies, right? In the era that I came in the music industry, if you sold 28,000 copies, you didn't get no other chance to even walk in the building again. You're fired. Like, niggas was not talking to you if you sold 28,000 records, right? And I just feel like, it's such a disconnect between people understanding the streaming situation and then actually what you're looking at, right? Because if we should be only paying attention to the streaming numbers, then I don't understand why the blogs always try to post what people are selling as an album. Because for people that look at music the way I look at it, it feels like a failure. It still feels like a failure, right? Because I come from an era where the numbers were 80,000, 100, 200, 900, right? You start going going this way, it feels like it's going backwards to me. And I'm just saying, because I was a part of
So you think that the number itself is representative of the impact for real?
Yes, 100%.
Because I actually believe that the streaming numbers is so fucked up. If the streaming numbers don't even have a relationship to how many times people really listen to the music. From a standpoint of, like, if I listen to an album that I love 30 times, I don't know how many streams that would account to today. But people have the music on repeat nonstop.
Okay, so for people who don't know who that is, that was Jermaine Dupri, and I believe that was Steve Stout, and they was having a conversation about Sexy Red, or just basically numbers in general. But Jermaine Dupri was using Sexy Red as an example because, of course, you know, academics always post people's numbers. So I kind of agree with what they were saying because, okay, she had 28,000, and basically it sounded like they was trying to sit here and say like that 28,000 does not impact or real. I mean, look, we kind of agree. We didn't even move Sexy Red off of being number 2 in the top hottest female rappers out. So her selling 28,000, you got them on Nicki Minaj. We had Nicki Minaj as number 1. Sexy Red was number 2. Nicki Minaj first week sales was 220,000. Outside of the commercials, if we being honest, I don't like exclude the commercials, and I don't mean this in a disrespectful way to Nicki Minaj, but I don't think a song off of that Nicki Minaj album is big as Get It Sexy. Numbers wise, yeah, it'll probably be like, oh, you don't know what you're talking about if we just going, but I do agree with them. Like, how do we even really judge the numbers? Because even just perfect example, like you can go on Spotify and get your Spotify numbers for rappers, but they can't show you, they don't never show you your Apple Music numbers. And for most people, if you got an iPhone, you got Apple Music. So like, how do we sit realistically? How do you really judge it? Because I know for a fact, women that I follow on social media, like big as that Nicki, even all the tours she sold, whatever the case may be, I still see more people using Sexy Red music than I seen them use Nicki Minaj on. She put out a whole album. I can almost go out on a limb and say I've seen more people use the Get It Sexy jump than I've seen any song off of that Nicki project. And that's so it's kind of like, and again, that's almost just like we talking about sports. So like, are we actually watching the game or you just looking up the stats? Because if I'm just looking at the stats can always be misleading because you just don't see the impact that somebody's having where it's like, oh, all right, they're not playing their greatest because their numbers don't line up, but they realistically then shut their person down. So it's just it's a little bit different. Like, I do agree with them. Like, are the numbers realistically misleading? Because if you just go off of, oh, Sexy Red only did 28,000, then you're going to be like, oh, well, nobody ain't messing with her. But that's a lie. Because you can literally go outside and you don't even have, and my version of going outside is just going on the goddamn people Insta story. And everybody and their mother use a Sexy Red song. I told y'all before that when that Drake song, I'm like, bro, people gonna use it. And guess what? People are using it. When we talked about Anthony Edwards last week and his video was going viral, that girl was singing the Sexy Red song to Anthony Edwards. So like I said, I do agree. I just don't know how do we realistically, it's hard to kind of judge those numbers. I don't necessarily know if those numbers should realistically kind of hold any real standard to them, man. I kind of be tired of people we even have to have those conversations or even talk about them. Oh, I gotta play my girl. What's this girl name? What the fuck is her name? Amber Rose. Oh no, matter of fact, before I get to Amber Rose, Skims is launching not Skims, Skin. What is it? SKYN. Yeah, of course, it's a condom company, and they are launching $100 Supreme filling condom. Let me tell you something. If I had to pay $100 to wear a condom, I would never have sex. I ain't having sex already, but I definitely wouldn't have sex. If that was what I had to look forward to get some coochie before even actually, so you sitting here saying I got to pay for $100 rubber, I still got to take you out on a date. I'm sorry, bro. It would never happen. Ain't no though.
That was the only. Yeah, niggas be going raw for real.
Yeah, if you know the crazy thing is, and this is gonna sound nuts. You don't have to take away none of those abortion rights or nothing. Make them goddamn condom prices $100 and all that. And you want to change people start having kids again? I guarantee you'll start seeing the pregnancy shit shoot up. If you put $100, if every box of condoms costs $100, I guarantee you would see the whole entire world running around pregnant. If you want motherfuckers to actually start having kids, make them goddamn all them condom prices $100. I swear to God, you'll see endless people starting to have kids because they ain't no way in hell, dog. They'll either be having kids or they wouldn't be having sex at all, or they'll be risking it because it ain't no way in God's green earth I'm sitting here paying $100 for no goddamn condom. Like, dog, it's not gonna happen. Like, that don't even make sense to me. Like, how?
Shit, do it make me last all night? Like, what the fuck? I paid $100 for, and I'm just boom, boom, out of here. Oh hell no! That's quick out of you to waste.
It's the worst. I ain't no way in hell, though.
With your, endorsement of Donald Trump, I mean, you're all about women's rights issues. I mean, what was the reason for the big change?
Is Donald Trump not for women's rights issues?
I mean, I guess a lot of people were
He's
asking.
trying to make America great again. That's for women too, right?
That's true. I mean,
there you go.
I know. Does him getting convicted change the way you view him?
Not at all.
I mean, do you think it'll help his chances getting reelected, or you'll hurt
I think it helps him more. I think it actually
helps him more.
Yeah, absolutely. I think people see the injustice and what happened, and they want to vote for him more than ever.
I know. I wanted to ask you. So it seems like a lot of celebrities are kind of voting for Trump now. I mean, why do you think people are kind of changing their way of
I think we just did our research, and we're just we're not brainwashed anymore by the left. I can say that about myself. All these years I've been brainwashed, and I'm not anymore. So
we're shocked with your.
Okay,
I mean, do you think Donald Trump would approve of the walk?
That's no longer. I haven't did this walk since 2018, so I think I could do something better for women than a walk.
Okay.
Although I was very passionate about this walk,
I loved it.
Donated hundreds of thousands of dollars to helping women get counseling for domestic violence and sexual assault and rape, and I'm still that person. I just don't think I need to walk for that.
I know. So what are you doing exactly now that you're? Okay. I mean, do you think?
All right. So, that question was kind of, I kind of wanted to even almost tie that into Amber Rose feeling like she maybe have outgrown even doing the slut walk. Maybe that is kind of the older you get, I wonder, do your values change? And I guess that's kind of one of the real conversations we've been having majority from this episode. And it kind of seems like that's the only thing I kind of took away from. Maybe she felt like she outgrew it because it was a success. Every time she was doing it, people was coming out she was getting a turnout for it. So I do wonder kind of realistically, to me, it seems like the only way you kind of stopped doing something that you were getting a good response for is that you may feel like you kind of outgrew that movement, or you kind of just where it's you might just,
it's a headache more than it is.
Or she 2 kids in now. So I do think sometimes some people, the more you have, the older you get and you starting to have more responsibilities, I'm sure that realistically, some of your beliefs are going to change a little bit. Or some of them, maybe your beliefs may stay the same. And that's why she said, I haven't done it since 2018. I'm sure realistically, maybe I still believe in it, but the way I maybe even, because you even had to blur the word out. So for something, why do I even want to kind of keep marketing and promoting something that I even has to be censored? So if I got to censor myself, even the name of my march or the movement that I had, maybe realistically, I need to figure out another way to present this. Well, I may be changing it up a little bit. And Amber Rose is realistically, to be honest, she kind of fell back. This is her first time realistically people even staying consistent on the blogs, or even people even talking about her anymore, because she kind of really fell back. And even from this Jones, it's not, she got a fucking baseball hat on and a goddamn workout joint, a zip up joint, damn near almost like a turtleneck. So it's kind of she really out the way, to be honest. So it's I kind of don't necessarily know how you you judge it, to be honest.
But my only thing is, even with her, when she said about women, he's for the women, but then it's when you got those the allegations and everything out, and then the whole abortion thing. So what about that? Is that still?
I mean, I don't know. To be honest, politics not really my bag. I hear them, I understand them, but I couldn't really, the same way I can be passionate about the stuff that I be passionate about and be able to defend it. I can't realistically. I wouldn't sit here and try to bore people or even try to defend that topic. So I just played it just because it was just like, all right, cool, this is what's going on. I don't have no real definitive opinion or take on it, because I do feel like with politics, it's kind of like the same way it's almost like with birthdays. I can't really tell somebody how to celebrate certain things or who to vote for or how to feel, because I don't necessarily know what you actually going through. Like, what are you going through? Why didn't you celebrate this birthday? So I don't necessarily know why you want to vote for somebody. I don't know what your finances look like. I don't know how stressed you are about your job or whatever the case may be. So I can't, it's hard to kind of tell people how to feel about those things. It's almost like telling, like, again, somebody religion or whatever.
On a date with my first trans man. It was fun. I didn't know he was trans from his profile, but in person I figured it out, but I didn't give a fuck. I'm too poor to have a phobia, okay? As long as you identify as a man who's paying this check. At the end of this motherfucking meal. That's all I care about. As long as your pronouns are Zelle and Cash App. I don't give a fuck about what else you got going on. And it was a good day. You know what I'm saying? Conversation was good. The vibe was good. It went south when the bill came and his card declined. Right. I was like, ooh. And he's like, oh, don't worry. One of my 6 roommates are going to send me some money. I was like, what the fuck? You live at jail, nigga? What the fuck? 6 roommates? So long story short, he pays the bill. He says, Eva, I had a great time. I would love to take you out again. I said, absolutely the fuck not. He got offended. He's like, I thought we had a great time. Don't tell me you're transphobic. I said, no, baby, I don't date the poor. I'm poor. What the fuck we gonna do together? Wish upon a star, nigga? I need help. I said, first of all, that's poor planning on your end. Why didn't you transition into a rich man? Right? So your transactions can go through. I went on.
Hey, Mo, that shit was funny. I want to just play a snippet of this Funkmaster Flex jump because I don't want the music to play. Hold on, I gotta see.
What you want to hear. But remember, if you're someone that likes this song, you are a clown.
What song you talking about, Flex?
This song, I don't know what the rest of his songs sound like. I don't even know who Tommy Richmond is. It sounds like a shoe store.
Yeah.
Now we're gonna document this hot garbage. We're gonna play it. I know.
So, and that, a reason why I just wanted to play that snippet because it kind of just ties into our conversation of last week when we talked about Hot 97 and we talked about Method Man. And real quick, somebody did catch up with Method Man, and I'm gonna give my opinion after I do play the snippet of Method Man because he did try to clean up what he said a little bit, and then I do want to kind of tie in that into that Funkmaster Flex statement.
Festival, definitely like more age appropriate, more like was the crowd more into it than what you saw at Summer Jam?
You know what I'm upset about? Because I wasn't mad at the crowd. If you look at the caption or the comment that I left, there's words like thank you, I love you,
yes, yep.
Just a generation gap. Yep. I showed grace.
Yep, you did.
But the feedback that it's gotten, I don't think it's fair, for one. And for two, I would never point my finger at a crowd for not liking my music. That's not even it. I was there for Mr. C. And it was New York. So I figured I'm in New York. I'm in my backyard. People know who I am.
Right. So you feel like it was kind of misconstrued?
Yeah,
slightly,
absolutely
right?
Misconstrued. I wasn't mad at the crowd. That was me having a self-awareness moment. That's it.
Right.
That's totally
Lastly, do you have a little bit of regret for putting that out? Or do you feel like you said what you said and that's that? It is hip-hop, right?
I don't regret nothing. I'll have regrets.
So of course, so like I said, I wanted to tie those two things in there because again, I think sometimes like one of the bigger conversations we've been having this whole episode is just age appropriate things. So what Funkmaster Flex was saying, was it right? Yeah, for his age, absolutely. But if you sit here saying, I want my station to still be relevant, kind of going, like I said, with the Method Man thing of him sitting here performing at Summer Jam. For people who don't know, you need a little backstory. Funkmaster Flex does work at Hot 97, which had Summer Jam last week when Method Man felt that way about performing, saying the crowds was too mixed. So again, my thing of it is, though, it's just like, when I say sometimes people just have a job and where it's like, when do you again, saying age appropriate stuff. This song is by far one of the biggest songs, especially on social media. Is that the Tommy Rich, and I didn't even shout out to him. I didn't know he from the DMV area, and he signed to Brent Files. So shout outs to him. But my whole thing of it is when we talk about age appropriate, we talk about age. We talk about sometimes when we talk about even Stephen A. Smith, some people just have a job. It's like if you feel that way and you're that old, where you kind of just taking a dump on this song because it's not hippity hip hop, and you trying to like discredit the dude and discredit the song, it's like you should probably look for a new station to work at. Because how do you keep a radio station relevant if you sit here trying to literally dump on one of the hottest songs out? That don't even make no sense to me. How can I take your ear honestly? And that's what I'm saying. Like when we talk about age, sometimes where it's like, all right, bro, you the old man and you feel that old, then you should probably kind of move out the way. You can probably go get a job at like XM radio or something. You can work with LL Cool J on Rock the Bills. But you can't sit here and realistically be like, bro, like what? Like I don't get it. Like that to me just I don't get that. I don't get that kind of just when people act like they just too old or your ears is just like I know what's good music and this ain't good music. Oh, it's 2024. You kind of don't get to gatekeep what good music is no more. The people kind of make what's hot and what's not hot. And that's the same thing when we talk about sports. Like, bro, I can watch like back in the day. Listening to sports like ESPN or listening to the radio, it was almost gospel because we didn't have the option to be able to get league pass. I can't watch all the games for myself. I don't even, you know what I'm saying? Like I got to kind of go on your opinion, whatever you report, because we only got 2 channels. The games used to just come on TNT. That's it. So you kind of lose that. You will lose that approach and you lose that opinion. So even when it comes to music, it's like, me personally, there's no way in hell I can own Hot 97 and have this nigga on my station just literally just talk. It's just talking reckless, and now you kind of making people judge your taste in music. Because then I'm like, what's the hot song that you done broke then? Since this song is garbage, you tell me the song that you done broke, and then it transitioned outside of just New York. Because when we talked about that Cash Cobain dude, I still feel like that song hasn't realistically transformed outside of New York City.
So did you think there's more so hate on Flex because it is a successful song? Because it's not like it's a bad song. It's like shit. I mean, it's catchy. So that is that more of a hate than it is like, you know what I'm saying? Like it's trying to stay irrelevant kind of situation. Like, is that more hate?
No, I think it's. I think to me it's hate. To me, it's clear as day as hate. I don't necessarily know if you can just it up as anything else besides hate. To me, that's all it is. I only can see it as hate. I can't see it as nothing else.
I don't know how that song trash. You talking about hot garbage? Like, damn, nigga, what?
Then what's good? That would be my question. If that's hot garbage, then tell me what's good. But again, in other news, Nicki Minaj tweeted out a cryptic tweet. I mean, I'm sure most people feel like it. She tweeted out single. Most people feel like she's about to put out a new song. Some people say, well, could she be single? That means she got to get a divorce from her husband. I doubt it. I think she probably about to put out a song because maybe she feel the same way I feel. Like, yeah, that album did numbers, the tour sold out, but are people right now outside of the Bobs? I'm not talking about the Bobs. Regular people, do they have any Nicki Minaj in rotation right now?
So okay, my question: when that encrypted whole text message bullshit, right? And you saying that you don't have to address everything, you don't have to, you put it up.
It's not a text that she just tweeted out the word single.
That's what I'm saying. Yep, it was like single.
Yeah.
So, but. Are you just playing along with it, or like I know this shit gonna, people gonna think, oh, maybe she talking about my divorce, am I really actually single, or am I still married?
I mean, I don't even know why people thought that she meant that she was divorced. Because I mean, Nicki Minaj kind of went out her way above and beyond to kind of help this man move along with her, come on tour with her. I can almost can't imagine Nicki Minaj becoming a single mom at 40-something years old. I just can't. Like, you waited that long to have a kid. You waited that long to get married. I kind of can't imagine you being single now. It kind of look nuts. Even though, let's be clear, 90% of your fan base hate that man. They don't know him. They just hate him. And they hate him for you. So, I don't necessarily, they wouldn't be mad. They'd probably throw you a goddamn party and a parade if you really actually was single. But I think if Nicki Minaj is honest with herself, summertime is here. People ain't playing no new Nicki. Like, what's the Nicki song? Like right now, if I'm sitting here, if I'm a DJ and I'm okay, I may throw everybody in there. I don't outside of everybody, and I may play everybody early. If I'm really going into my girl set, or I'm getting this about the club about to close, I'm 2:00. The club closes at 2:30. I don't necessarily even know if any more Nicki coming on. But by 2, if the club closes at 2:30 and it's 2:00, I'm sure I'm still can get off some Glow. And I definitely can still get off some Sexy Red. I ain't even saying I'm getting off Meg or none of them, but I may get off the Meg and Cardi Joan, or I may get off the Meg verse on off the Lotto Joan. Like, I feel like I'm gonna get into a couple of those other girls who was not #1 on the Billboard top 10 hottest. So do you need some new music? Sure. So like I said, I ain't mad at Nicki for that. Nipsey Hussle, close friend, painted over the Nipsey Hussle memorial that was done in LA because people kept writing like just crazy stuff on the memorial. And I don't be necessarily.
What was messed up with it? Because I seen it, and when he said painting it over, but I'm like, I didn't see it. Nobody like painted on his face or anything like that.
I couldn't see it, but
looked like it was like off to the sides, or you know what I'm saying? Like, it didn't see nothing. I didn't see nothing on the face.
Yeah, I mean,
So
but I only because most of the face, the picture I seen, most of the face was covered up, so I couldn't tell. But I mean, I'm sure I couldn't just imagine him just doing it just to be doing it, because that was a good joint. It wasn't like that was some like BS joint. Like, that was a joint somebody looked like they really took time and put detail into that painting. So I couldn't only imagine somebody probably was writing something. I don't know, because I don't necessarily know what neighborhood it's in, if people can kind of watch it and see it all the time. So I don't necessarily know how that one realistically really worked out. But I mean, he was painting over it. So I mean, obviously he's seen something that we didn't see. Because I mean, we kind of talked about women, we was talking about hip hop as well in this part. Meg Thee Stallion, it was a video that was floating around, and they were saying it was they call it a deepfake, but it's basically an AI sex tape where somebody takes Meg's face and put it on somebody else's body. And she kind of was like, oh, I'm tired of y'all just continuously. Every time I'm starting to get some motion and you see me really getting hot, somebody tries to go out of their way and go above and beyond to try to like just mess my day up. Try to throw a monkey wrench in my motion that I got going on. And I fell on that one. Because if you've seen the video, it was kind of just like that angle was just, it was a horrible angle. Like, I can't see somebody having sex with Meg Thee Stallion and just that will be actually the angle. I just couldn't see it. To me, I don't believe that video was real. Because I couldn't imagine me hitting Meg, and that was just that's not gonna be me personally, that wouldn't be the angle I would want to record. Like, that shit just look like a dingy home like a video, and that just like, nigga, this Meg Thee Stallion. That angle to me was just, it was one, the video quality was trash, and that angle was trash. Like, bro, this is Meg. I'm not, ain't no way in hell. If I'm gonna record me having sex with Meg Thee Stallion, nigga, I'm gonna be showing out. So I'm with her on that one. She broke down a little bit while she was performing in Tampa, when she was performing the Cobra song, and she kind of was just like, she was in the feeling. She had her moment. She kind of got emotional on stage while she was performing that song, and I'm not mad at Meg for that one. Krishan Rock got locked up when she went to go see Blueface. She went to go see Blueface. She was going to her court dates, and maybe Krishan must have forgot that she had some warrants for her arrest, and she did get locked up while she was there. Bro, I'm not gonna lie to you. And it's so crazy because, I mean, I almost feel like now you got to kind of give Blueface, two things. You either got to give Blueface a lot of credit for the reason why both of them got very popular, or Krishan really just needed a break from social media, because she absolutely kind of went like super quiet. Like, for somebody who literally couldn't stay off your timeline, even if you didn't follow her, to somebody who absolutely like, damn, I'd be forgetting she even exists anymore. And those two things are absolutely, it's just like, I don't know who you get a credit to. I don't know if you give her credit for kind of growing and separating from social media a little bit, or do you give Blueface a lot of credit for masterminding that whole situation? Also, in other news, the NYPD end up arresting 15 gang members and 3 of their ops because of their back and forth on social media. And the police said it made it super easy for them to be able to do investigations. Again, when we talk about bad parents and dumb kids, just the times that we live in, and people trying to overdo things for the algorithm. You getting locked up for back and forth street beef did you allow to trickle down on social media? Just a prime example of people who do anything for clout. And it's just the times we live in. That's just how stupid people are, how crazy the world is. It's just absolutely ridiculous. And that is the times that we live in. I feel like matter of fact, I got to play this Jay-Z and JuJu thing, and then we can get into Power, because Power is back.
a magazine to Beyonce, one to Blue Ivy, and one to Jay-Z. We're gonna give a magazine to Beyonce, one to Blue Ivy, and one to Jay-Z. And all this stuff can be together.
My favorite player in the world right now. As soon as he called my sister and was like, JuJu, I was like, JuJu? I love JuJu.
Oh, thank you so much.
When I hit Jay, I was like, guess who coming today? JuJu. He's like, JuJu, he tough. So I was like, hey, JuJu.
Nah, we gotta get y'all to the game for sure.
Absolutely.
For sure.
Absolutely. It's an honor though.
No, it's
Like,
not.
Sure. You look wonderful. Thank you. Okay, Lucky, let her give me my jersey now. I'm waiting.
You in the building. Hey, G, you in the building.
Not the way. Thank you. Thank you. We gotta get you to a game. I would love to have you. Yeah. All right, bet. Yeah, I got a jersey for you too.
Just, I'm speechless, guys, for real. The office is just amazing. The artwork in there is crazy. But, yeah, just, I'm lost for words. I can't even tell you.
I'm not gonna lie to you, that is the biggest cheat code that Rock Nation got. Is still they got Jay-Z. That is still because most people, if you of a certain, and JuJu is young, but still to kind of just like, bro, it's still Jay-Z, dog. And like for Jay-Z to sit here and you know he is, when you see other great people kind to just like give you your credit, and especially at this time where it's like, bro, you Jay-Z, though. For you to sit here and we know that Jay-Z is a sports fan, like what was that? What game was that? Warriors versus. That was the Warriors versus the Lakers, and he was sitting right there, and LeBron started dapping him up when he was coming back, and he was cooking. Like I can't remember what game who that was. It might have been a Warriors game. It was this year, was it?
Yeah, I think so.
It was against the Warriors, yeah, and LeBron started. But it's just Jay-Z. Like Jay-Z only come out to like big sporting events when LeBron was going to break his record. LeBron is really his guy. So most of the time, if you do see Jay-Z at a big game, 9 times out of 10, it is a LeBron James game. So this kind of even to get that credit from Jay-Z and just even what he doing for the Super Bowl, that's still a monumental moment for sports athletes. That's why I'm not mad at fucking LaMelo Ball for doing the Puma thing. That is one of the cool things that Puma has because they got Emory Jones, that's Jay-Z man, so he kind of can make those little phone calls where it's like, hey, boom, 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 this is my man, boom, he want to speak to you. So shout out to JuJu. And a lot of people have made that, and I'm not mad at people for talking about that, but I do want real quick for people who are kind of still new to just the college basketball WNBA thing. People keep saying, oh, well, they're going to get JuJu next year. JuJu still got 3 more years, ladies and gentlemen. She was a freshman in the WNBA. I don't know what the age restriction is, but you have to do 4 years.
No, you don't have to do 4 years. I think it's like 3 or yeah, I think it's 3. I don't think you got to do 4 years.
Well, whatever it is, she ain't coming out no time soon. That's just my thing. I seen a lot of people sitting here saying, oh, what if JuJu come out? Well, she's not coming out. Just whatever it is, I don't matter. If it's 3 or 4, she literally was a freshman this year. Regardless, and let's say a bare minimum, she still got 2 more years to go. So, but like I said, and I see a lot of people sitting here saying, oh yeah, well, if Angel Reese and Caitlin is the Magic versus Bird, well, JuJu gonna be the Jordan. I ain't mad at that comment. I know for a fact I was the first nigga, but don't live in California that was talking about JuJu. So I don't care if that's what niggas want to say that she the next Jordan. I made sure that I got my commentary on her early. She gave niggas a 51 piece and some more. So I agree with Jay-Z when he said she got a game like a grown man. She do. She got to pull up 3 from half court, and she can go to the bucket and get full contact like a grown ass man. So shout out to JuJu. So she will, and of course, I mean, for people who haven't paid attention to already on the offseason, like you talking about, this probably is the first time, and I know for a fact in women's college basketball history, they promoting a Christmas game already. Well, not Christmas, but around that time. It was like December, I think it's like 12th or 15th or something like that. That week right before Christmas. The week right before Christmas, it will be USC versus Connecticut. That is the rematch from the Elite 8 game. Paige Becker versus JuJu Watkins. That will be a huge game and a huge deal. So again, shout out to JuJu, shout out to Jay-Z for showing her love. Let that one load up and then we can get into these power. Anything? Did we miss anything else from the shot that we?
The father.
Again killed. All right. Walmart, Will Smith, Young Thug. Diddy, Xavien, Jay-Z. Oh, yeah, I need to talk with this woman. Absent dad. I should have told. Whoa, what the hell happened to her? This girl who was signed to Gucci Mane. Real quick, before we get into Power, I don't necessarily even know how you pronounce this young lady name, but she is signed to 1017. And hopefully, I don't know if these rumors are true, but she spelled her name as ENCHANTING. I don't necessarily, she been on a couple of the 1017 collaborations before when Gucci was putting out recent projects, maybe like last year or sometime. And she was the only female signed to 1017. But right now, I see a post saying to keep her in her prayers. She is on life support. And of course, of course, just thoughts and prayers out to her, and it do kind of make it way harder for people to ever Gucci to ever beat those allegations on the curse and the jinx of signing the 1017. So definitely prayers out to her. I don't necessarily know what actually happened or what's going on, but damn, that's tough. What else was going on in other news? Oh yeah, because we did. I just real quick before we get into it, NBA YoungBoy did put out a new song. I believe Academics posted the song for him because, of course, NBA YoungBoy is still in jail, and I believe in the song he was talking about, basically sitting here saying that Birdman really didn't love him. He should have listened to Lil Wayne, I guess, before getting in bed with Birdman. I don't know what the real depth of it is because I didn't listen to the song. I seen it came out. I seen the headlines. I really didn't rush to go listen to it because I think it came out. I seen it after I already was in the gym. NBA YoungBoy is not my vibe outside of the gym, so I haven't listened to it. I'll probably give you a better breakdown, maybe sometime like on Instagram or something throughout the week. But that was just to kind of put that out there. And it was I don't know. Did y'all see the video of Chief Keef and Sexy Red floating around?
Yeah, so
You saying would you?
I just seen her response to that's my brother or something.
So okay, well you will, Erica, you seen the jump? Would you consider? No, that's not. You can't call somebody bro making videos like that. No. All right, cool. I just wanted to hear the woman.
Huh? What did she do?
Nigga, they was just booed up too much. Like that they was like
he was like by her face, like
like damn near like
she had her tongue out and
and she had his chains on,
saying that that's my bro.
No. And just real quick, just another a quick look out for people to look out for. What's my man? Boss Man D-Lo and Lil Baby were out shooting a video in Florida, so it looked like they gonna have a new song coming out, and it sounded like Lil Baby kind of was on his old Lil Baby bag. So that will be a good look for Lil Baby and Boss Man D-Lo, because Boss Man D-Lo ain't putting nothing out in a minute. And I did see I'm not gonna lie to you, I want to find out who run my mixtapes. They know how to get people engaged, but I'm one of those people where I see it's just clickbait. I'm not going to let you bait me in to comment, because you'll have stuff that's just such a crazy audacity thing. They made a post and sit here and said which album was better. Was We'll Never Trust You, whatever the first project between Future and Metro Boomin versus Gunna new project. And I'm like, bro, you piss me off for posting this, but you're not gonna piss me off enough for me to comment on it. I talk about it on here, but let's be honest. Even if you just Gunna don't have no song on there bigger than I'm about to say Not Like Us, but what the fuck was that original song? Like that. Yeah, come on, dog. You have to have a huge song. You can't tell me a project is better and it don't have a song. And I don't even like that Future project. I told you
the Cinderella joint. What's the Cinderella?
What is it? I know what you're talking about. Cinderella. It's called Cinderella. But I know what you're talking about. Yeah, but it's not. I'm sorry. You cannot put that Gunna project in the same conversation as Future. And like I told you, I don't even think that's a top 5, top 10 Future project. But that Gunna project don't deserve to even be in the same type of conversation.
And you on music? Shout out to Pharrell for that. I think he's about to do the bio with
what is
Lego?
it with Lego?
World?
Yeah, with the Lego World. Yeah, I think that was pretty much it. The NBA YoungBoy, Chief Keef, Sexy Red. That was only a little bit of tidbit I wanted to get off to. I guess, and we can kind of we shouted out Leon on the Shy, and they got rid of him very fast. I'm not gonna lie, dude, man, he's so disrespectful though. Why he gonna break my man laptop like that? That ain't gonna lie, that kind of pissed me off.
Why did he bring it? Like you should.
Yeah, no, I'm with you on that one. That was stupid. Like, nigga, why? If he already choked you out because he know you was writing a book, why the hell would you be coming to a goddamn gang meeting with your laptop? Like, make that make sense. You literally, and you even had that scene where it was so soft and so goddamn gay. You in your goddamn professor's office hugging a laptop like this nigga just bought you a puppy. Like, dog, what the hell are you doing? So if you felt that emotional about that laptop, why the hell would you bring your laptop to work and you work for a goddamn criminal? Like, make that make sense. But I do feel like, so now it's kind of making me sit here and think, I feel like Bakari gonna be the one that's gonna end up taking dude out.
Yeah, I feel the same way.
Cause he pushing him too far. Like it's just, but because that's the crazy thing is, like when you talk about the streets, when you turn that button on somebody, you can't cut it off. Like I get, like you turn these dudes into killers. You can't cut that off. After you get one, we watched enough shows. You just say I can't even remember what show I'm trying to remember this over. But after you catch your first body, it's like you can't turn it around now. Like, I think that was like the last season of Power when Tariq and Braden was having that conversation. He's like, "Do you know how it feel to kill somebody?" And so after you cut that vibe on, you can't cut it off. So it's just like, I just think that disrespect that Duda continuously keep putting on Bakari. I just feel like Bakari gonna eventually crash out. He gonna have one of them moments and he gonna black out. Because you can see he really want to do the school thing, and it's just like, bro, he literally just crushed that man's laptop. That was crazy.
What about Leon when he came in and saw a shot with his coat on?
Again, but that's the male ego. That's the male ego, and that's just like, I ain't like.
But you knew it was somebody else's coat.
No, for sure. But realistically, you knew it was somebody, but you ain't know who it was. So when a man get to come in, it's almost like, I smashed your girl. Oh, you look cute in my coat. Like that was like, though, you knew for a fact how you was going to defeat that man's ego. Like, oh, you in here trying to be somebody big, boy, you got on my leftovers. And then that lady's so diabolical and so disrespectful. She just like, boy, who cares? You like, come on, whatever the case, it's just a coat. Like she just downplayed it, and they had their little moment. It was just like, I like how they cleaned it up, because it was just like, damn, dude, you a domestic violence nigga. So I kind of like how she kind of like, they cleaned it up and they ain't let his character go down that lane, but he was about to go there for 2 seconds.
Yeah, because she was talking real reckless, like real disrespectful to him.
Yeah, but again, for most men, you kind of know that, where it's like, dog, she wear the pants in this relationship. She is the breadwinner.
But you keep putting yourself in that situation. Like he could work for Smokies. Then they say he could work for Smokies. His father said he had a job for him. But you keep putting yourself in that situation.
Yeah, no, for sure. But that's again, that's two things. There's two things with when we talk about the male ego. One, his ego won't allow him to work those jobs, because you're absolutely right. People have offered him other jobs, but he felt like he was too good to work those jobs. And then his ego on you putting that coat on, and then you getting the field, find out who coat it was.
Yeah, you should have.
And then she shitted on you. He was just like, you trying to have me be some other nigga. She like, nigga, you could never be him. I was like, God damn, you can't. This is a grown man. You literally just belittling this nigga like a goddamn child. Like that was so disrespectful. I wasn't even like, you cannot. I do not condone domestic violence, but when she disrespected that nigga like that, you couldn't be shocked that he was about to try to put his hands on her. But that shit just turned her on even more. And that just lets you know how crazy that woman really is.
He crazy for staying.
And then again, was okay. I guess. What was your thoughts about that meeting that they had when they was having their men's meeting, and it came to the picture situation? So if people don't know, just a little bit of backstory. What is that? Joma's dad, of course, he's dating a younger woman, and they had, they was taking family photos. It was him, it was Joma, his dad, and his girlfriend, whatever case may be. And of course, Joma and the girl got a great connection. Like she's willing to always go to the girlfriend and have deep conversations with her instead of her dad. So her and the girl has already kind of built their own like mommy-daughter type of bond, or big sister, little sister type of bond, however you want to dress it up. So for them to still have that moment already, and then it's like, now it's kind of like, all right, we taking the pictures, and the lady was like, oh yeah, we should have these pictures back so it'd be in time for us to send them out through the holidays. And he was kind of like, who agreed? We didn't agree to that. And then she kind of blew up on him like, nigga, what are you talking? We in here playing house. I'm grown. Like I damn near basically live here. I'm building a bond with your daughter, and you don't want to send out Christmas cards. What the fuck are you talking about?
He should have just been. He was honest with the dudes at the group. Like he said, freedom is better than being in a relationship.
That's nuts. I ain't gonna lie. If that was if you say, but let's be real. If a nigga say that type of shit to you in your face, I wouldn't be mad if a woman threw a drink in your face.
No, you don't have to. You don't have to.
Like if I was a woman, I would have had a love and hip hop moment. If a nigga tell me that, if we sit here, I'm damn near living here, and I'm playing fucking stepmommy to your child, and you tell me freedom is better than being in a relationship. If I was a woman, I would literally throw a whole fucking drink in his face.
But that's how he feels. But I mean,
and sometimes you got to understand that it's how people look at relationships and how they feel. Like they feel like, damn, well, now I'm a burden. This gonna be a burden on me. I got to do this. I got to do that.
But you doing relationship stuff. Like she said, I'm with your daughter. I'm bonding with your daughter. I'm here every day. Like we doing stuff like we in a relationship.
We doing stuff like we in a relationship, but then also I think it's just the full commitment. What I might be scared of, what I don't want to do is that full commitment. Because now I know I have to do this. I got to do this. I got to be there. I got to show up.
You should have made that clear when you saw where it was going. We didn't just get here. Oh,
yeah, exactly. And that's what she said. And that's exactly what she was saying. Like, nigga, we didn't like you could have communicated. If this was the case, what the fuck are we even taking these pictures for?
But okay, but how do you communicate with it then? Because if you saying like, if we just going with the flow and how everything is going about, and like you said, I'm with your daughter, I'm with that. How do I really even communicate with them? You know what? I'm really not trying to do this. We're moving too fast.
You can say that.
But do it change though?
It might. In her situation, it may have. It might. That's just the risk that you run. That's what's going to happen. But I mean, why not be honest? Let's be honest. You can't get mad at me for how I feel because of the way things is going and you don't feel the same. Then say something before it gets too deep. And then you can't be shocked like, oh, why am I sending these pictures out? Because we're in a relationship.
Yeah, I'm with you on that one. I'm totally with you on that one. That one kind of didn't make no sense to me at all. I'm 100% with you on that one. Like, if you gonna take the pictures and then we in here literally playing house, like, nigga, what are we doing? You too old. Like, you ain't young. Like, that's again when we talk about age appropriate stuff. After you can play those type of games in your 20s. You can almost play them games early in your 30s. But now that we sit here talking about you moving into that 35, 36, and 40, and this man look like he probably in his 50s. You can't be in your 50s playing bullshit games with somebody and you're sitting here literally, is she live in your damn house, cooking you dinner, help you raising your daughter, being the goddamn mediator between you and your daughter to help y'all relationship not go left, and then you sitting here worrying about some goddamn Christmas photos? The fuck are we talking about? Your daughter out here goddamn going out here chasing waterfalls and damn near ready to eat pussy, and I'm trying to give her some good advice, and you sitting here talking about you don't want to send out Christmas cards? Nigga, you lost your goddamn mind. Like, nah, I'm with her on that one. I guess it's the other last little take on the shot, especially even from that little men's circle today. Oh, matter of fact, I can't say just the men's circle. That goddamn pastor, dog. Oh my God, dog. His talk game. Of course, his talk game got him in a hell of a lot of trouble with Duda. But his talk game when he was talking to Papa, and even how he was trying to get him to want to get money off of podcasting, I'd be like, bro, he got a crazy talk game. And again, like I said, because I'm somebody who listened to a bunch of pastors, so hearing the way he was explaining that just kind of almost made me feel like, damn, this is really probably how a lot of pastors feel when they lead their conversation so much behind, oh, paying your tithes and offering and this, that, and the third. The way he was even breaking it down and explaining it. Like, this nigga, I ain't gonna lie to you, he had me like, because I feel like Papa is like, no, you can't sit here and charge people for certain stuff you give them free. But the way he was explaining, like, you ain't supposed, like, you want to eat, right? You don't want to be poor. Your people shouldn't want you to be poor. I was like, no, this nigga almost made me want to sit here and say, ask for on my Dr. Umar, ask for donations. Because that nigga was, dog, he sold a hell of a game. The way he talked that shit to Papa, I swear to God, that nigga almost made me want to be Dr. Umar. Gifts, donations. God damn, that nigga sold that nigga. Oh, well, I'm not gonna hold you, dog, because it's so crazy. Like, just think about but that's so crazy how people can be easily influenced. And that's another thing that I liked about that conversation, because think about how his dad raised him. His dad raised him completely different on the word, on how to believe in Christ and whatever the case may be. And this man is just kind of like, he luring him in.
He undoing everything that he was
doing. That he learned at home. Mm-hmm. And that was the part that was kind of like, damn.
So where do you see that? Is it more so I see the light, like I can see this does work, even though my father installed this belief in me, I see that this can work and it's not as bad as you made it seem out to be?
I think it's two things you can see. I think it's like, you probably realistically, like he said, are you tired of being broke? And most people, when you tie that even into music, when people sign bad deals and sign these contracts, because realistically, you are tired of being broke. And you seen your father be broke. You seen your father really struggle. So it's kind of like, now what's going to make you question, it was like, was my dad way the right way? Because this man ain't doing, like, if you looking at it like his father, hell yeah. You got to think about, his father was taking money from Duda. Nigga, anybody take money from Duda, you struggling.
Oh, okay. See, I thought they was well. Okay.
No, they wasn't. They not well off at all. Not like this pastor.
Hell no, not even. Hey, hell no. That shit is like night and day. So yeah. So if you looking at it two different ways, if you looking like, yeah, my father, both of them delivering the word of the Lord, but both of them have two different ways. So it's kind of almost like, again, if you tying it into music, it's like one nigga out here making hits and the other nigga sitting here saying, I'm gonna be a backpack rapper. I'm keeping it too real. I'm just rapping to the people. Lyrical miracle, boom, boom, boom. I'm putting the people first. That's how I look at it. Like his dad was the lyrical miracle backpack rapper, and this pastor is Drake. I'm chasing all the hits. I'm trying to have a 20-year run and be the richest pastor of all times. So it's kind of looking like, yeah, both of them, like he's still preaching the word, but he preaching the word kind of like directing people into giving up bread, where his dad was more, I'm preaching the word and it's pure. But you seen your dad preaching the word and he was struggling. But at the same time, behind closed doors, you ain't know that this pastor, he taking money from Duda too.
So when you but just staying on that, the whole church thing, when is it more so what I'm selling you, or is the actual word that I'm presenting to you? Because like if the congregation or whatever, everybody else, they believe in it and they actually showing it too, is that what's kind of selling him over onto that?
No, pay attention to how when Papa, that when he was cutting his podcast on, he was starting it off and he was saying, and he hit them with this, he spent it like, you bless me, then God gonna bless you. So it's one of them things you almost guilting people to sit here and say, oh, if I pour into this person, God gonna pour back into me tenfold. And that was kind of like, so that's one of those things where you kind of like, you string on people's heartstrings where you like, I'm gonna pull on them a little bit because you looking for a blessing, but then they'll just throw it in like, well, you can't get a blessing if you ain't blessing nobody else. So it's kind of like, man, that if you really know the word, and that's where it gets scary, because it's like the way they were playing on it. And that's what, to me, like, I like that, because I just, like I said, I listen to a lot of pastors, so you see how I can nail you. It's almost like you opening the curtain and you getting to see how people think about it. So you kind of just like, it's if you good at your craft, you kind of know how to hide it some. And you know how to redirect the word so it don't seem like I'm money hungry, but when he having that conversation, no, he's just really money hungry.
Yeah. The pastor is.
Yeah, he crazy. Even just when he was like, damn, well, you only prayed to get some food, and he was just like, well, you're right, but I want to look good. And going back to what y'all conversation, we talk about self-care. That's what I'm saying. A lot of those shows where it's not, sometimes it's like, I be looking for little parts. When I watch sports, I'm looking for the little parts that you can take away from this game or this show, and you can turn it into real life conversations. But going back to what y'all said earlier, it's like a form of self-care. And he said it. Well, like, yeah, I wanted to eat, but I want to look good too. And if I feel like a king, I'm gonna preach like a king. So my congregation gonna pull into me. And when he said it, it was just like, damn, he's spitting. Now, I don't necessarily I don't know if I agree with it, but I felt what he said. And I felt when he was saying it to Papa, and it was kind of like, and I'm watching how those words was sinking into Papa, and it's kind of making him feel like, damn, he got a point.
Yeah. But I feel like he gonna see what the past is about eventually.
Yeah, I mean, of course, sure, eventually, but right now, but I don't necessarily know, because it depends. Like, what if his subscribers, what if it'll be hard to see what the pastor got going on if you start to reap the benefits of what he's talking about.
I mean, as far as I feel like with the Duda thing, I think he gonna find out about that some way, somehow, because it makes you different from my dad.
Oh yeah, no, for sure. Yeah, if he find out that part, then yeah, it does not make you no different from your dad at all. So again, like I said, that was, I mean, was there anything else? I don't necessarily knew if I missed anything else from the shot from this.
The brat came back. That was kind of random.
She used to be on there before.
That's who that's who the mother cheated on the wife with. Remember?
Oh, in the bar that time.
Yeah.
I know we ain't supposed to fat shame, but the brat looked insane in that joint. Like, bro, her even leaving out, I'm like, dog, this looked like a goddamn clumps or something. Like, Jesus Christ, this lady was big as hell. That big ass Chicago Bulls jacket. I'm like, bro, you can fit like 30 people in this goddamn jacket. Like, nah, dog, I ain't gonna lie to you. That brat scene was unnecessary. I ain't gonna hold you. Oh yeah, real quick before we leave, I'm mad, dog. I'm not gonna lie to you. I felt for Victor for one. It's like, dog, you leave this man in here on house arrest. This nigga didn't want to come out. He came out the closet for you, and this nigga going through hard times, and you gonna leave him? That's crazy to me, dog. I'm not gonna lie to you. I lost respect for that lady. Like, that was disrespectful, dog. Like, come on, dog. This nigga literally was in the closet. He was hiding his lifestyle and everything. This nigga came out the closet for you because you made him feel some type of way. And now you see him when he going through rough times, you just pick up and roll on him. Like, that's messed up, dog.
It's just too much. Just too much for her to deal with.
That's tough. That's foul. I ain't gonna lie to you. That was foul. I'm not even gonna hold you. And again, I guess it tied up with the Emmett situation. Even when them niggas ain't keep it real with him in that circle. Everybody was like, well, if you love her and that's what you feel like, everybody on this goddamn circle will keep it a buck. And I'm not gonna lie to you, Lala, you need to stay on those Emmett. You look too skinny in this goddamn shit.
Yeah, they just brought back random people, but for what? Like Candy, they brought her back for what? for her.
And she about to give up some box to a goddamn deaf person. Like, bro, this something like certain shit you can't defend. Like, you be like, I be getting when people be like, all right, this show just all over the place. Like, nigga, why is she giving up some pussy to a deaf person? Like, that turned her on because this person can't speak. Like, what the hell are we talking about? And Lala really looked crazy. I'm like, bro, Lala, you are such a beautiful. But again, like you said out earlier, you don't know what people are going through. But Lala, whatever you doing to yourself, leave that shit alone. Because you look perfect on BMF. You look crazy on this goddamn John. Like, you are like, her face just looks skinny as shit. She almost damn near looks sick.
Yeah, it's just that maybe she's trying to stay young looking.
Man, put that fucking Ozempic down, dog. Like, god damn, she look crazy. Let that one load up and then we can go right straight into power. Did y'all see that picture of the dude who's trying to shoot the shot at his daughter? Yeah, he didn't know it was daughter. You seen it?
Yes.
All right, I want to talk about that real quick and then when we can go right into power. Real quick before we go into power, did y'all see the video that was going viral? It was a young lady who was graduating. Hold on, and I want to play the clip.
Oh,
You're not.
excuse me.
That's my
Where's
Dude, man, you better get up off
Where's
me,
Brandon?
man.
Where's
Get away from me, bro.
No,
Hey, no. Hey, go. You need to get. Hey.
Walk away.
You better get off. Out right now. I don't care. Get up.
So a little bit of backstory for people who don't know what's going on in this video. It was a young white girl who was graduating from high school, and while they was calling her name, of course, you know, you getting up on the stage, you're taking your diploma, and you know, shaking people's hands. So I guess it was a black man who was on the staff, and I don't know. And I think some people were saying in the backstory, basically, the daughter was getting bullied throughout the year, and he didn't like the way that this gentleman handled his daughter getting bullied. Like, he didn't, I guess, whatever he was looking for. But basically, this father, when they called her name, she was walking up, the father ran up on stage and literally pushed the dude off, like, you ain't touching my daughter's hand. So of course, when you see videos like that, I'm like, bro,
Damn, you racist.
He racist, but then it's just like, nigga, man. I mean, people got jobs. I don't know what people's bills is, what their life situation is, but I ain't gonna lie to you. You should have knocked that goddamn father out, or at least tried. If you couldn't beat him, you should at least try to. Because he just, hey, get your hands off me. Get your hands off me. Nah, nigga, you should have knocked this nigga out. I ain't gonna hold you. One last thing real quick, too.
Talk about the top five. When they name the top female rappers, your name sometimes is not included. Does that bother you sometimes?
No.
No.
No, you know what? I feel like I know what I've done. And I feel like even your top 5 has been at some point influenced by me, or I know, or probably even work with or love, idolize. Like, it's probably somebody that I really, support and love in the industry.
People talk about the top five.
So my question real quick, just for the listeners, before we get into power, do y'all feel like Trina should be in more people's top 5 all times when it comes to female rappers? Even if it's not just off of skill, if it's off of top 5 most influential female rappers of all times?
I think yeah and no.
I'm gonna say yeah, just because realistically, even out of that top, when we did the top 10, most of those women on it are from the South. Shit, out of 10, you can probably say 8 of them have been influenced by Trina. Only one I'm gonna probably say maybe not. You could probably even argue Nicki if you want to, but let's just say not Nicki and not Doja Cat, because that's kind of not Doja Cat bag. But all the rest of them, they are from the South. So of course the City Girls, their whole DNA was Trina. Meg kind of reminds you of Trina. Lotto then big Trina up a lot because even Lotto first big song, Queen of the what was it? Whatever from the South, Trina was on that song. So I do feel like I do kind of agree with her. Like especially a lot of the girls from the South do kind of have a lot of Trina influence in them. And she kind of don't get bored up. And I mean, of course, that's because
but okay, now I hear that part, but to somebody else, when it comes to female rap or whatever the case may be, they might not put her in there because it's like, all right, she wasn't selling no albums. She ain't had no hit songs like that.
But I mean, she had hit songs, but maybe not
as big. But if I'm saying, yes, if I influence those artists from the South to how they rap and all that, but if you talking about top 5, she got it like. Who she taking out of the top 5?
It depends on who your top 5 is. If you could sit here and say, do more female rappers right now sound like Trina or Lauryn Hill? Trina. Do more female rappers sound like Trina or Queen Latifah? Trina. Do more female rappers sound like
Lil Kim or
Trina? Trina. I'm just going off of the top 10 we just named.
No, but you just talking about them. But that's what I'm saying. I when you say put her in the top 5, I don't know.
But what's what I'm saying? If we sit here if we literally at the beginning of this episode did 10 women that's hot right now, out of 10, 8 of them, you can literally distinguishably sit here and say Trina has some type of influence over those women just off of geographic alone, where they're from. It's hard to disagree with what she's saying. If 8 out of 10, and 1 is just because she's old enough to be a peer, and that's Nikki. So you're basically sitting here saying 1 out of 9.
Mm.
So we minus Doja Cat and everybody else in that, like, bro, they sound like they have some similarity to Trina. Some type of, like, even if of the substance of music that they rap about, Trina kind of ushered that in, especially for Southern women. And I think realistically, a lot of we talking about Southern artists don't get as popular because look at most of the time, even when we even use clips on this show, it's from a New York person's point of view speaking on music. We barely sit here and talk about like what South people opinion is, because and that realistically that just could be South people's fault because a lot of Southern podcasts are interview based and not opinion based. So if it's a podcast that's based in Atlanta like Big Facts, they do a lot of interviews, not opinions. Ball Alert, they're in Atlanta, but they do a lot of interviews, not opinions. So it's kind of hard. So it's easy. So it's like realistically, you don't really get Southern people's opinion on music. It's interview. And I seen, and like I said before I know I keep saying before we get into it, I did see a tweet that was going viral and it got picked up on some of the blogs. Like, I don't want to talk music or go out on a date with anybody if Lil Wayne ain't in your top 5.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, if you of a certain age, I do kind of feel like it's almost like I probably would look at you crazy. If you 35 and over and Lil Wayne ain't in your top 5, if you're between the ages of 30, let's say 33 and 47.
But music is subjective. I mean, it's kind of hard for you to say, like, and that's why I say now the argument with Trina, I get it, but like Lil Wayne has to be in there for me to even date you.
Nigga, if you're not from New York City and you from 30 to 47, I can't imagine you coming up with 5 niggas that's better than Lil Wayne. And I'm giving niggas in New York a pass because they just New York niggas, and I feel like New York people preference on music is very ignorant and small-minded. I'm just talking to the DMV people, like, bro, I can't tell you 5 niggas better than Lil Wayne that I grew up listening to, and this ain't fucking impossible. How? Who? What's gonna be the 5 niggas I'm telling you? It's just something to think about. But anyway, just like I said, it was a text thread that was going viral of a young lady who said here, I guess she posted a picture on social media. Oh, she posted on Instagram. So this is an Instagram exchange in the DM. Man, you bad. Are you single? You know who Talisha is? I'm her daughter. Huh? You don't recognize me? No, you're not. She said, yes, I am. I'm Monique. Monique is my mom. So basically, it was a man who was not a hands-on father shooting his shot at his estranged daughter. I guess that's what the word they use. Basically, when you basically just gave your sperm up, you ain't been a dad. You haven't raised your daughter. So basically, you had this child with this woman. She didn't raise his daughter. You ain't seen this girl since she probably was a baby. Now she a goddamn grown adult. She on Instagram posting a little picture looking sexy, and you was trying to shoot your slide in her DM. One is trifling because that means you shooting your shot at somebody you old enough to be her father because you actually are her father. Which is just think about man, again when we talk about age appropriate stuff and when you gonna grow up. Imagine you literally shooting your shot at your daughter. You're not realistically, you just, to be honest, you're nothing but a sperm donor. Because you so detached from who this girl is, you didn't even realize this is your daughter. Did you like? Come on, dog. That's nasty. That's nasty work. That's trifling again, and that's just an old horny ass man. But again, let's get into Power. Power, his return. Power Book 2, Power Book Ghost, whatever you want to call it. The Tariq Show. Y'all know this is the final season, and episode 1 came out with a bang. I'm not gonna lie. When you come out
of a bang,
huh?
Too much of a bang.
That's what I was about to say. When you come out this hard for episode 1, I don't know how the hell you keep up for the next 9 episodes.
Yeah, and that's what I think. Just looking at him, just like, all right, it was cool, but it's like, god damn. Then what else? Everybody else going to do the rest of the series?
Okay, question real quick. Did you say you watched it too? Was that Effie that text Tariq?
Yeah, when they was on campus.
Yeah,
yeah. Because she still got a thing for him. She don't want to see him hurt.
Yeah, I was like that because the text came so fast. I'm like, damn, was that? I felt like I missed it. Like I'm like, was that Effie? But I'm like, it had to be Effie because who else would have texted him? Because Lyce and Keisha don't got his number.
Yeah, it was her.
And they didn't because I got confused then at that part. I didn't know when they first walked past. I thought that's who they was talking to was Kanan and them.
They were who?
Like, yeah,
that's but they didn't acknowledge her because they.
No, I think that was Tariq and them.
No, you talking about when you talking about when the police officer first came, Tariq and them just walked past, but you got to think about it. Lyce and Keisha and them was up on top of the building, and Tariq and Brayden was on the ground.
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying with the way it's split, and then you see Kanan and
Effie.
And Effie. And I'm like, hold up. So who? Because I guess because it was on top, you really didn't know. I was like, I thought that was Tariq and them. But I mean, of course it was them. But I'm just like, damn, how the hell that they switched it like that? Because that's what kind of threw me off when I saw that.
Hey, they were just coming from two. They was coming from 2 different angles. But like I said, I was surprised that when she sent them that text, I was just, I'm not gonna lie, that kind of threw me for a huge loop. I'm not. That was probably like the biggest surprise out of the episode. I'm not gonna lie. Drew is definitely on some different type of demon time. He was out of his body. Like he started off this season on pure BS. Like this nigga is crazy. Like you wanted your sister to kill your mom. Like bro, what the fuck are we talking about?
But the sister wanted her dead. The sister, they both wanted her dead.
But why he? And because you bringing that up, but wouldn't he be the one who need to pull the trigger? Because what he went through with his boyfriend and all that stuff. Don't you think? I think if anybody wants her dead, wouldn't he be the one who pulled the trigger?
Yeah, okay, but just I guess to revisit what Erica said, you're absolutely right. Last season, Diana did want Mary J dead, but realistically, she kind of felt some type of way now because Mary J took the bullet for her. She jumped in front of she could have been the one that got shot. Mary J jumped in front of the bullet to protect Diana. So of course you're gonna have some type of feelings. So even the same way with Effie, how she had some type of feelings for Kanan because he sent her a phone to make sure she was okay in jail, and she was just like, damn, nobody never done nothing for me. So that kind of, like she feel some type of way for Kanan with that situation. So I think for Diana, where it's like whatever animosity I had towards Monet before that shootout, I kind of don't have that same animosity no more because I watched her take a bullet for me. Like, yeah, we discredit her as a mom or whatever the case may be because whatever decision she made, even killing their dad or whatever the case may be, but she still did take a bullet for me. And it's with like Drew is kind of just like, he just trying to clean up his mess because he know for a fact that him and Kanan gonna have a crazy blowout if they find out that, he found out y'all try to kill my mother behind my back. So it's kind of just like, like Diana is a part of the family, but she really ain't trying to be in with the BS. She really wanted to kind of go to school. So it's kind of like, why you want her to do your dirty work? If you want Monet gone, then nigga, you do it.
Because she wanted her gone in the beginning.
Yeah, but she not built like that.
She put the plan in motion.
I get it, but still at the same time, you still know she not. Look, every time when it was time for her to hold water, she couldn't hold her water. From when they was at the dinner table, when she snitched on Monet for cheating with the Zeke situation, and then when she sit here and snitched on her father, like she just can't hold water, dog. You know that. So why would you want her to do the dirty work? It's been too many episodes that you just seen her literally can't hold water. Y'all supposed to be at dinner and she done blew up on the family 2 different times or 3 different times.
What else could she do though?
What you mean?
Because like you said, you can't hold, she's not a killer. She don't shoot. You know what I'm saying? She don't shoot. She not.
Yeah, so you gotta pick and choose and kind of keep her out of the way. Then you can't. She didn't want to be in it, so you can't lean on her to be the muscle neither. And then you sit here trying to kidnap Braden's sister. Like, nigga, what the fuck are y'all doing?
I forgot all about that. And I'm just like, damn, why the fuck they kidnapped Shorty? Like,
I mean, I get it because you was trying to play on Braden's emotions because, I mean, realistically, out of all his family members, his sister going to be his soft spot because he really don't care about his brother or his father. Look at his father. His father went crazy with this nigga. He went crazy. He called them some jigaboo monkeys and all. I was like, oh, this
you
nigga
white monkey. They turned you into a white monkey.
Yeah, that nigga got crazy. His father went
damn
crazy.
jungle monkey.
Yeah, his father went crazy. I ain't gonna hold you. His father went OD. His father went OD.
That's the first time we seen the daughter.
Yeah, that was the first time.
That's crazy.
Was it? That's not the first time we seen her.
When we see her?
Was it last season that they went out to dinner or something like that?
Nah, because remember at first they was trying to think that the girl that was working with Braden family, they thought that was the daughter.
Oh, you mean that daughter? I thought you meant Braden's sister.
No.
Yeah, this is the first time that we seen her daughter.
She got a mouth on her.
Look who her mother is.
Yeah, exactly.
So okay, now somebody like her, where she's left out the dock, don't know what's going on and what's transpired, but then it's just like, all right, why are we here? I don't want to be here. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't want to.
But I mean, you got to think about it. Just, I mean, because she's just, I mean, her character is almost just like one of those white characters where it's like a spoiled white kid. She's just black. But a spoiled kid is a spoiled kid. You can be green to what's going on. If your parents got enough money, they can kind of keep you out the mix. Just even look at her attitude when the dude was trying to talk to her. She just rolled the window up, got her headphone. Nigga, her headphone's so loud, you can hear it outside of the car. So it's just like she wanted them, like she was literally like, but you can imagine that could happen to anybody. Realistically, you got them good ass headphones and you literally in your phone and there's a whole shootout going around you. So you kind of like oblivious to everything to realistically to your surroundings. And I'm kind of gonna lie, I'm kind of surprised that Tariq, he caught him a body. I'm like, dog, you on a campus. Like, you ain't think you gonna kill on camera? You damn near almost got caught on camera the last time you caught a body on camera on campus. You doing this in a parking garage? Like, there's no cameras in this parking garage, but I mean, of course, it's TV. So I mean, and it's Tariq. He gonna do whatever.
I'm mad they killed him that fast though.
Nigga, I ain't mad. Nigga, I ain't had no attachments to this goddamn nigga.
No. I'm just saying because even with Robert, what's the white lady, the cop that we don't like.
There ain't no white people left on that show.
I mean, we're not Spanish, whatever she is, the cop lady. Like I just thought they was going to be that whole. Well, we still trying to chase Tyreek. You know what I'm saying? Like I thought that's what they was going to.
How you ain't watched the beginning of the episode when the nigga she was like, nigga, leave this shit alone. I want my job. I'm not fucking with Tyreek.
No, and that's why I said I get that she said it, but I'm just like, damn, like where's the story? You know, that's why I say it just stuff so much happened, and it was just like, damn, what do we gonna have left to talk about or even?
I mean, you'll still have a lot because I mean, you still got all the main characters still alive, and you can kind of see where all the main characters can't really be trusted. Like, just still think about like, dog, for Effie to send that text message, I feel like she gonna always be the wild card, in which she has been the last couple of seasons, because she just basically like even what Kane said, not even just know what she gonna do what's best for her, and it's easy for her to kind of be like dealing with Kane right now because he felt like Tariq put other people ahead of her, but dog, that connection that her and Tariq had was completely different, dog. Like, it's a difference between having a genuine connection with somebody originally and then somebody just being a rebound. And I'm sure everybody listening, we didn't all dealt with somebody on a rebound or somebody just in the middle. That, like what Donnie always call him a filler. Like that, some people are just filler people. And you can tell like that Kanan situation is just a filler junk. And that was kind of the perfect example of her sending that text to Tyreek. Bro, it was $100,000 on this nigga head. And she still sent him a text to look out for him. She could use that money. So I think, I mean, that one realistically to me, that is the bigger, that's probably one of the biggest takeaways. That right there, I think that's the person you kind of keep your eye on. And that dude kind of shoot his shot at old girl and she shot that shit down immediately. I ain't mad at him for trying it, but it was kind of like, nigga, this your boss. Like, you ain't even like, she kind of treats you like a pooper. You thought you had a chance of cracking the cheeks? Like, he was trying his hand. He was like, yeah, it's a rough time. You know, we could, whatever. She was like, nigga, you better think with your other head and not that head. You got me fucked up. And shout outs to Method Man. Method Man, his character kind of all over the place, but just shout outs to Method Man.
Yeah, it was a lot going on, but it gave everybody a something to look forward to for the rest of the season now.
No, of course, because you didn't come in slow. Because I mean, sometimes you complain, like a lot of people complain about sometimes episode 1 on 50 Cent shows. But I think realistically, probably outside of this show, this probably is the only one that literally jumps smack out the window every episode 1. Like the rest of them, like BMF, Raising Cane, and Force, they kind of like dragged their feet the first episode. Nigga, this shit literally came out the gate. These Tyreek and goddamn Braden looking like they goddamn SWAT team members.
I'm like, damn. So that's how y'all gonna give it out the rest of the season? Because y'all
no choice.
But I'm saying the way they came in, I'm like, god damn, like y'all came in and like y'all been working for special ops or some shit like that.
I mean, but they kind of need to, because I mean, realistically, they like you can't be that elite in a drug game and be still green as they be wanting them two niggas to act like they are. Like them two niggas like seem like they don't have no type of balls. They always running then every goddamn episode. So I'm I'm happy that them niggas finally put their feet down and act like Tommy and Ghost for a second. Like,
but see, and that's the thing. We will always compare them to Tommy and Ghost. But it's just like, damn, Brady, you wasn't even trying to pull no trigger. Even listen, you pushed your uncle off. That was your first body, and it's like now you just coming out here guns blazing, blah 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 blah. It's just.
I mean, you kind of ain't had no other choice, back against the wall. But even still, I still respect the Tyreek even when he killed the police officer, he just told Braden, all right, go ahead, I'm gonna handle this. I like the fact that Tariq is still knowing, like, nigga, I have to be the A Mike. I gotta be the go-to guy. Like, I'm gonna sit here and run this show. Like, yeah, you my partner, but nigga, if I gotta sit here and put in the work, I'm gonna put in the work because I know you really ain't built like that. You just my man. Even when they was in the car and they was kind of reminiscing, and he was sitting here saying, like, damn, what if we would have just, like went to college like regular school kids?
Mm-hmm.
And Tariq kind of, take the blame for it. Like, I kind of dragged you into this. You down for it, you like it, but it's kind of my fault. Like, we not like regular kids because I dragged you into this because of my family's backstory. So, like I said, I mean,
Tyreek owe Davis an apology, kind of, sort of. I mean,
what you mean for what?
I mean, when he was telling, I don't want to deal with you, get off my phone, all that. But then he looked out for him when he told him to get out the city.
I mean, I guess. I mean, I feel like he kind of knew he needed to get out of the city regardless. Like, you kind of see the hand that you dealt off the rip. I mean, he looked out for him, kind of. I guess. I don't necessarily know.
I think that was his apology. He ain't had to call him and tell him that they had that price on their head. He could have turned on him for real. That's what they wanted her to do. So him letting Tyreek know that was an apology. I'm looking out for you.
Okay.
Yeah, that was a good job. And I do like the way that how they kind of had the flashback with Zeke and them. The way that they was trying to like make it seem like Mary J was going to die. I like that part. Like, I'm not gonna lie. I like even how I like how Zeke kind of just went crazy on. I like how all of them they was getting their shit off. Like, she was fighting death. She literally was fighting death, and on her way, where it seemed like she was on her way to hell, it was like all the people that she had killed or had something to do with their death, they kind of just revisit her and kind of just was like, you deserve to die. And even that last little comment between her and Zeke, and he was just like, do you think you deserve another chance? And she was like, no, but I want one. I like that. I like that I like that her looking at herself die out. And then even it seemed like when she was getting weaker, her like the stomach started bleeding more. Like that, to me, that was kind of tight. Like that was a different little turnaround, a different little spin, and they kind of helped bring some of the people. And even Zeke characters just still stupid. Like, all right, now I'm happy that nigga that you not back. Like, you just pissed me off. You was only here. You was only here for 2 minutes, and you just pissed me off. So like I said, that to me was a good episode. I like the episode 1. It definitely came out blazing. It definitely set the bar extremely high. I don't necessarily know how you come back from that, but I do think two people character I kind of just really want to see how it's gonna play out is Drew and Effie. I feel like everybody else is kind of their character. They're gonna be who they're gonna be, but Drew and Effie both seem like they kind of like going in a complete different way that their character normally hasn't been. So I mean, that's my takeaway. Y'all got any other takeaways from that episode or anything else before we get out of here?
Mm-mm.
That was it.